Good morning. Happy Monday. Or Grumpy Monday. I don't know which is going to be for you guys. Yeah, apologies. The notification was set to the wrong thing. This is not the charity stream. We've already done that. Once again, really big shout out to everyone who actually helped raise money for that. $1,100 in the end, which absolutely baffling. Like, the last time we done a charity stream, I think it was about 15 hours worth of content created to raise, I believe it was $1,300. This time you guys raised $1,100 in about 5 hours and 20 or 30 minutes. So incredible performance, actually. Like, I was baffled. I wasn't sure if it was going to do that well. I was like, maybe we'll do a second day. I was like, nah, actually, this is good. You guys done good. So, to reward you today, we're going to be filling in the gaps from the Griot Bara Classic. I did notice that there was one series that did not get cast, which was Anatan versus B. And I wanted to rectify that problem because, I mean, dude, those two are insanely entertaining to watch go up against each other. We will keep an eye out for other games. I've already got a bunch of pub games lined up that we can rely on to kind of, fill the entertainment. But we will start off with a tournament series. So I'll give people a few minutes to actually just hop on in. This was from the Griot Bara Classic 2024, which happened on, I believe it was Saturday. And I didn't even know about that tournament, actually. Like, I didn't see that anywhere. We ended up hosting through, so I think you guys caught a lot of the games. But there's one series from the end period of the tournament that just didn't get cast, which was the Anatan versus B, which was the winners brackets finals. So I figured we'd actually come and have a look at this one. I haven't got the draft link, which is why I haven't switched over the draft scene. But we will be opening up on Cliffside with Reese versus Chinese. Goal this week is going to be to go live today, obviously, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. That's what I've got locked in. We might assess the possibility of going on live on Sunday. Saturday is looking like a difficult one because there is going to be, there's some real life obligations. I don't think we're missing anything if we're not live on Saturday. Whereas Sunday, what will be cool is I believe there is the 2v2 tournament between, I think it's Beastie Breaker and I can't remember who Marine Lord's with. But that could be something we could cast. I think that'd be quite an entertaining 2v2 to do. Outside that, I think tournament-wise, that might be it for this month. There is, I'm just double-checking now. Oh, wait, there's going to be the War Chief Club. So, yeah, maybe we catch some of the War Chief Club. We'll weigh it up. We'll have a look at who's actually playing. But, Saturday is probably not doable unless I can get a babysitter. Which might be hard. And it would be, that tournament would happen too late in the day for me to get a babysitter as well. But what we should also have is, after this week, we'll be hopping into May, right? So, yeah, I do know that at the start of May, that's when one of the King of the North qualifiers is meant to be happening, as well as Beast of the Hill. I think I should be able to cast that weekend. I'm just trying, I need to double check my partner, because basically, just to let you guys know, in May, I am going to be gone for about a week or two. I'm going on holiday for the first time in 4 years, I think. So, yeah. How did we do on the Saturday? Did we reach the goal? Yes, Pearl Harbor. We cracked some of the goals. So, we cracked past the original goal of $1,000. There was a $2,000 goal, but we finished at $1,100. We cracked the Olympic Geisha Challenge, which we'll have to figure out when we're going to do that. Didn't quite make it to the live coaching a bronze/gold player. But we'll always keep that one in the pocket for a future one. But yeah, really proud of people. Like I said, it was only 5.5 hours to raise that much money. It was absolutely, I was gobsmacked. That was really, really good. And especially a really big shout out to Low Elo Eating, who on their own almost contribute to half of that. Which still, dude, that pulled at my heart and blew my mind. But yeah, we might do more of those in the future. We'll have to see. It's a nice thing to slide in every once in a while, but obviously it requires a lot of extra organization behind the scenes. So it's something that we won't probably do all the time, but maybe once, twice, 3 times a year, we'll see. What's up, Recon? How's it going, buddy? So we were just talking about catching one of these series. Outside that, like I said, I think while I'm gone on holiday, we won't really be missing much. I think we'll basically miss out on the second qualifier for King of the North. Who cares? Best players qualify in the first one. And then maybe something called Team Kings, which I haven't got a clue what that is. Oh, it's a 3v3 tournament someone's trying to put together. Short delay usually is longer? I don't know why you're getting a delay. I don't know what's been happening in Twitch recently if that's causing a delay. Maybe it's my PC. I don't know. Oh, I got melon today. It's not bad. Yeah, I don't think there's any other tournaments planned in May, June, or whatever. Like, there's a big gap in May and June, and I'm starting to wonder if I should try to host something. I'm gonna ask around and see if there's anything happening. If there's not, maybe I try to expedite some sort of tournament mid to late June. I'll figure that out. I think part of me is delusionally holding on to the hope that I'll be invited for like some of the Esports World Cup stuff because money's nice. But we'll figure it out. Do it. It's easier to do when you got loads of money. Need to lock in those sponsors. That's my goal. Said it before, say it again. Like as we continue to grow, want to bring some sponsors in, and that'll give us funding to more regularly do tournaments, show matches, and whatnot. Because I would really like to start doing some semi-regular show matches. In fact, yo, Recon, message me now. I'm not gonna tell everyone what you said, but like, message me now. What would it cost to get you to do a show match versus someone on an improved version of an existing map? So it's a good way of testing a new map, but also, what would get you out of bed for that? I want to get 2 players that I consider to be in like the top 20 ranking easily to test a new map that's come across my desk. About $3.50. All right, nice. So I'll give you £3.50 for a best of 5. Okay. I mean that's a bargain. I'll take that. I can actually make money off of that. I swear, like, I mean, like, I'm not gonna name names. I remember there's one player I like asked about show matches, and they gave me a rate. It's like, respect you understanding your worth, but then I was like, but at the same time, I'm not Drongo. I don't make that much. As long as it's not Mr. No, dude, it's not. I think you'll like it a lot. And that's fair, actually, dude. Yeah. For what you move for the micro maps, hell yeah. Then again, you didn't practice those micro maps, you donkey. That was my favorite part about that series, is that Corvinus clearly looked at the maps beforehand, and you didn't. Wait, did you beat? I can't remember. You got beaten on the one with all the monsters, right? Because like that is one you cannot play blind and win, because the monsters are broken. Like if someone gets, actually no, I think you had looked at the monster one, hadn't? Yeah. Because I remember you had the bows. Yeah, you won that one. You played English, right? Yeah. So yeah, you did look at that. But you didn't look at the other maps, right? Yeah, I remember we talked about this. You're like, English is going to be broken. And then you looked at one map, and it's just like, yeah, great, Raycon. English is broken. What are you going to do for the rest of the maps in this series? You kind of need a full draft here, buddy. Can I pick English again? No, you're not Viper. This is not Golden League 1. Get out. No, those were pretty fun, though. I mean, I would love to do more of those type of micro maps. It's a headache trying to get the map tool to work. I started to work on a really cool arena-based kind of one where you had hills on the outside and a valley down the center, but I needed forest. And for some reason, I could not figure out how to spawn forest on this thing. And then after like 2 hours, I just gave up. Wait for AOM? Dude, okay, can I just be real with you? I'm going to be real with everyone on this. I don't think Age of Mythology is going to be big. I wish it would be. Because, like, I had a lot of fun with it as a kid, but I legit just don't think it's going to be big. Because it's a remastering, right? It's not a complete remake. It's not a fully new RTS. It's sad, but it's true. Like, I think anyone who thinks it's going to be big is huffing the hopium. I wish it would be. I really would. But you have to keep in mind that is the worst-selling Age of game in the entire franchise. Which is sad, because it's not a bad Age of game. It's actually easily top 3. Actually, it's like, it might be the best, right? Like it's from a campaign perspective, like at the time release, sure. Like multiplayer, I'm not so sure about. But like definitely campaign, I think Age of Mythology was the best one. E was huge on release. Dude, I feel like E had 0 staying power, right? People picked it up and dropped it, you know? Like that's the problem. Like if people just pick it up and drop it that quick, then like it doesn't matter. Like from a content creating perspective, esports building perspective, it has no potential. I don't like that. Like, it's kind of sad that at the moment that's how I have to look at things. But obviously, because we are a content creator, like we're a content creation, esports focused channel, I do have to look at things in that way. My hopes is one day we can look beyond that and maybe create esports or tournaments rather in weird formats, right? Like, I don't know, Fallout New Vegas speedruns, crap like that, right? I'd love to be able to do like tournaments around that. But for now, like, I have to think about, from my community's perspective, they want competition, they want esports, they want scaling, right? Yeah, E was terrible, that's why. Yeah, exactly. But like, I felt like so here's the thing. It had the same problem of Rise of Nations, which is like when you look at these games through the eyes of the time you played them and those type of elements, great experience, fantastic experience. However, when you compare it to now, it doesn't hold up. Like Rise of Nations, I didn't really think about it at the time when I was a kid because I just loved the game. But I remember when I played a few games on multiplayer, I was like, this game's really badly balanced and the timings like aren't that good, right? And I was like, I've been spoiled by modern RTSs. Rise of Nations was incredible, yes, but like I would never host a tournament in it. I think it's terribly balanced for esports, right? And I know someone's going to come and be like, well, KP, not everything has to be about esports. And I'm inclined to agree. But sadly, you're talking about RTSs where it's PvP. So esports is actually like a good balance metric for like whether it works. You mean yeah. I know you mean the extended edition, but like I'm talking like that was the same with Rise of Nations. I think Rise of Nations one was called extended edition, and it had like the same problems. But yeah, we'll see. I actually think a lot of the savior of RTS might now lie in whatever Uncapped Games are up to. That's the studio headed by David Kim, because they've got the experience. They're actually saying the right things. And finally, they've truly got the funding, which is something that I don't feel like any other like upstart RTS can say. Like, a lot of love to Zero Space and Stormgate, but if you put them in an arms race against Uncapped Games who have Tencent money, Tencent is not going to run out of money first. So I'm kind of intrigued to see what they're going to bring to the scene because they're talking about kind of revolutionizing it as well. E's extended edition. Rise of Nations was huge. Yes, but we're talking about like, yeah, Rise of Nations I think was bigger than Age of Mythology at its release. But I'm talking about like when you re-release, what is the staying power of these games? Selling once and falling isn't good for me as a content creator, for you as a player, Crackety, and for all the viewers, right? So you have to have a game that has staying power. And I love Rise of Nations so much. Dude, you do not realize how rooted in my heart it was as a kid. But it does not have staying power. It did not have staying power. Age of Mythology, I think, is going to have the same problem. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they're going to do a complete revamp of the multiplayer. The balance is going to be great. The content is going to keep releasing and coming very quickly. I think that's the way they could actually do it, is if they pump content quite quickly. Supreme Commander. Supreme Commander was a cool game. I actually think Total Annihilation was better. The problem with both those games, same with Beyond All Reason, they are terrible spectating sports. So, yeah, for me as a caster, Bar is not going to ever be touched by me. I think Drongo tried, didn't he? And I said it like, I think it's Merlin was asking me, he's like, are you going to do bar content? I was like, no, it's terrible. Right? I love Total Annihilation, and apparently it's basically Total Annihilation. I'm like, great. So I would love to play the game, but I know that people will not like to watch the game. And the reason people will not like to watch the game is because it's completely disconnected from a viewer's perspective. You sit in OP lobby of bar and watch all day because of the drama in the chat. I don't see it. So like the problem you got to keep in mind is tracking the action and what's happening is discombobulating. If you want scale when it comes to spectating sports, there needs to be action, there needs to be clarity, and there needs to be flow. And I don't think bar has that, because whenever you have the situation where regularly you feel like you need to zoom out to the point that everything on the screen is little icons, you've lost perspective. Same problem Subcom, same problem Total Annihilation. Total Annihilation had it to a lesser degree, right? I'm very big on this. Feel free to challenge me on this and try to go for the knockout punch, but like this is literally my living, and I'm always like I'm fundamentally sitting here processing what makes a good spectating sport because it's my livelihood, right? And I can tell you that bar doesn't hit it. right? And it's like the thing is, I'm keeping an eye on a few games. Like I guess I can tell you, like I'm going to be making content around Project Loki when it comes out, as well as RTSs. Like Project Loki, it ticks the boxes I'm looking for. Fast, visceral. It's got some complicated abilities, but you can kind of track what's happening if you don't understand the game fully. And the POV's right. AoE4 spectating would be much more entertaining with friendly fire and mangonels. Oh, sure, but like then you have to rescale a bunch of other things as well, in my opinion, Crackety. You can't just do mangoes on their own. There's loads of things that need to be rescaled at that point. When you introduce friendly fire, you introduce a lot of interesting predicaments, right? You kind of like you begin a complete rejiggling of the game. What I would say is quite interesting about that fort is imagine how different naval combat would be if demo ships had friendly fire. Gotta remove the springles as well. Nah, dude, you know what you need then? You need full physics-based combat. Imagine like you actually charge with your knights, but you knock over your own soldiers. But like the problem with AoE4, I mean, AoE4's biggest enemy is actually its late game. Its late game is like... Its late game seems epic to watch for about 10 games until you realize that nothing's actually happening. Right? I'm not sure. Some late games are epic, but like I'm talking about the meat grinder ones. Right? I always remember when me and Nilly done a cast long time ago now, obviously. And it was Marine Lord versus, I think, maybe B on Mongolian Heights. I think it was Chinese versus English. And we lost our mind when an entire Chinese army got wiped. And then, like, nothing happened from it. It instantly got replaced and it happened again. And we sat there afterwards and went, I think we overhyped that moment. And we're like, yeah, we really did. Nothing really came of that. And that's when it, like, I think that's when it went ding in my head. I was like, something should have came of that. The guy lost 80 units in 15 seconds. How can that not be important, right? If we made mangonels do friendly fire, I don't think that rectifies it. Well, yeah, we could increase their damage. Yeah, well, you know. I mean, I've said before that mango should have an upgrade in Imperial anyway. People don't like to hear that, but like, you don't actually accelerate late game. If you make an Imperial upgrade for mangoes that deletes trees. Ooh. Because all of a sudden, I don't have to watch you just taking that tree line that I can't attack. I can blow it up, and now you've got less late game, right? God, I want that change so badly. All right, we'll catch up chat, and then we'll hop in a sec, because I think... Sorry, I realized, like, give people a few minutes. I think we're about 20 minutes in the broadcast now. We will hop into a sec. We've got Antan versus B. We'll just round out this conversation. I like having these conversations. This is fun. And before the one person's like, show me game, re. We've only played short games recently, 35 minutes max versus Luciferon. Not sure what happened to me. I can't check because you hide your data, twat. I mean, I'm just saying, like, other players that are making, like, semi-finals, grand finals aren't hiding their data right now, Recon. What's going on? Evolution. You can open it. Purgers. Well, if you got any games you think are worth watching, I'll have a look. I mean, to be honest, if you're queuing into Beastie all the time, why does it matter that you private your data, right? He's just streaming your game already. I do always find that interesting, actually, is if a player is a streamer and they hide their data. I don't think the players that stream at the moment do. I kind of get it, right? It's like they want to upload the content themselves. Yeah, Numenon's hiding his data all the time, dude. That Balu account is never getting unlocked. Bro, like, Numenon always finds his way to the late game. Who was the other one right now that is ridiculous for it? Dude, there's someone else. So someone else, because I was looking through some games, I lined up some games to cast, and I glanced some of the timings, and I was like, I'm not watching this person's games anymore. Was it me? Like, okay, I'm gonna put some fire on it. I'll tell you who is pretty bad for it. Phyllis Birdo, the length of his games has been... Nah, okay, his aren't bad. Sometimes they are. Actually, I remembered who it is. Do you know who is the most criminal person in the top 100 for long games right now, guys? It's Cat. I opened Cat's data, and it was like 50-minute game, 70-minute game, 60-minute game. All in a row. Who does that? No. DFP is not the worst for it anymore. Dude, we literally cast DFP the other day. Beat Vortex in 16 minutes. Divine DFP actually plays short games. Zerton's pretty bad for those late games as well. Like, he has them a lot. But right now, when I look at the data, Cat is absurd. There's so many of them. I'm just like, I'm gonna do the business thing in my brain here. My brain's kind of like, if you were like a top 10 player and a known name, this would be great content for me, right? Like, you know when you cast a BC game, it goes an hour long, you're like, oh, jackpot, people will turn up for that. All your games are short. Yeah, like in comparison to your lifespan, but that's true, Zerton. They only take like an eighth of someone's typical workday length. 3 hours versus B? Jesus. Highview? That's true. You can blame someone on Highview, I'll agree. I might have a solution to Highview. Yo, actually, could that... What about that? What if we got like Zerton versus Recon for this new thing that this new map I've got? Drop a price in my DM, Zerton. Be reasonable. Remember, I'm not Drongo money. What would it take to get, say, a best of 5 or best of 7 between... Or play all 7 or whatever between you and Recon. We could organize it on like a weekend or whatever to make it easier. It's a new map. It's a new map. I'll send you guys previews of it, but I think you'll find it very interesting. My goal is literally to get it in. So don't charge per game, charge per hour. My goal is to like get it in EGC tournaments. Maybe I'll organize a few different show matches on it. Yeah, Krakeny, drop your rates as well. Did I send all of you... I could have sworn I sent all of you the sheets, right? Recon's definitely got the sheet. If you pass the sheets to them, I have a sheet for tracking show matches. Oh, yeah. Dude, after the Voldemort Myriad one, I'm definitely making it playoff 5s. I just feel like you can't do best of show matches. You know what I mean? Because it's like... If you hype up the entire day, be like, we've got a best of coming. And it's like, it's done in an hour. You filled out the sheet? Ah, yes. Awesome. Thank you, Krakeny. All right, I'll double check those later because I know I had a bunch of numbers. I want to get everyone else's numbers in. I think Recon gave me his numbers. In fact, I think your numbers were higher than the 3.5. Now I know you're lying. Now I know what I can get you for, really. All right, shall we get on with the series? We can talk more between the games. So I think we're about deep enough in that I think most people have hopped in. And I think a lot of people actually didn't get a chance to see this, so we're going to fix that. This is from the Rising Empires tournament. This was the upper bracket finals between Anatan and B. That's right, 3D Clans B and former 3D Clans Anatan. Let's see if it was the right call to drop this absolute Anno Chad. Playing as the Chinese to open us up and going up against the Rus. Now, that is a matchup you will not say very often in tournament play right now. These two civs are coveted bans. I think it's these two Byzantines and Iabids. Probably going to be most banned. HRE's kind of wiggling there. But right now, I'd say like Rus, Byzantines, Chinese kind of feel like the most bannable. Iabid sometimes slips through. I think if you have the right map pull for it, it'll definitely not take priority over those ones. But Iabid, Chinese, and Byzantines are probably about even in terms of ban priority. Rus is still the king. This civ is absurd, and I just keep disagreeing with anyone that thinks that its ban rate is going to drop. It's way too flexible. It's way too applicable to practically any situation. And Recon coming in saying, what about Delhi, though? Okay, but like if you pick Delhi, I'm just picking Jeanne d'Arc and laughing, right? I think Delhi actually has decent counters. Like I think Delhi is still a little bit too oppressive for what they do. But, you know, even the English feels decent now with the King build. So I don't think Delhi is that big of a problem. I think Delhi is a problem from a design perspective, but not from a balance perspective, right? This civ right here is a problem from a design and a balance perspective. It gets way too much value in the opening minutes of the game and has way too much ease going into different builds at the beginning of Feudal Age. I can't think of a civ right now that feels easier to execute than the Rus. Some people might say the Delhi look easy to execute, but you have to realize the amount of hours of perfection that goes into that. The reason the Delhi looks so easy to execute is because they haven't been changed for so long in any meaningful way. And the Rus are kind of similar in that regards. But I also think the difference with the Rus compared to Delhi is Delhi have to play quite an obvious playstyle, one of two. Whereas Roost, it feels like they have 3 or 4 different approaches they can take, right? There's the all-in-one TC, there's the 2 TC builds, fast castle, 2 TC, fast castle, 3 TC. And all these options don't really feel too greedy or easily punishable. And this is already vicious, dude. This detail is sick by B. What have I been saying to people about Cliffside? If you want to dictate timings, flow control of the game, wall the center ramp. What makes this interesting as well is like this particular game didn't require walling on the center ramp. Both of them have the landmark drop that can screw the short ramp. But instead, by doing this, B can now secure his left side flank. I think he could even have been more aggressive with this, actually. Considering the civ he's up against, I kind of don't like this placement. I would have preferred it to have been here. I think this is because he wants to chain in the primary wood line, which makes a bit of sense, but you could have easily blocked this area as well and secured all the gold you could require for this game. In fact, kind of a bold thought here. Like, when you're playing Roost, what's to really stop you from dropping, say, a Kremlin over here? I guess it's more the wheelbarrow factor, though. Like, the reason why B probably didn't want to move that far out is he didn't actually have the gold required for the wheelbarrow straight away. Has now got it coming in, though. So it looks like a pretty good gold haul overall. What? Oh my god, dude. Well, Anatan can at least mess with him here. Unfortunately, Anatan's taken way too much damage on the scout. So he needs to be careful not to just lose out in this fight. You can already see that B's trying to start a step past him. Now, the annoying thing about this for Anno is like he's going to have to consider going home. He has got a second scout, but that scout is nowhere nearby. And the problem is he's carrying 4 or 5 sheep with him, and you could already see that B is on his way with the additional scout. So you won't be able to stop him from getting this. That's going to be an insane gold haul. That means he can get wheelbarrow. He can even open up for a knight, and he doesn't even have to touch the gold. I actually love the way he's trying to corral him in. Sometimes I wonder if these scout situations would be more interesting if you didn't heal. Okay, I'm going to take that back because we all know how painful losing your sheep are. Probably would lead to a lot more 5-minute GG games. So tech up's complete. We did get Imperial Academy on the other side. Nothing too unorthodox here. What I'm starting to wonder is B with the mine on the gold. Are we looking at a 1 TC all-in? It's possible against this civ, right? Like, I think you can actually hit them pretty hard. The alternative is we're looking at a fast castle build, which also isn't the worst of ideas. I do feel like if you go that way, though, the Chinese can mirror you and go fast castle quicker. God, you want a wall everywhere now? I mean, Roost walls are OP. I feel like I should just genuinely do a committed video explaining all the reasons why Roost is broken, because I feel like I go for a few of them each game. There's just so many things to cover. This wall is absurd. Like, I actually can't think of a stronger civ for doing this play on this map than Roost, because the Palisade walls are double the health of normal walls, right? So, like, burning through this in the early game is impossible. Now, the thing is, Anatan picked a civ that doesn't really care, right? Unless he wanted to do a Chuginu all-in, this ramp doesn't matter to him. So, I don't think this is going to ruin his game unless B all-ins. And considering he's going for the gate now, considering we've already got the gold gathering with 4 on it, I think we are going to see some aggressive plays coming out from B. They will build faster too. Does it build faster? It builds the same speed, right? Are you oh, wait. You're right. Why do... Wait. I knew they were faster than standard, but not that much. What? You're right. That feels way too fast. I'm trying to figure out why they ever done that. Like I feel, I don't know if it's just because people were sleeping on Roost originally, but do you ever get that feeling you look at a lot of the things they have, and your brain's immediately like, why did we give them this? Yeah, I'm surprised by that. Like, that's a crafty detail. Wow. So I was going to then go on the tandem about how Scouts are OP as well, but like we can just focus on this detail. This is absurd. I will quickly glaze on the Scout factor, which is this matchup is interesting because people consider China to have the best Scouts, but that's simply not true because Roost build more Scouts, right? So arguably Roost are still #1 for Scout play in early game. Chinese is definitely second, which is why I haven't written this off as just a game done. I think Anatan has a decent shot here, especially considering he's got the Barbican set up on the deer, so he's got good food source. What I don't like from B, no food secure right now. So if this does get aggressive in the early phases and he gets repelled, all of a sudden Anatan can starve him out. In fact, B already looks pretty battered and bruised here. Only 5 sheep to work with. His opponent has 11. Break coming in, though. And Anasand, he has got the spear here. Now, if you're crafty about this, B could easily snipe out the Imperial Official. Unfortunately, he didn't go straight for it. So it looks like Anasand will gather just enough stone required and be able to pull away. Now, the question is, Anasand, do you try to hang in feudal for a while? Do you actually try to develop a lot of spears and just defend and get Chuganu? Or do you try to go castle? I feel like the timing on this map requires you to be present. Trying to now go fast castle off the back of 2TC Song is very expensive on such a short map. You have to remember the distance between these two bases only looks big because we've got an enlarged map. On a normal sized map on your UI, this is very short. So there is a golden opportunity here for B to strike, because one of the issues for Anasand's build here, this Barbican is insanely loose. He doesn't control the short ramp. It means that B doesn't have to attack through one of the most powerful tools in the early game Chinese arsenal. He can just ignore it. In fact, what we really need here is siege engineering coming in pretty quick, and the Rams could easily break this base ASAP. Blacksmith now being dropped. I think you go siege engineering first. There's no reason to really rush into Steeled Arrow here. You've got 10 archers. It's not too bad, but there's no high priority target, right? It's just spearmen, so you don't need that bonus damage as much. And in fact, having 10 archers is good enough to even snipe down villagers. Not to mention the fact by the time he goes in, he's probably going to have about 12 to 14. And B agrees. Siege engineering now on the way. Love the reaction from Anasand, though. Going into the Horseman, this is sick, actually. So B has scouted this out. One negative of what Anasand's done here is that he has not got an Imperial Official out here supervising the food. That means that now skinning Horseman is missing out on a lot of additional food to work with. He has at least got it over here, though, right? No. Okay, yeah, so I am a little bit perplexed by Anasand's build. If you want to go into Horseman, then actually supervising the food is a really big deal here. This is an expensive comp that he's trying to now scale into. And he's going to need quite a lot of Horsemen considering he's facing off against Knights. Now, one thing to consider here is he should have enough Horsemen to shut down the Rams quite easily. He has also now got Undermesh on the way, which means these archers are making the wrong choice. B decided to go for his own range defense instead of going for the attack. I'm not a fan of that. I think that's a little bit of a mistake. I get what he's looking towards, but realistically, you can clown car here, right? If you're going to clown car, you shouldn't really be getting hit by the TC. So it makes a lot more sense to rush Steeled Arrow than Undermesh. But I think what B's doing is he's focusing quite heavily on what the Knights can do. And not just that, he's now arguably focusing on the wrong location here. He goes to the Barbican. I mean, in some ways it's free, right? But at the same time, you're giving Anasand time. And time's a dangerous thing in the hands of the right people. Now, Anasand is no Time Lord, but China tends to boom up like they're living that utopia, right? You give them 5 extra minutes in a game, and all of a sudden their income is out of control. Horseman trying to wrap in the back here. Archers are going to get stabbed into. The Undermesh making a big difference. Like, this is exactly what I warned about, right? No Steeled Arrow, which means the Ram is going to go down. Oof, just about. Does cost him a lot to do so. However, look at what he got in return. Just those 3 Knights dying equals out the losses Anasand took there. So this is absolutely fine. Oh my god, B. I think he messed up big time here. Like, don't get me wrong, Anasand's got a non-existent army right now, but B is so heavily focused on going for this one target, for the Barbican. When, from my POV, this Barbican is kind of an irrelevant detail. Sure, there's some food over here. There's, like, what? I think about 1,000 food left. But what about this food? What about this food? This is all more important to try and block out, right? Because by blocking that out, you also block the TC. Right now, you're spending all your army efforts to idle out 7 workers. Plus side, he has at least now moved out on the deer himself, so he's not going to run out of food. Negative of this, of course, is he's buying time. He's allowing Anasand to get into this 1-1-1 build, and Chuganu will destroy all of this. Oh boy. Nice pincher as well. Mistakes being made. B. Another thing I don't like here is the Knights aren't able to split off because you're prioritizing the Barbican and you've got your back towards your opponent. I don't know why I said Barbican like that. You can't just roam with the Knights and dive everywhere. You have to defend the Archer Mass, right? And over time, it's costing you a lot more than you're gaining out of this. jumping in again. Ram. He's going to get targeted. In fact, love that. Remember, Garrison's got buff. You can come out wherever you choose now. The Archers are also trading with the Chiganoo, so that's it. B. He's stuck now. I don't see a clear way out of this now. Anatan has over 20 eco lead. And that's pure eco now, right? It's not the taxmen inflaying it by lie. B, meanwhile, is 1 TC. He's nowhere near Castle Age. And he's just lost way too many troops in these exchanges. Like, I can't believe this, man. Do not dive the Barbican. If there is any lesson people take away from this game, that's what it should be. I want you to consider just how many knights have died underneath this Barbican. It's getting ridiculous. Like, I think this thing has claimed 7 or 8 at this point. That's insane value out of a 600 resource landmark. You should absolutely dive the Barbican, but you shouldn't destroy it. Run past it. Yes, fair point, Crackety. Allow me to reassess that. Don't dive it either, because it's here. And the Chinese base is here. To Crackety's point, like, usually when you're coming at a base, the Barbican's in front of you. You're like, oh yeah, we have to go past that. Let's run under it, go past it, kill everything behind it. It's nowhere near his home. If it sounds like this is a really big sticking point for me, it's because it should be a big sticking point for anyone watching this game, wanting to know how do you beat the Chinese. If you see a Barbican loose like this, and also you're going to try to siege it when a lot of the value's already been taken away, look elsewhere. It's crazy. Anatan, what should have been a weak point in his game, has been allowed to just scale up to a ridiculous degree. He's now with 30 eco ahead. B has no comeback story down the line, right? He doesn't have Castle Age, he doesn't have a second TC. He just has an uphill battle now. And it's about to get a lot harder. Astronomical Clock Tower now on the way for Anatan. And I honestly would not blame B for waving the white flag the moment that happens. This is a pretty rough situation to be in. He's going to have to dive. He's going to have to do a lot of damage. The problem is you're going to be diving into probably quite a few spearmen. And also, you know, eventually Nesta Beast is going to be coming out. Wouldn't it be better to attack the TCs and raid Woodline's berries? Exactly. But the problem is, like, this whole idea of sending the archers and the rams in and letting the knights roam doesn't work, because you've now turned your back to the enemy base. If you send the knights down here, there's nothing to defend the Barbican bush, so you lose it even quicker. So B chose an action that forced all of his forces to one location. But that one location wasn't beneficial, because if this is a 1 TC play, you could argue he was idling out a substantial amount of your opponent's economy. B knew this was a 2 TC play. He saw the stone gathering. He's even burned down the mining camp, right? But he chose, knowing all this info, not to pursue the second TC, not to pursue the main base, but to pursue the pocket economy. And he's doing it again. Oh my god. At this point, Anatan has to be laughing to himself, right? If you kill like 3 knights here, this is still worth it. So was he killing on average, right? He's killing a knight every 25 seconds, 30 seconds maybe? Knights cost 240. He's idling out 7 villages. Villages worth 40 each, so that ends up being 280 resources a minute. If you're killing a knight a minute, you're more or less balanced exchange here, right? But he's killing like 1.5 to 2 knights a minute. Barbican's going to go down finally, but I just don't think Anatan cares. Just look at the ecos. Gold gathering now at home in mass. He's got a lot of stone coming, so Anatan might be looking to get a keep drop just to secure his flanks. Might also consider going for stone walls. B, in the meantime, doesn't really have as many options. He needs significant damage, and he needs it now. If you're wondering why did he kill it again, a little interesting bug. I still consider it to be a bug. I don't know why any dev would ever say it was intended. If you tap a Barbican, I don't mean fully repair. If you tap it up to 1 HP, it gets its vision. So that's why he topped it off to 0 again. Like, he made sure it didn't have a single percentile of HP. Otherwise, your opponent would be getting free vision in this area. Well, the good news is, although those villagers don't get to go home furrow, you have to realize that the cousins had so many kids, they won't be missed, right? Turns out we've got plenty of hands to till the farms. 92 eco to 54 now. Tech up has come through from B. He has still got an opportunity to play for relics, but it's going to get more difficult when he dives like this. Those are Vet Chuginu. Oh my god. And he should count his lucky stripes he did not lose more. I think that was 5 knights going down. Could have easily been double that. At this point, this should be a breakout. I wouldn't be surprised if Anatan now drops the monastery and starts surging out monks, because you can easily contest the one recovery arc of the Rus, which is relic gathering here. Knights are still lingering around. Wait, wait, is B going for the play he should have continued at 1 minute into the game? He's actually going to try to wall him in. This doesn't work. This would have worked a few minutes ago, but now it's too late. If you get this up, Anatan is sleeping at the wheel. In fact, with the keep going up, you most definitely are not going to complete this wall. And behind this, we've got farm transition now coming in. Yeah, this is where the game truly gets scary for B. If you're wondering, like, why did I call it GG 2 or 3 minutes ago? The game's still going on. Because now you've reached a stage where Anatan gets to do this farm transition for free, right? In the... There's no pressure that can come out. B's an age behind. He lost way too many knights. He finally caught up, yes, but it's come at a price. He wasted too much time on the Barbican. And he allowed Anatan to reach this comfortable point. I always say if you're above 90 economy as the Chinese, a farm transition is quite comfortable. It doesn't kill your game. And that's why there's not really much B can do about this, right? He's got to play for a much later phase of the game. But to do that, he first needs to eco up. And then he needs to survive the Chinese zombie apocalypse. B trying to get cheeky with a few raids in. And this is where I'm actually expecting Anatan to just commit to some walls on the flank here. I'm a little bit surprised he hasn't tried it yet. Like, actually, there's enough stone left over here to get this covered, which is really important considering that's a quick and easy sneak into the back of your base. Instead, looks like our boy is focused on getting those relics. He misplaced a farm. Not a farm! Oh, no. I love that there's just a horse over time fertilizing this little farm. But we're at what? Probably 40? 34. 34 farms right now. That's more than good enough to now start just surging troops down the center, right? That's why these walls are up from B. He's trying to buy time. Meantime, the gathering begins. Villagers caught out in the wrong location here by Anatan. The mistake made there. He's trying to shift out for the stone. Well played by B to be aware of that, though. Yeah, I'm a little bit shocked Anatan isn't trying to systematically set up walls. Really, when you're in this type of position, it's worth it just to move out with your troops into one area, wall off, move the next, wall off. He hasn't done any of that so far. Like, if I had to criticize one element of Anatan's build, it might be that. And I can't say I'm surprised. For a guy who started by dropping his Barbican away from his base, it's fitting to the narrative that he's not focusing on a structural approach to his defenses, right? He's kind of just punting himself out there. I think even at this point, say, walling between these short tree lines would pay off just to stop any night raids. Like, you are up against the Rus. You have to show respect to that, right? Especially at this stage in the game, Boys Fortitude is a nice little boon that they get access to that makes their knights just better than most other civs at this stage. Well, that said, though, Anatan, a man who likes to attack, is looking to do exactly that. A lot of Chuginu now on the move towards B's side of the map. Relic has at least been picked and pulled back, so it looks like we're going to get probably a 4-1 split here, as B still has a safe Relic in the back corner. However, that doesn't quite make up for the 50 economy deficit here. That's a bigger deficit than my home country's economy these days. And it's going to make it a hard battle that requires a lot of outskill from B. Now, he could consider going in for a second TC. I actually like that idea once he's scaled to like 60 military. It sounds weird to wait, but you have to make sure you've got a big enough army to try and repel. And also right now, like, the positives for B is Anatan's army is not focused on ending the game quickly. When I see mass spears, mass Chuginu, mass crossbows, these are all slow-moving units. They're not designed to just bleed you straight away. I think instead Anatan might just try to get towards Imperial here, get into Yuan Dynasty, and then look to end the game quickly from there. Tango. Whoops. Anatan's. I love as soon as someone in chat says, Anasan's maxed out. We free up a little bit of population, you know? So a nice little fight here. Barbican is most definitely not going to be repaired in time. Still no walls coming from Anasan. Actually, scrap that. West side is finally protected. Okay, so this is starting to look really cozy. Imperial Palace is now on the way. Now this is interesting. A lot of players typically will look for Imp before they look for the Imperial Palace, right? A different kind of Imperial. But the reason he's doing this is right now, Pascal can get a lot of value. The map's still kept open to a certain degree, right? You can burn through these walls, and then you can start flooding. And I think the goal for Anatan, what he's seeing right now, is he's understanding that B can't be fully eco set up for late game, right? He can't have mass farms yet. So if you catch him now, you can probably find him predictably on tree lines, and at a point where he doesn't have enough food to match your comp. And although you're going to spam Palace Guard into Knights, the reality is that Knight count isn't that big. And even Spearman could actually raid at the stage. Knights once again sneaking in. I know, getting those keeps up. Barbican is going to be brought down again, but the castle up on the gold is really important here. Anatan's going to have everything he needs to either search Age or search Palace Guard. And I think it's going to be both here. He slowed down the production a bit on PG. Realistically, from this position, he should be easily able to just get up into Imperial. Villagers on the backside now forced to fight. B does at least have textiles, but what he does not have is a second TC to replace these losses. And look at that insane movement speed. I still am always baffled that this is a dynasty you can get. A little tacked on additive. 15% movement speed might not sound like a lot of infantry, but when you consider what marching drills does to the HRE, I think you can see why this is so absurd. In fact, you're just seeing it in the chase down. Like, what makes it even more frustrating is whether it's Palace Guard or Spearman, at this point in the game, you're usually going to be chasing him with Horseman if you're looking at something that gap closes, and Horseman will lose to both those units, right? So yeah, like, it's always been a frustration with this unit. It's why, quite often, when you play against Chinese, the best piece of advice you're given is make sure you wall for the late game. Because if you don't have stone walls up, you're not stopping these guys. And that's a problem here, folks. Because you can't build stone walls as the Rus. Not unless you want to sacrifice a very powerful Imperial Age landmark. And that's not to mention the fact you have to get to Imperial. Another reason why Anatan is doubling down now. You can see he's saving up. It's inherently going to happen. Imperial will be on the way. But he's kept this pressure up because at this stage in the game, there's no way that B can keep him out permanently. And that's an interesting difference, right? Like, if this was a game against, like, I don't know, let's say any other Civ, Ottomans, Juji, English, whatever, they would have tried to stonewall these. They would have seen this play starting, they probably would have tried to get stonewalls up. You just can't as the Civ. It's one of very few weak points for Rus, is I'd say defenses fail you a bit in Castle. Right? Palisades are still strong, but when your opponent starts approaching 200 pop, these wooden walls seem quite pathetic. He's going to be getting the bad news soon. Great Wall Gatehouse is being built up. Keep on the side. This is about as protected as you can get for a farm area on a map like this. Oh, for God's sake. Okay, little tip, guys. If you want to build the Great Wall Gatehouses quicker, build a wall blueprint, tap the center of the wall, then drop the landmark, and all these villagers will work around it. It's always the stupid thing with the Great Wall Gatehouse. It's not 21 villagers building up, it's about 10. Tech up complete. And let the spam begin. I'm wondering what B sees as his comeback now. Because going Imperial is going to take way too long here. He still needs to set up the farms, and he's still getting raided at the back by these infantry. Infantry that are going to start hitting a lot harder soon. Yeah, this one's over. Good news, though. It's a best of 3. It means we get at least one more game between these absolute mad lads. And I'm excited for it, man. The fact that China and Rus was let through on the drafting phase makes me wonder what else we have coming up. Maybe some HRE, a little bit of Iabids, maybe a sprinkle of Byzantines. And maybe 2 busted Civs coming out is the most exciting part, right? Like, because that's what we got here. Rus versus Chinese. And I mean, it kind of shows you just how good Chinese is and competitive that they can do this. I would say there were mistakes made by the Rus here, by B for sure. But I think China right now is kind of more threatening in a lot of people's eyes. It used to be that you saw China and you just all in, like, B tried here, but you went for the kill before 20 minutes. I think now with the buffs to Imperial Academy, people are a little bit more paranoid about China's potential to play feudal. And it means that quite often when you should be going for the kill and blow, you tend to see players hesitate a bit. He still doesn't have this short ramp, but with 50 plus Palace Guard, this is kind of undeniable. I feel like B is going to take one fight when Lee Army Tactics comes in, and he's going to realize there's no hope here. Love the fact that Anatan's also getting Damascus Steel. Really underrated when you play into EAT. Just gets you so much additional damage. Villages, Anatans. You know, the dumb part about this build at this point is he can lose all these and still not care. Right? Like, he still would have an insane eco lead. Not gonna lie, folks. At first glance, when I looked at it, I thought it was all Warrior Monks. There's like 4 or 5 in there. This, by the way, is why I consider China to be one of the most toxic civs in the game. When they get to this stage and do this, it looks so broken. The goal is to not let them get here, but that's usually easier said than done. And I think B is about done here. Just a few of these guys leaking in again is way too much damage. At this stage, Textiles feels irrelevant. You get 4 tapped by PG. And at least 4 of them are getting back there every time. Castle drop now coming in from Anatans. Not really going to be stopped here, which means there's going to be no gold access for B and no hopes of ever climbing out of this hole. GG called. Game 1 will go to the former 3D Clan member. Alrighty, let's get into game 2. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not entirely sure what B's thought process was on what gets back in that game. I guess he was maybe just more leaning on the idea that maybe Anatan would screw up, maybe let up pressure. But you know, the problem with China is like you inflate your eco and then you inflate your military so quickly that it's like when you reach pop, you're not going to slow down, right? There's nothing to really slow down for at that stage of the game. So just kind of a tough bind. So that was game 1. We should have another one between the two. We've got... Is that right? Wait, can you just pick whatever civ you want? What was the drafting format for this? Because it's HRE versus Rus. This is a weird drafting format. Maybe his internet would go out? Yeah, but if his internet goes out, he just re-kick net. Oh, I see what you done there. Ha 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 ha. Yeah. Does anyone know what the drafting format was for the Grip Bar Classic? I find it weird that you can just repick. Because he just picked Rus again. One sec. Sorry, I just need to quickly type out reply and then we'll get into this. Alright, there we go. Game number 2 between B and Anatan, and B showing about the same diversity as the music group Nickelback here. I don't know why you're allowed to do this, but you're allowed to do the same thing over and over again, like that band. He's picked Rus again. Griot Bara Classic has a pretty funky format here. Meanwhile, on the other side, Anatan is getting a little bit different. He's gone for the HRE. Another really strong pick right now. Rus is still considered to be, you know, de facto best, I'd say, from a generic standpoint. But that's where this whole debate gets a little bit more interesting, isn't it? That Rus, from a general standpoint, feels like the most busted civ because it's most applicable. When you change things from being strictly draft-oriented to being pick kind of what you want, my POV can change. And Lipany is a kind of interesting map for that, actually. HRE versus Roos. I don't feel like Roos gets any insane value off this map. Berries is really the biggest highlight, right? These choke points can be quite nice as well. In the particular matchup between HRE and Roos, I actually think that the Holy Roman Empire can beat Roos now. I think they are capable of that, by the way. It depends on the map. You need to have a map where the Roos doesn't have any sort of advantage, and I'd say this is one of them. The reason is, let's say they play all in 1 TC. You're just 40% better on economy, right? Like, Roos can't do that. So, knowing that detail, your Roos opponent should already be predictable. They should be going 2 TC. If they go 2 TC, I genuinely think HRE could match 2 TC, or just as easily choose the fast castle. We're going to have to find out which way Anno wants to go about this. There is also a possibility, it's less done, but I could see it working here, where if your opponent goes 2 TC, you go 1 TC all in as the HRE. This is one of the hardest civs to do that against, though, in my opinion. Because of the Kremlin and how it always protects your base and how you can get free units with it with the Gremlin pull, it feels like this is possibly the hardest civ to try and dent that early. Even the English feel easy to kill this early in the game. So we're probably looking at a bit of a boomy start from both players. Scout opening. Do love the fact that Anatan went for the double scout. And found a decent amount of sheep for it, actually. 10 sheep to 11 here. And it seems like there was a reasonable denial, actually, of equity. Looking at the stake of things, B might have a problem on his tech up timing. If he doesn't cancel Wheelbarrow now, he's getting a suboptimal timing. Even with the wolf kill. He needs a second one. Yeah, I don't like what B's doing right now. This is really dangerous. Something I've been trying to really emphasize to Roos pickers, I don't know why I'm helping them, they've got the easiest civ in the world. When you make this Wheelbarrow choice, it is optimal to queue up Wheelbarrow as soon as possible. However, if you're almost complete with Wheelbarrow and you see you're not going to have enough gold to get your tech up timing immediately the moment you have the food requirements, you need to cancel Wheelbarrow. You can't be iffy about it. You can't just like knee-jerk. Doing this screws up your timings, right? If you want to go 2 TC, you're now delayed by an extra 20, 30 seconds. If you want to go for a quick night, definitely delayed by an extra 20, 30 seconds. Looks like B is going to try to fill the gap, right, just by going out the 3 line to begin with. But, you know, the other thing that I dislike when you're doing this is this might be ideal for a TC timing, but if I'm Anatan and I don't see you tech up around the same timing as me, I know you're going for a TC. I know you're not doing anything aggressive. And that opens the options for me without me even scouting. Now, that being said, Anatan should always be scouting here, right? He's got double scout after all. But it does feel like you've given away a level of threat that was there. Never mistake how easily players lock onto this detail, by the way. Like, we are talking about 2 of the best players in the game, right? These guys easily rate in the top 30 of all the players that exist in AoE 4. So they're going to know what this means. And in fact, now that he's scouting only the beginning of the Kremlin, a very comfortable position for Anatan. I'm expecting this to just be a fast castle build. And considering the outpost coming up on the gold, that looks like that's our confirmation. In fact, you can already confirm it by the Ark emplacement. And this is EGC Lipany. You may not notice it because the Lipany you might be used to playing probably spawns a giant cliffside that locks you out of the map. Thanks, regular map pool. I love the fact that now, after his suboptimal timing, B's actually finding the extra wolves. That's kind of brutal. So how does this now play out? Fast Castle will likely be Regnitz. The reason why Roos can still be favored here is they have one very annoying trick up their sleeve. And that's to wall the relics. That's why I need to be seeing out B now. It's critical he does this, actually. Because if he fails to, then Anatan's just going to take over the game. And it looks like B does agree. He's already on the way out. This makes it kind of okay, right? Like, I was a little bit dubious about his build, but this is the thing that really works well for the Roos. It's why, historically, they have been favored against HRE, is burning through these walls is so difficult because HRE players typically go into Knights, and Knights don't burn walls quickly. In fact, I'm a little bit surprised Anatan didn't consider maybe dropping his stables and just getting 1 or 2 Knights, or rather Horsemen out, to try and patrol against this. But I guess his worry was the night timing would still come. The interesting thing, though, is like I feel if I see a player dropping Kremlin this late, I feel pretty comfortable with the idea of just building stables, getting double Horsemen. Because you should understand that in this matchup, the only play now for B is to wall those relics. In fact, B dropping Arax should confirm that we're going to go for Stone Gathering, no? What? Is he all inning? Oh, that's so weird. What? No, no, no. Okay. Okay, now it's even weirder. Is he going fast castle and then men-at-arms spamming? Against the HRE. What am I watching? This might be the weirdest reaction I've seen out of a Roost player against fast castle HRE. What? You are building a worse unit with a worse economy. You are knowingly, actively adding in to going for a worse unit against a better economy. Because remember, H3 men-at-arms, they get heavy maces, they get two-handed weapons, and your opponent has 40% gathering rate on basically everything that matters right now, which is the food and the gold, right? For men-at-arms spam. Now, even with the Regnit's detail, you're going to struggle here. So it looks like B is going to be going for the spears. The problem I have is, like, any time you find yourself in this situation, it's very risky. If your opponent sees it, and he should be scouting for it, right? Instead, he's camping on the relics. So the idea here from B is if Anatan has to camp the relics to stop you wall them off, which makes sense, then you can kind of get away with your play. He's playing a dangerous game right now, though. It's insane how you just got away with that. If that Spearman got seen, the gist is up. The problem is, now your Spearman coming down south side, you are going to get seen. This is a weird, weird build. Does he maybe go for... He has to go Warrior Monks, right? At this stage in the game, High Trade House feels so good, but at the same time, going Warrior Monks lets you take the relics away. I don't think you're going to be able to keep Anatan away from these relics long term. I love the fact he's just reburring. Okay, there we go. So Spearman's revealed. If I'm Anatan, I'm now thinking, oh, he built a Rax. Okay, great. And yes, this is a perfect triangle. So something we've learned with triangles, by the way, like triangles are definitely more efficient, but something you have to be careful of is when you build these triangles, if you build them too close to the relic, same with squares actually, if you build the walls way too close to the relic, the prelates can pick them up through the wall. So actually B's done the correct distance there. And I think he's done that consistently with all of them. Well, all the ones he's walled anyway. Okay, so B's actually going to go for the High Trade House. I find these type of games refreshing because I'm watching this right now and I'm not entirely sure what B's thinking. But that's kind of... Okay, look, it's going to sound like a cop-out, but that's actually kind of good. Because if I don't know... I mean, maybe Anatan does, right? He's a smart cookie. He plays a lot of the game. But there's a good shot that Anatan might not have the clearest picture either. Like, B's build with this Rax drop kind of doesn't make that much sense. Yes, you could be worried about the Knights, but the fact you revealed them like means your opponent's just going to build Rax as well. So I think maybe B's goal here is to drop double, triple archery range, and then either go crossbows or go for archers here? Like horse archers? The problem is, if your goal was to go for horse archers because your opponent wasn't going to be able to go knights because you had spears, you failed. Because he's already doing both things, right? Yeah, this is getting weird. A scout does go down. In fact, he lost both the scouts? Wow, that was greedy from Anatan. He was hoping to thread the needle here, though. Unfortunately for him, it's going to be a little bit too late. So B has managed to wall off now 3 of the 5 relics. He's, in fact, going to force Anatan to check the remaining relics and discover, wait a second, some of these are actually grabbable. Is this even a good high trade house? Get your numbers in, and then I'll tell you. I don't think this is a great high trade house, but the thing is, it's still going to generate a reasonable amount of gold, and it's a quick tech up, right? Because you have to keep in mind, B had all his economy here, here, and here, right? So the convergence point between all those 3 is here. Prelate coming out. Yeah, another reason why I'm not a big fan of Spears here. They aren't going to get quick kills on the prelates, and the men-at-arms already being here means you're not going to be able to stop him picking these up. Okay, cheeky interception there by B. Unfortunately, hung around too long with the scout. So Prelate should be able to get away with that. I should easily be able to get home. Meanwhile, Knights are now going to leak over and into the base. B has bigger problems on the way. Stables now being dropped, so his intent. Was this really his intent all along to match Knights up against Knights? Because the problem there is, even though your opponent's got men-at-arms, those men-at-arms can still get heavy maces, and they trade well against Knights. Yeah, this build is making me question so much about the approach. I'm trying to figure out if this is Anatan playing really well or B doing a weird experiment that has quickly failed. It does sound like B, right? The Nutty Professor. He does like to just stick on his lab coat and come up with some wild stuff occasionally. I think part of this is on Anatan just having the correct read, though, right? Like, what B done is he tried to play the expectation that HRE fast castle means knights against him. But Anatan's read was perfect. One stable, double racks is the appropriate reaction. And I think what this comes back to was that one spearman, just the one spearman on the south side of the map that revealed on the scout. That, to me, was a mistake by B. He should have hidden that detail until the tech was locked in. Because then you spring these spearmen onto those different locations and knights can't contest you, right? And then your opponent is a minute behind where he would have been now, right? Instead, you've got this awkward situation now where you're trying to scale into knights. Anatan already has enough men at arms to contest your spears. Now he's just going to flat out just switch into spears. I really don't think you can do 1 TCs as Roos in this way. It's tough because you can't all in them either, right? Like, have you ever tried to ram rush an HRE player? You get about halfway through it and you pull out the whiskey because you're like, I can't be sober for the rest of this, right? So I understand why B didn't want to really go all in. But I feel like I've watched quite a few 2TC builds for the Roos at this point against HRE. And they always look good because the other thing is when you pull villagers to build these walls, it doesn't hurt your economy as much because you have surplus economy, right? B pulling any villagers to build these walls, put him further behind a Civ that has a 40% better gathering rate. And now they're going to have even more resources. We've got 2 relics banked already, the 2 closest to B's base, and now we're going to see the ones closer to home being yoinked. Yeah, this game's looking brutal. This is the second game in a row where about 10 minutes in, it starts to look like B's lost the game. I'm hoping he can surprise me and show me a way back in, because right now, I'm not personally seeing it. The crossbows would have been great earlier. When he was doing Spearman, if he switched crossbows as well, then you wall yourself up at home and you can just push the enemy base. But like, I think what happened here is B, he showed too much respect to the marching drills and said, I won't be able to actually move as quickly as you, so I don't want to be spears and crossbows, right? But by going to knights, you've just played even deeper into the HRE advantage, which is infantry. And if you're wondering why that's an even bigger deal, like Anatan is getting great bang for buck now out of building spears, because spears will burn through walls quicker than if he was still building knights. And yeah, B is going to have serious food issues when he's going for this comp as well, keep in mind. Crossbow's nice, now going for the warrior monks. There's barely any food left. The deer is at least helping a bit, but you saw you had to take the risk up here. He's so damn fortunate he got a high ground spawn on the deer. Otherwise, this game would be borderline already done. Wolves being torched down. Looks like the crossbows have now arrived. Even if he pulls back 2 relics now, he's behind by quite a bit. And keep in mind, Anatan is posturing aggressively while still teching. Look at his food and gold. Anatan is actually getting the best bang for buck possible here. Only having to build spears means you have surplus economy. And the cool thing about this is you counter out the biggest threat to you. But then after the fact, these crossbows aren't going to clear spearmen very well. We've seen it before, right? The spears can actually just destroy crossbows. The exception being Alder because Gambazins is broken. But this comp, I mean, Anatan has the easiest, most one-dimensional, most dumb comp imaginable. B. He may be able to snipe down a trickle of spears. The problem is when the number equals his crossbows, he's always going to lose. He hasn't picked up this relic yet. He needs to lead the wall and run. B instead is going to run in with the warrior monk, and that's going to be an expensive loss. Oh boy. Warrior monk buff does at least come through, so extra armor does help a bit. And in fairness to him, Anatan doesn't have any melee tech, so these crossbows don't die immediately. But keep in mind, this is blocking you from getting the 4th relic. It's blocking you from the 2nd relic, but it's allowing Anatan to consider the 4th, right? That wall isn't looking healthy anymore. And the crazy thought here is that Anatan could easily be getting 4 relics while simultaneously going Imperial. Do we have more torch damage? Yeah, so you can see on the torch damage here, you do 16 torch damage, and then if you compare a knight will do 16. So like torch damage is entity based, and it typically is scaling like based on age, right? So what you have to keep in mind is if, for example, you were still going Knights here's Anatan, you'd have a third of the burn through speed than if you were going Spearman. That's another reason why being forced to go Spearman isn't a disadvantage. It actually makes your real win condition easier. And the kind of funny thing with the HRE, we've seen how they now play this. They're very happy to mass spears because now if you dive their base, all they need is a cannon placement. HRE plays a lot like China, if you think about it. China does spears nest the bees and camps their base and tries to eco. HRE rushes Imperial Age, builds outposts with cannons, and then builds cheap units to hold choke points. It's the exact same idea defensively. And yes, Gilded units do have additional torch damage to balance them out. And Japanese infantry have bonus torch damage if you get Oda Tactics. That's why it's called Oda Tactics and not Elite Army Tactics, is Oda Tactics does what Elite Army Tactics does, but then also gives 20% more torch damage. Tech up now complete. And this should be a big gulp moment for B. He never went for a second TC. He's going to now try to do it. This isn't to get an advantage. This is to try and buy more time to get that advantage, because he knows now that he's up against 4 TCs. So all inning on its own doesn't work. He needs eco-inflation. Dive now coming in. B immediately looks to hit that tree line before the cannon placements come in. Spearman now on the move, though. And that just doesn't feel like enough damage. Once the elite status comes in, Knights won't save you anymore either. B's big problem now is he has to kind of hunker down and tech. You can already see him saving towards Imperial. He needs to go 2, possibly 3 TC and Imperial here. And that worries me a bit because I feel like anytime you have to do all those things, you're probably going to have to go for Spasskaya. Anyone who plays a lot of Ruse can tell you it never feels good to go Spasskaya. You'd think it would because Stonewalls is cool, but the reality is you're losing a lot of eco-efficiency in the late game, right? As one of the civs that would like to build Siege as well. With the Springald range, you can actually deal with that element better than most civs. So what is the way back in now for B? If B can survive deep enough that he gets 40 plus Streltsy together, it's a really effective comp up against the HRE, as HRE typically go men-at-arms and spears. Where things get a little bit more dicey is if Anatan quickly pivots into hand cannons, which wouldn't surprise me actually, considering he's got 3 relics and he's also got the Pulse Swabi buffing him up, right? Like, I actually think the easy win condition for Anno is now to just build spears and hand cannons. That can come out quite quickly. Now, for B, building Streltsy is cheaper than building hand cannons to the HRE. But when you consider the difference in economies and the Archon buff, plus the Regnits, the difference isn't very big at all, right? Because it's 180 versus 240 resources. If you consider the 40% buff on food alone, Anatan can afford to mirror your build. And oh my god, it is actually going to have to be a Spasskaya. Sometimes I hate when I'm right. This is one of those situations. It has to be Spasskaya, but this doesn't feel good. So B's one play now is Streltsy. There is no other element to his comp that will save him. And what worries me is if Anatan realizes that, we mentioned the hand cannon spears, I actually think a just as feasible strategy here is to go into some mangoes now. Stab in the back. And no textiles. B. What? Well, he's trying to fix that now. You'd think someone with no walls and age behind would have done this a little bit sooner, but presumably he's played a lot of this against Anatan, and every time Anno usually just sits at home. Because he didn't expect this at all. TC drop down the center, so B looking definitely to go into Streltsy. Tech up complete, so you can immediately see him queuing them up. That's what this was all about, right? Secure the 8k gold, secure the secret sites, force Anno to come out before his economy is full. Problem is, while his economy might not be full, his army is looking surprisingly full. Full of spears, but that's good enough to take a sacred site back. And this is the weakness of what B has done. This is why I'm not a really big fan of rushing Imperial Age as the Rus from behind. You have to scale Streltsy. This is the slowest unit you can produce. It takes you as long to produce these as it takes to produce Knights. And Knights find value in small numbers. Streltsy do not. Oof, immediate stabbing. Bad micro there. B losing a giant chunk of his cav units. In fact, losing the remainder on the flank here. All of a sudden, Anatan's just going to run in. Oh my god. Like, there shouldn't be any hesitation here, guys. The economy is unguarded. B, he needed to actually wall up first before he done this. Blind teching like this, securing the gold is great, but what secures home? Unbelievable. Spearman now just going to stab this down. Elite Army Tactics isn't in yet. That's the only upside right now for B. Anatan now just looking to inflate his eco further and extend his lead over B. I mean, even the initial Streltsy aren't going to be that impressive, right? Like, that's always the worry, is when you just kind of trickle these Streltsy out, they do get overwhelmed. And we're already seeing the hand cannoneers we talked about. This is going to be Men-at-Arms hand cannoneer spam. In the meantime, the remaining Spearmen actually keeping about a quarter to a third of B's economy idled at any given time. Oh, yeah. Keep in mind, B also has not switched into farms. That still has to happen. On the other side of this, Anatan's looking pretty cozy with 35 farms online and more coming. Yeah, this is another example of a game where B now has to completely outskill his opponent. Anatan has built such a significant lead that he could probably win this game by just selecting and A-clicking. Right? So now the onus is on B to do something impressive here. I don't know if he's going to scout the hand cannoneers ahead of time. And Anatan, like, this is another thing that's really frustrating for B. One area where B has a big edge in the late game is Boy's Fortitude Horsemen. Roots' Horsemen are more tanky than any other Horseman in the game. The problem is that you can't afford it, but Anatan can. And these walls are ridiculously ambitious by B. They're going to buy him maybe a minute if he gets them up. And that feels like a big if. In fact, gap check. I think he's got it all set up correctly. The problem really is going to be getting them. Oh, we never checked the high trade house. There's 121, guys. So not too bad. Like, that's a respectable one. Yeah, we got so distracted by this funky build. I'm trying to think if there's ever been a game where I've watched someone build Spasskaya and it's felt like it was a good choice that they wanted. There was probably one game, I think it might have been, was it a Mr. game on Aleipini several months ago, where he built a Spasskaya right next to the enemy base down the center of the map, and it just set up a siege push. So, like, the idea is kind of similar from B, where he set it up down the center. The difference is conceptually the map design. That Aleipini spawn, there was barely anywhere else to go but the center. This one, there's so many places to go. Like, look at him. Anatan just immediately goes left. Classic Germans. They see very strong fortifications, they walk around them. Hand cannoneers now reveal themselves. Crossbows at least going to try to trade out there. Not a bad idea, actually. B just getting rid of the premium unit with his crappier unit so that then his own can clear up. The problem is, it might be a mop up the other way with the follow-up here. Horseman now arriving. That is at least going to be scouted. B starting to control this towards the choke point. Unfortunately, the backside crossbows have gone down. And that means you now have to worry about shutting this down with the reinforcements. So Streltsy have to head back as well. Another problem here is the Streltsy are slower than the hand cannoneers, so why fight it when you can just avoid it? What's the best imp comp for Roos? Best imp comp is definitely Horseman Streltsy. Horseman Streltsy is incredibly strong. The reason I don't say Knight Streltsy is, while Knights are better than Horsemen, the problem with Knights here is they're just not affordable when you're building Streltsy. If you build up thousands of gold, I actually think that Knights with Poleaxe is underrated. Plus 4 damage on Imperial Age Knights is pretty bonkers. But yeah, the strat that B should be aiming towards here is eventually Horseman plus Strelt. Especially considering he now needs the movement speed. Like, building Men-at-Arms might be the worst thing you do here. He feels like he needs a strong front line. This means he needs a Stonewall though. If he doesn't get Stonewalls up, Men-at-Arms Streltsy does not work. Right now, he's got these pitiful power stables that just not last him. Bombards now chasing as well, and there's simply too many Horsemen here. Even with the Saint's Blessing, even with the frontline Men-at-Arms, B can't stand. And even the runaway, right? Like, you're going to give over ground, you're going to give over space, and eventually the Streltsy are going to be your frontline unit. Hand cannoneer count still not as big as the Streltsy, but that's about to change. Things are about to be eclipsed here. We've got biology on the way, Animesh level 2, as well as the level 3 eco. At that stage, Anatan really shouldn't be losing any of these fights. In fact, it's looking like he's not really losing this one. Only 7 strokes he left over at the tail end of the fight. Finally, B realizes the mistake and starts to target the back line, but I think it's too little too late. His army's way too small. His economy's not inflating. He's still just playing 2 TC versus 4. And you can see Anatan has now reached the apex of his economy. 151 Dalmatians. Villages. They're villages. There we go. GG comes out. 2-0 victory in the upper bracket for Anatan. Gotta say, his builds were on point. They were clean. And what I love is the fact that even though B chose the broken roofs twice in a row, what Anatan Shiyu is the reason roofs are usually quite ridiculous is the structuring of drafts. When you're allowed to pick it back to back and choose whatever you want, I think its power level goes down a bit. And what Anatan just showed you is just how powerful the H3 and Chinese are becoming. Okay, really cool game. So, I'm trying to check if any of the other series in the tournament were not cast. I think they were covered, if I'm not mistaken. Did anyone watch the Rising Empires broadcast? I think the latest series, the others were cast, right? Like B versus Voldemar was cast. The group stage ones were. Yeah, I know B Grand Finals was. I don't think Voldemar versus Hom Senpai was. I don't know if people are interested in that one or not. Let me just quickly label those games G1 and G2. Crackety nodding furiously. Yeah, it's kind of interesting, isn't it, guys? Crackety's not playing Chinese at the moment. You know why? It's because Crackety's an ethical gamer. He's like, they're too broken. I can't play them. Wait a second. These are Byzantine spam. Okay, in fairness to Crackety, he did start spamming Byzantines before the more recent buffs, right? It doesn't mean he's not a piece of crap. No, I'm kidding. There are some players, like certain Philisberto. Actually, there's an interesting one, guys. Did you know that Philisberto actually played a Mongol game the other day? I can't believe it. I checked his data. I was like, whoa, something that's not Byzantines? Thought Rus were OP, they lost 2 games in a row. Yeah, but I think it's just Anatan's better than B right now. I actually legit think that Anatan was the best member 3D Clan had in A4. Anatan, dude, where would I put him in the power rankings? Maybe like 10th? 9th? B's like 16th, 17th. I actually think Anno's just a better player. At least right now. Oh, no problem, Nautilus. Glad to provide a little bit of lunchtime entertainment. Yeah, have a good rest of the day. B's playing everything but AV4 right now? Yeah, but I think like even before that, B literally admitted on his own stream that he doesn't think the current meta suits him at all. So I think that also just made the choice easier for him, right? It's like, the meta's not going to change like too much, theoretically, for 3 months. If this isn't my meta, I might as well take this opportunity to like check out other games, right? Recon, you still here, buddy? Did you have any interesting replays that I can check out? I don't know if Recon left us. I'm noticing a bunch, the custom games were private scrims, or did Sassy stream those? The charity thing went really well, Leaf. So, for those who didn't know, we done a charity stream on Saturday, and actually we raised quite a lot of money. I was really impressed. You guys, in about 5.5 hours, raised $1,100. I believe the link still works. You can do !charity if you want to do any last-minute donations. The stream-related elements are done. We are going to be looking to stream, to cast one of the donos games a little bit later, which is, we got a dono that came through from TD Johnson to have one of his games cast. I do believe there was also a challenge posed by him to Dragavan, and Dragavan should eventually be replying to me with whatever game he done that's worth casting there. So yeah. In fact, you point those out. Yeah, guys, if you haven't checked out the Gunner link, if you're thinking about getting these Fallout glasses, use that link when you purchase so it lets them know that you came from me. The discount code, I think, doesn't work right now because the discount codes do not work on brand new glasses. That's across the board, not just my code. anyone's code will not work on brand spanking new glasses. I think it's the first 30 or 60 days you have to wait. So, for example, when we advertised the World of Warcraft glasses, we advertised them just before you were able to use the discount code. But definitely check these ones out. These ones I'm wearing are the Intercepts. These are the Merlot Onyx Intercepts. Definitely recommend them. They're really cool. But I love these. The only reason I'm not wearing them right now is these are not the prescription ones. And I like to give my eyes some rest days where we don't wear eye contacts. But I am planning to get the prescription ones of these. I just need to wait until May the 5th to put in my order with Gunnar for those, because I've got an eye test coming up. So last thing I want to do is put in that order, go have an eye test, and be told, you're blind now, and then have to rebook. Never thought B was too good, but his new strats and B just incredibly creative helped him. Sort of, Golly. I think at the time B was good, and that his playstyle actually was good because it was the meta. B is more like B is a very unorthodox player, but then afterwards he would always try to default towards more of a boomy style anyway. Like I remember it was best summarized when I cast with Beastie once, and we were talking about B. It's like B has always had the same playstyle, even back when I played him in StarCraft. He likes to wall off the map, like essentially, take control of a big chunk of the map, and then exhaust it all and have loads of resources in reserve. Funnily enough, how Beastie likes to play AoE4 a lot of the time. So, like, he already had this reputation, but that style worked very well in the early years of AoE4. Less so now. Worldwide deliver? Yes, Eric. They'll deliver anywhere. You can get the non-prescription ones for about $100, I think it is. Prescription ones, I think, are usually like $250-ish, which isn't too bad, actually, for, like, custom design frames, right? Oh, the green screen's doing some weird things. And, dude, I absolutely love this case. Like, I don't know if you can hear it. I love that the Vault-Tec is just, like, fading through, but it's tin. It's metal. It does look really cool. That's my favorite case they've made so far. I've got... I do like the World of Warcraft one a lot as well, though. The World of Warcraft one comes with the quite nice little like outside piece. But most of them come in these type of cases. But the partnered ones, they'll usually have like a unique design. So I think... What was the other one they done recently? I actually want to ask them and get sent the Assassin's Creed ones as well that they done with Mirage. Because they're the Intercept ones. They're just a custom style. I don't know if they got some cool cases of those as well. Okay, guys, so Recon hasn't told me if there was any interesting games he done. What we'll do, we can cast... There's a Louis MT versus Killjadi game. There's also some Beastie Wham games. Do you guys want Louis versus Killjadi or Beastie versus Wham? Do we have a preference? Louis versus Killjadi? Okay. Dude, you guys love Louis. I'm guessing it's because you've all watched Beastie's games on his channel. God damn. Thank God Louis doesn't stream on Twitch or I'll be out of content. What tournament is this? So we're done with the tournament game now because that was the series that wasn't cast. That was from the Grew Up Bar Classic, which happened on Saturday. There was a Hom Senpai versus Voldemar series. I mean, I'll quickly put a poll up for 1 minute, and then either way we'll be into what we're going to do. What to cast. Do you guys want me to cast the tournament game, which was Voldemar versus Hom Senpai? Or do you want Louis MT versus Killjadi? Louis versus Killjadi is a ladder game. Voldemar versus Homs is a tournament game. So I'll let you guys quickly vote on that. Cast the game where you graduate from gold? Oh no. I'll be a strict professor on it. Louis, please. The poll's there, guys. Use the poll. Beastie of Ibid versus English? What? Oh, that. Yeah, I caught a glimpse of that game. We might look at that because it's a very interesting one. You were there when I was having that argument with Arcagnello, right, Gully? I legit think the TC placement was correct. So let me quickly check Louis stuff. No, you were. You were in Beastie's chat, dude. Because you were talking about it as well. Arcagnello was trying to say that the TC should have went on the gold. And I was like, no. You put it on the food. Yeah. Yeah, the TC on the deer. Dude, what TC do you think I'm talking about? Yeah. I mean, I want to say baby brain, but... maybe a bit too literal. Hey, I'm sorry. Anyway, so we've got Ooh, dude, I'm surprised, actually. Quite a few people voted Voldemort versus Hom Senpai, but Louis versus Killjadi did win. Maybe what we'll do, maybe we save, like, the Hom Senpai Voldemort one for, like, tomorrow to kick off the stream. Don't want to spoil you guys too much too quickly. Louis also had a game against Myriad, so maybe we look at that later. I think Louis had some... Yeah. So, there it is. So, Byzantines versus Delhi. Ooh. Oh, no, Gully. No. I'm pretty sure Arcanello's in someone else's stream right now. Louis Myriad after as well? Maybe. I mean, dude, you gotta be careful. You exhaust Louis too quickly. He might not be playing enough games for tomorrow. If I give you all Louis today, you don't turn up tomorrow, right? Alright. Let me quickly check that I've updated the stream title everywhere, so we're Gucci. I think I need to... Oh, this is annoying, because I update the one on YouTube, it changes completely, right? Whatever. Casting, pro games. Hashtag free beef. Or Wallalo. I don't know, man. Beef sounds pretty good. Yeah, I still love when that hashtag was around, how people were like, they didn't realize how it just looked like beef or Wallalo. And I was like, beef is pretty tasty, man. Alright. Did I update the trial? Yes, I did. Alright, fantastic. It's time for Legends from the Ladders, folks. We've got Killjadi up against the Chinese legend himself. It's, of course, the one and only Louis MT. Byzantines up against the Delhi. I don't know why. This feels like one of my favorite matchups to watch for the Byzantines right now, because I don't think it's as one-sided as people want to believe it is, in that I don't think Byzantines is an auto-win in this particular matchup. Byzantines at the moment feels like an uphill battle for a lot of civs, but Delhi plays such an aggressive feudal age, we've seen their ability to overwhelm. In fact, we've even seen games where Delhi strictly just mass archers to kill off all the javelin spam that Byzantines are renowned for right now. So don't just write this one off as an immediate, oh yeah, Byzantines are unbeatable. I see this as more a 50-50 matchup. In fact, I'm curious, if we were to check the statistics right now, does the high-level stats tell us the same? So we're going to rank 1v1. I'm expecting to be close to 50% right now. So Byzantines versus Delhi is exactly a 50% win rate matchup. Damn! Oh. It doesn't surprise me either. You have to remember that Delhi have a lot of things going for them in the early phase of the game, even the late phase of the game, actually. We've seen that more recently, that this Civ can play Imp just as well as it can play Feudal. I actually think the weakest point in Delhi play right now is Castle. That's the place you need to be worried about. I can't believe that either, right? Like, how many people just kind of, like, jolted their head towards the screen when they heard me say that? For the longest time, we've been led to believe that Delhi Imperial sucks. And in fairness, it did. It needed some buffs. It needed some changes to the tech timings. But now, what people are starting to realize is actually, this Civ has a lot of premium in the late game. If you go Tower of Victory, that's a mobile 20% attack speed aura on all your infantry at any stage of the game. If you get into the late game and have to rely on Horsemen, which hyper late game often devolves into, Delhi are just better. Ghazi Raiders feel a lot better than Horsemen, right? And because of the pathing, the time between animations and the movement, they often don't feel at all weaker, even when you consider the difference in attack speed. So there's a lot of upsides in that late game for Delhi. That's before we consider things like Zeal. Building a bunch of scholars into a massive hand cannoneers is quite effective. And then also the potential for things like the food landmark, which can give you 700 extra food a minute, which makes you more pop efficient, right? You need less villagers on food, which means more population into military. Or you go for the Gatling gun elephants, which is insane if you ever get up to 7 or 8 of those. So yeah, a lot of bright sides to them there. But first we need to focus on the feudal age. And we are already seeing a little bit of spice in our lives. Killjadi going for the Imperial Hippodrome. Louis, meanwhile, is going to be going for the standard Tower Victory. Now, this build to me, there are 2 ways right now to play Imperial Hippodrome. Imperial Hippodrome, a lot of people are still playing it like an all-in, full commitment, nothing else to think about. But I don't believe that's the way this needs to be played. Imperial Hippodrome is superior as a bait strategy. You force a reaction and then you do something else. Perfect example is we've quite often seen Hippodrome play, few units of those into Fast Castle. and then you actually switch fully to Franking. Or we've seen builds where you build 2 or 3 horsemen, force a reaction, and then go for second TC, right? The whole idea is when you're against an aggressive Civ, Hippodrome feels really good because it allows you to change the narrative and screw them a bit. Now, in this matchup, it has another use, which is the all-in approach that I like. The reason the all-in approach is super strong is if you have horsemen out in the field, you have deniability cross-map. That's a nightmare for the Delhi. The Delhi don't build many scholars, but they expect to get a lot of gold out of them, right? If you snipe the first 2 scholars, it feels like GG. The Delhi don't handle that very well because then they're delayed way too much on the Sacred Site timings and getting gold trickle. We've actually seen examples of games where that has played out perfectly to the advantage of the Byzantines. If you guys remember, there was an EGC tournament game between Vortex and Puppypaw where Vortex lost his first scholar on the south side Sacred Site, and then the second one couldn't get out of the base, and the game was over. He called GG straight away. Now, I know Vortex is an example of a player who sometimes prematurely GGs in some people's eyes, but it is a very impressive point in the game for Delhi that you can do that. And the reason that you can do this is, right now, this is just Horseman into Ghazi, right? Horseman into Ghazi is bad. You lose that to the Delhi because, 1, the Delhi's production speed is better. 2, their units are better. However, what makes this interesting is the Triumph. If you time that first Triumph right, you can destroy the Ghazi Raiders. You'll chase them down, you'll poke them down, they'll have no way to run. Another interesting detail in this game, it's looking like that all in. Anytime I see someone going Keshix in the Delhi matchup, it's 100% them looking to end the game with Feudal Age. So now Louis has to consider survival. Blacksmith's coming down. Simplifying the fact that free upgrades, so they usually have a bigger army as they have more spare res. Yes, but that also what is interesting about the Delhi with that, in this matchup, Byzantines can beat them because you can make that transition quicker. Remember, at this stage in the game, Louis is getting 35% more food from berry gathering, but Kiljadi is getting 10% more resource efficiency on everything he's doing, every single villager, while also getting 20% of a resource from the gathering of olive oil, right? So actually, like, economically, Kiljadi is already getting ready to eclipse what the Delhi have. Until Delhi get sacred sites, they're actually kind of behind on economy. And the reason that's important is that this is also a Civ that not only has better eco right now, but if this turns into a blacksmith's game, the Byzantines can get their techs much quicker, right? Like, unless you're going for a Dome of Faith build, your techs are unlocked insanely slow. Meanwhile, for Kiljadi, Dialecticus is a thing. And Dialecticus is quite a broken thing. I actually think Dialecticus... Either Dialecticus needs to go or Conscriptio needs to go. Something needs to be drastically changed about systems. I also think Praesidium maybe needs some sort of change that's more beneficial. Because right now, like, Praesidium's never used. Dialecticus and Conscriptio are way too good. Possibly what might be interesting is making it so that anytime you want to switch to a different type, you have to pay something. Maybe, like, you pay 25 olive oil or something. Possibly more than that. Actually, yeah, it would have to be a lot more than that. The reason it would have to be a lot more than that is the broken point of these builds right now is about level 3 system when you go castle. Conscriptio giving a plus 60% buff to Rax production makes men-at-arms spam difficult to counter for any Civ in the game. Now, we don't have to worry about those men-at-arms anytime soon. For now, Kiljadi is going to be focusing Cav and Spears. Louis is going to have to consider getting his own Spears here, which sucks, right? You want to be able to get the Archers to counter. Instead, you have to go for these Spears that do have a better attack speed, but when you're facing off against Limitane, you're kind of equaled out in the fact that the Limitane are more tanky. Ghazi Raiders are good against heavy armored units, right? Yes, but if you are close to equal numbers with Keshix, Keshix will win. Even more so with Triumph, right? Like, the problem you're going to have here is Ghazi are actually going to lose to the Horsemen because of Triumph. So you can't fight when that fight occurs. You have to just run away. So what's very important right now is that Louis chooses a place to fight that's nowhere near his base. Because if it's nowhere near your base and your opponent triumphs, you just run away. It really is that simple. Oh, but that is that sad. I can't believe that. Kiljadi. He was so close. Doesn't quite get it up. And that's going to slow down his Keshik. Right? Because that's the olive oil he's looking onto. There's nothing else that's safe on the map right now. Looks like he might end up losing 2 villagers. Make it 3 in total, right? The one at the wall. 2 more here. Turns around with the shivs, which is kind of cool. Unfortunately for Kiljadi, the Ghazi just a bit too quick here. And yes, no wheelbarrow is pretty painful here. I'm a little bit surprised Kiljadi did not go for it earlier. Remember, he built a mill. Even if he didn't, Grand Winery usually has it in it. But considering the way this is playing, I think Kiljadi had this slightly delusional expectation that Louis wouldn't be able to make moves. Anytime you build Ghazi or Horseman, you have to make moves, right? Because if you're defending with them, you might as well have had Spears and Archers. Looks like the Ghazi are going to be trapped in for the moment because the walls have gone up on the north side. But I think, realistically, just keeping this army at home is good for Louis, right? Killjadi right now, by going for Hippodrome, needs to be the tempo setter. He hasn't got a chance to get out. And what makes this worrying is, like, if you now lose this army over here, which could easily happen, it's going to be Sacred Sites locked in. In fact, nice bait there. Killjadi quick on the reaction, though. That was crafty. Louis tried to hide behind the tree line to ambush with the spears. Almost worked as well. Raids on the villagers just costing more and more. Fourth one going down. Might easily be 5. So quite a few Ghazi dying here. That is a downside for Louis, but the upside is the fact that Killjadi hasn't gone archers yet. Right, he's been fully focused on getting more food and getting olive oil, which means Louis got plenty of spears to defend, and they should start to shift towards archer spears now. That's really good for the Delhi. In this matchup, the way you could now lose is if it sticks to cavalry, because over time, the Byzantines are going to have more and more Keshiks, but they're always going to have this Hippodrome threat to loom over you, right? If you get off of Cav and into Spear Archers instead as the primary, you are 20% more efficient, right? Spearmen attack 20% faster. Archers attack 20% faster. Byzantine Archers aren't going to be up to scratch for that. The Limitane might at least be a bit more tanky, but this fight will still trend towards a point where Archers decide the outcome. So, great read by Louis. Killjadi now just kind of reacting the way he has to, but I'm hoping Killjadi's goal is to try and get out of Feudal fairly fast now. You're reaching a point now where Sacred Sites can't easily be blocked out. We should be seeing 1 to 2 at any given time for Louis. And Killjadi, in the meantime, because he went for Keshiks and he went for Hippodrome, his only choice is to keep raiding as he starts to save up. The problem that I usually see with players in this situation, though, is when they're facing a Civ that is like the Delhi, that puts this timer on you, when you're trying to stockpile for a resource save up to tech up, you still need to raid, right? And if these raids get mirrored, get blocked, you lose units, you're just going to see Killjadi queue up 4 or 5 more horsemen every time. He can't afford to lose these cav units. They need to exist, they need to force idle time, but they can't afford to die. It's only 1 Sacred Site so far for Louis. But I like the way he's playing this. I've seen a lot of players rush the second Sacred Site, lose one of the Scholars, and then the game is at risk. Because they just don't have enough gold to replace. So what Louis is doing is he's waiting until he's got 3 to 4 Scholars before he risks other Sacred Sites. Diving from Killjadi. Louis like, wait, that wall didn't work. It's going to work as good as it is in this game, buddy. No textiles coming in is a little bit surprising from Louis. Considering he's up against a full cav comp, you'd expect it here. Somehow, he miraculously dodges death on all villages, though. Oh my god. If you are going to get pinched out now. Great micro. Louis, that was sick. Pulls the garrison onto the left side onto the sheep, and then grabs the others and sticks them in safety. And in the end, can you believe this? He hasn't lost a single villager. Oh my god! Not one death. What was that? 3 Keshiks, 4 or 5 horsemen going in, and he doesn't get a single kill. No textiles either. You know what? Since the garrison changes have come into the game, Louis has been consistently the most impressive player in the game. I don't think I've seen anyone that's rivaled his ability to keep shifting villages under pressure like that. That was incredible. And yeah, Gully's right. A lot of idle time, sure, but you're losing these Keshiks, losing these horsemen. Remember, in this matchup right now, the Keshiks are kind of your saving grace. And they're limited because you've only got so many berries you have access to, right? And you're not going to rush olive groves. Horsemen may be better than Ghazi with Triumph, but what do we highlight about that fight? Louis will see it and walk away. So Triumph really is not that valuable in Horseman exchanges as you might believe. If the Ghazi commit, great. Horseman, Triumph wins. But they have no reason to. So the only way that I've ever seen Triumph feel like it GG's the game is if you catch an opponent out of his base with mass infantry. That's difficult to do. Yep, second Sacred Site now being locked in, Wolves coming up. That's the other thing that's quite scary about Delhi. We don't see it too often with the Delhi on this map, but if you think about it, with the way that people play this into the late game with stonewalling, there's no reason Delhi can't do similar earlier on in the game. In fact, I like the idea of just controlling the south side. I don't think he even needs to wall the north. The north is too greedy, just doing the south side forces this wide arc for Killjadi, so you can focus all attention north, right? And if this turns into a static fight where you can't flank, I will always favor the Delhi now with this comp. 22 archers, 17 spearmen. Meanwhile, the other side, Killjadi has similar-ish numbers, but they're just worse. Louis, now looking for the fight. Wait, Louis? Oh my god. Possibly the worst way to fight here. Triumph gets activated. Archers and Spearmen back behind the walls. Spearmen are just going to frontline this. That was less than ideal out of Louis. Big mistake made there. I mean, the crazy thing, right, is like, he did have the scout, but I think he moved the army forward so that the scout wasn't nearby. So critical blunder there gives Killjadi a stay of execution here, an opportunity now to strike back. And he needed that, because this is a fragile point in the game. You can now see him dropping the olive grove, so the permanent food income, but that initially comes at a cost. We should be seeing a level 3 system. I'm a little bit surprised he didn't build it out here, considering he already has enough stone for it, right? Like, he has got, yeah, 224. He could have easily dropped a system quite a bit earlier and then just connected it afterwards. And it's worth it in this area, considering you got the wood as well. But more than that, it's worth it at home just to get the level 3 buff on your primary eco. So, deeper into Feudal, we've got to reassess what the win conditions now are on each side. Killjadi from this position needs to start saving for Castle. I don't feel like this gets much better the deeper you go now, because the berries that you now have to play onto are much deeper on the map. For Louis, there's still an all-in for Feudal. Now, the interesting thing about Killjadi, though, one of the most aggressive players in the game. A lot of players playing Byzantines like this right now would have backed up and started to stockpile resources. Not Killjadi. Killjadi, it's either bold or stupid, but he's choosing to try and match the Delhi. Oh, man. This is interesting. I mean, Louis, does he have some problems of his own? Food is fairly accessible, right? He's invested a lot in the outpost, the walls to protect it all. That's the reason why right now Killjadi's numbers aren't being eclipsed, is because actually Louis is spending a lot of wood on other things, right? The wall ups, the outposts, it's all stockpiling into something other than army. Funnily enough, if he didn't invest in these, he'd easily be at 50 plus archers right now. The question is, when Killjadi's got this type of advantage, what is he looking to do? Does he feel comfortable with the idea that Louis gets to have one sacred site for free is what I'm wondering. And, you know, the thing that I find very weird about Killjadi's build is the fact that he's fully committing still into infantry in a matchup where that's the worst thing you could be doing right now. Like, the more you turn this into an imp on imp comp, the worse it gets for you. Now, admittedly, you do have some positives, right? Which is the production rate of the Byzantines is really good with Conscriptio. If you turn it on. If it's turned on, it's actually really good from that POV. Like, actually, at this stage, you have more active production than the Delhi probably do, right? Like, they're doubling their production, but you're adding 60% per building that exists already. So you can get quite spicy with that type of production rate. I do think this is a big mistake, not having Conscriptio on, right? Because it would have allowed you to bolster your troops a lot faster here. However, what matters most is that he switches it over when he goes Castle. Because Castle is going to be on the way soon. I think Louis is ready to do the same. Oh, man, the game sense on both of these players, similar timings, right? Killjadi's getting a bit paranoid, though. You can see that he didn't intend to add more units originally by his gold mass. He's got way too much gold here. There's still the eco-tech to get, but even then, he's got enough for Castle Age, right? So this was clearly him looking to go for Castle, but then he freaked out when he saw the Ghazi arriving. Cheeky little raid in here, cuts down a few of the archers. Oh, man, I can't believe Killjadi's reacting to this. So heavily as well. Like, if I was Louis right now, I'd start to think he's going Castle. The fact that he's not all-inning me, and the fact that he's reacting with this much military to a small group of cav, tells me he's going Castle Age. And you can already see Louis is now starting to stockpile himself. A lot of wood coming through, so we might be seeing some farm clusters in the next minute. Alright guys, what do you think? We're going to Castle Age. Do you favor Byzantines or Delhi? Byzantines 1. If you favor the Delhi, press 2. I sound like a helpline. If you would like to refund the hour of your life you're going to spend watching this game, press 1. Ones, agreed. Byzantines, this is their strong point. I do think the contract has made this weird, though. Like, I don't feel like Ghazi got much issue with this build, right? Like, I don't think they got harassed enough. The Keshiks haven't really paid off for Killjadi. And the worry I now have is when you go into Castle Age, what, you've got Ghulams? You don't want to build Ghulams, though, because you're going to have a Varangian already, right? So you're one-dimensional. The question mark is now whether you even get that for free. You can see that Louis trying to pressure him. Louis, who was considering saving up, has decided to now try and all-in, and that makes sense. Typically in this matchup, this is the strong point for Byzantines. Reaching Castle Age has killed many an opponent due to Varangian spam. So Louis is trying to prevent him from doing that for free. Limitane leading the way. Horseman now clashing as well. Hippodrome has not been activated. I think it's worth going for right now, though. Triumph still not being used is kind of surprising. Ghazi now with the backstab, drawing the attention of Limitane, and that means Louis can go all in. Tech up coming in behind. Ghazi are going to spot it, but the Spearman able to protect it. But it's going to come at a cost here. Killjadi is no doubt losing this fight. Frontline dead, and backline now in trouble. 3 Sacred Sites locked in, but more importantly, this could block out the tech up entirely. Louis needs to push forward. Killjadi is going to have to stand his ground here. He can't back up anymore. Tech up will complete, but it's going to come at a price as Louis now has double the military power to flex. Oh man, so on point with that. Louis, those few Ghazi around the back drew so much firepower away from the front line, it was insane. About 10 to 12 Limitane went to the back side of that formation, and it allowed the Ghazi to just flood in. Now, upside at least for Killjadi is that double outpost, funky outpost on the front line is at least going to reset this, but Louis, now with 3 Sacred Sites locked in, full map control, and a bigger army is looking for his tech up. And I wouldn't be surprised if we've already got Scholars moving out for these relics. This could very quickly be a 4 relic game for Louis. And yeah, the 10 villager difference is kind of insane to think about, right? Like in this game, when you consider that Killjadi went for a Hippodrome play, the worst thing that can happen to you when you go Hippodrome play is that you end up behind on economy. The whole idea of going Hippodrome and Keshiks is that you are the one killing. Right now, I'm just seeing someone who's getting killed. Veterancies, at least in the Archers, came through quickly due to the Dialecticus. The problem is, you know, if you can choose between a quality group of Archers or mass Feudal Archers here, you choose the mass Feudal Archers. They're always going to overkill. The difference that makes Delhi insane here is they're attacking quicker. Cataphract is going to show up, so that should be enough to force Louis away. Might lose 1 or 2 on the retreat, but overall, we'll look to just get behind the walls and then wait for a later phase of the game. Louis was trying to snatch the relic closest to the enemy base. That is simply not going to happen. But now, he can switch into Knights himself. And here's the thing, with that many relics, he's going to do pretty well for himself. Add in the fact that the Byzantines are now 10 villages behind. Sure, you've got level 3 Assistant and you've got Olive Groves, but Varangian spam is going to be crippled by that loss of eco, right? Meanwhile, your opponent could easily just scale Knights and Crossbows now to counter. The thing I really like about this comp for Louis is not just because his eco is better, can he afford to somewhat match Lancer count to Varangian count. It's the fact that the Crossbows attack 20% quicker. Remember, Crossbows with Tower Victory, it's like what you see when you watch Arbitrary with Crossbow Stirrups. It's that good. I'll tell you what would have actually been interesting and really powerful here, actually. Louis didn't have to go for Compounded Defender. Louis could have very easily, in this game, have went for House of Learning, and it would have been better. The reason is if you build a House of Learning against Varangian, with the +3 damage and a 20% attack speed increase, you will destroy Varangian. And God, it's my worst fear. Ghulams are coming out. And he's actively producing them. The problem with the Ghulam play here is it means that Louis' comp that he was already going to go to counter Varangian does the same thing, actually, against Ghulams. So you're kind of just doubling down on your own death sentence. The one upside now for Killjadi is at least with Ghulams, he can build Siege in the field. The question mark is whether he's going to be able to afford that. Keep goes up on the Sacred Site. Timer is still ticking, by the way. We're down to 6.5 minutes already. Second castle now coming up from Louis. This is a heavy investment, by the way. He's only at 70 eco rather, to build 2 keeps this early. Even with Compound Defender discount is very expensive. Louis should be looking to garrison. Cheeky boy. Killjadi immediately hesitates. Back behind the wall. Just needs a 3rd keep drop down here, really, and he's pretty much locked himself in. Could even just think about stonewalling. That's something you have to remember, is because he went compound defender, he can easily just build stone walls with archers. It's something we don't see people do very often, but it's very valuable in this map in particular. Because Rocky River, like, if you just efficiently wall these flanks, your opponent only has one way to go. What I love is the fact that Louis has moved out onto this berry stack, by the way. This is an insane spawn. This is begging for a meditation garden in his UG game. We see this happening about, I want to say like 15% of Rocky River games, where you get all the berries more or less in one location, in one of the little folds. It looks ludicrous when you see this on screen. So very heavy amount of food to work with. And the sad part for Killjadi is this is a matchup where he would have loved that food as well, right? For the Mercs. He can't access it, though. And I think he needs it. His olive oil income being at just 200, it's pretty sad to witness. What makes it even worse is, like, you're in a game now where you went Hippodrome. You don't have Grand Winery to give you the extra olive oil from relics, right? And that would have been useful here, considering he is leaning pretty hard into Golems. Walls going up. Byzantine should have secured those walls sooner. He couldn't have. He like, let's be real about this game. Like, you have to actually process this for what it was. Killjadi can't secure a resource easily. He needs to raid his opponent. It's not about securing resources, it's about making Louis feel insecure. He failed to do that. And then the follow-up, this fight in the center, shouldn't have been a win for Killjadi because Louis mismicroed it was. That's the reason why Killjadi is even in this game anymore. And a fur keep now coming up. Dude, he's losing all options to go in. I think Killjadi is about to find himself a mile behind. That's 3 castles already for Louis. We're only 45 seconds away from Village Fortresses. And Louis, classic Louis, who loves his late game. We should call him late game Louis, actually. You can see he's prepping for it just by the scholar count. He's going to go up to 20 scholars. If you ever want to realize, like, an easy way of identifying Imperial Age Delhi, when you're watching a cast, the easiest way to identify Imperial Age Delhi is scholar count going above 12. If it goes above 12, it's not about tech timings and castle age, it's not about sacred sites. It's not even really about healing strat, because that doesn't really done as much anymore. It's simply that they want to rush Imperial. And the reason you need that, of course, is the speed at which you get your university techs, right? Like, 20 makes it quite efficient. I think we're probably going to be looking at the Eco-Tech landmark in this game. The reason why I'm expecting that is because you're basically in a game where Ghazi plus Men Arms spam works pretty well. It's possible he goes to the elephants. Like, anytime you don't do House of Learning, I think the food landmark loses a bit of value. But the reason why the food landmark makes a lot of sense here is that for Louis, it lets him go a lot quicker, right? Once he reaches Imperial Age, he just rushes. To me, whenever you play the elephant landmark, your tempo is slowed, right? And Delhi have a surprisingly aggressive timing at the start of Imperial Age that is underrated because of this scholar mass. Like, getting elite Ghazi upgrades, getting elite Men-at-Arms upgrades happens in a flash. Like, for example, if we look at the MAA right now, okay, I don't think it's showing the correct time there. It would be quicker than 4 minutes. I think you go up to like 20 scholars and it goes down to like, I think it's 2.5 minutes, 3 minutes, if I remember correctly. Now though, Louis will just keep investing. Sacred Site win condition now down to just 3 minutes, and a keep drop is going to be cancelled. Looks like he's going to have to back up further, so the food is being forfeited over. That's a big deal. Louis doesn't have much food elsewhere. He has the small deer stacks, and that's it. It's actually an expensive hit here if he doesn't resecure that north side. The problem right now is hesitant to back away. And there is indeed a keep up here. In fact, there are now 2 castles up here. Louis shifts back, has got the berries to work with. Not to mention, he hasn't been doing the shoreline fish yet, but that's also an option. By the way, let's go set. Shoreline fish should actually evenly spawn, one north, one south side. It's actually really imber when they spawn on one side of the pond, right? Because it favors one player over the other if walls go up. Macadal outpost now coming in. Cairo Siphons have been built. Killjadi needs to go. 2 minutes until a Sacred Site victory. I don't like that Louis slowed down the army escalation here. You can see that he's macroing himself for a later phase of the game, but really, you have a win condition now. All you have to do is hold the center fight. That may prove much more harder at this rate. Third keep, my god, dude, he's putting all of his economy into static defenses. This is absurd. I don't think I've seen 4 keeps dropped on a Sacred Site in a long time. Oh my god, Delhi. Not so delightful to face in these situations. Cryo Siphon Burn now beginning. The dive coming in. Louis with a 2.4k stone, putting it to good use, making it seem like it's gold in this game. 4th keep is going up uncontested. Surely not. He's going to get the decap. Oh my god, you need to get on the site. The men-at-arms. Louis, no way. Killjadi, by some miracle, gets the decap. I can't believe that. He shouldn't have this decap. Like, Louis just gave it to him. This was the easiest hold on a Sacred Site you would have ever seen, guys. This game should have been over at 31 minutes. What is Louis doing? I mean, I'll tell you what he's doing, guys. He's building villages. This is insane. He has 7 castles. He's 8 TC effective. Killjadi's only 2. But this is a weird play all the same from Louis. It's so unnecessary what he just done here. You know, there's a kind of classic saying I have, which is when you can end the game, end it. It's so simple, it's so true. Because when you don't end the game, you invite chaos, right? Your strategy was optimized around this timing. Louis has decided to say, hold on a sec, what if it has to go later? Let's test that instead. And I don't like that he's done that. I still think he's got a favorable position here, but you're giving an opening to one of the most OP civs in the game right now. Like, I actually think Byzantines is going to get nerfed soon. Like, they're that good. And admittedly, it's usually because they're castle timing, but I wouldn't say that this is an underdog in Imperial either, right? This is still definitely in the top 8 for late game. Now, that being said, it's possible that Louis doesn't care because his opponent did go for the worst contract for late game. So that might be part of the thought process, is Louis like, whatever. What's he going to do? Build tower elephants? I can build them quicker. I still think it's a dangerous game that you've now invited in, right? Like, because if we do reach hyper late game and trade occurs, there's one side which does it a lot better here, and it's definitely not the Delhi. And looks like Louis is indeed going to go for Imperial now. He hasn't farm transitioned yet either, right, guys? Like, that's only now beginning. So there is a weak point in his game plan here. The good news is all these keeps make it very difficult for Killjadi to exploit that weak point. He has 8 castles, and half of them are on this one screen. I can't believe he lost the Sacred Site at the hardest position in the entire map to lose it. Gonna need 20 minutes for Imperial Age tech ups? Nah, dog. Like I told you, look at that. 19 scholars garrisoned. He gets it in 2.5 minutes for men-at-arms. This is not going to take long, and he has gone for Palace of the Sultan. So Louis is taking a slow approach. Right? Like I said, if you want to be fast, you actually go for the other landmark. The Hisar Academy is great when you're looking to just spam Ghazi men-at-arms immediately. But because he didn't go for the House of Learning, he doesn't get as much value out of men-at-arms, right? So the elephants make more sense. What a weird game. What a really weird game this has turned into. Killjadi immediately going to start macroing up. Can't hang around anymore. The eco lead isn't really that big for Louis right now. And if I'm not mistaken, has he halted full villager production? He has. So Louis seems to think the 125 eco is pop efficient. Which doesn't sound like the Louis I know. But it makes sense, actually, because think about this, right? You have to keep 20 plus of your population for research at this stage of the game. So the logic will be that eventually you'll lose these scholars, and then you can go up to 145 eco. That's a very creative approach to the Delhi pop balance. I don't feel like I see that very often. I see a lot of players just spamming villagers non-stop, right? Like, we're used to watching Beasties mass keeps and then 140 plus villagers games, right? But this is a very creative structuring around late game. I actually prefer it. I do think it's better with the food. when you hit the food landmark, it just makes even more sense, right? Because every time you research something, more food. And wait, why are you walling yourself out? Killjadi! Oh no! Dude, Force March is scary. Oh man. What a powerful tech. Another little wood wall goes up. Looks like the army is going to come around the backside. Palatine School is being built up slowly by Killjadi. And he ran back to the farms too early. So I'd say Louis got quite a lot of value out of this raid. He killed a bunch of villagers, like what was that, 10, 15? And on top of that, he covered this weak point in his build, right? Where he's waiting on all these upgrades. And not just that, he also now has bought more time for the real bad boy to come out. Tower Elephant's now on the way. Yeah, you can't actually ask for a much better trade if you're Louis. That was phenomenal. So he clears 2 farm clusters worth of workers, forces some rewalls which aren't going to feel that great later in the game, forces the entire army home when they should be doing something. And all of a sudden, Louis is going to unlock the full potential of his late game with no price paid. No price paid in terms of having to be attacked. No price paid literally in the form of you only spent time on this. Aren't Delhi supposed to get hand cannons on the elephants? Wait, yeah, they are. Where's his... There he is. There we go. The other one clearly is somewhere else ahead of us. He's mixing in normal tower elephants. Wait, please. Please let this game turn into tower elephant versus tower elephant. It's not going to, but I want it so badly. This isn't a bad situation for Killjadi, though. If you can gap close, like, you're surprisingly effective up against elephants with the Vikings, right? You are going to get sniped by heavy damage as a counter on the crossbows. But if you can get in range and just get the berserks going, theoretically. The problem I have is, like, whenever there's, like, 8 or 9 elephants, grabbing them is very difficult. There's just too many, right? The walking kills you. And you're going to have to berserk to walk in, right? Like, you could easily see half these golems and Rangin flop at the beginning. What units can Killjadi get from the neutral market? A mana culture, I see. Okay, actually, like, knights and horse archers. I mean, knights... Yeah, horse archers, no. You can't really look to this one over here, Magdine Desert Raiders, but the idea of knights, I actually like a lot more than whatever he's doing with his olive oil now. In fact, I didn't address the elephant in the room. Not these ones. This really weird detail. He went for Palatine School, right? I think Palatine School was a mistake. It's pretty worthless here. Building a few cannons is actually a really good way of dealing with elephants. I think way too many people are still doing Palatine School when it's not necessary. This game, it's 100% not necessary. This keeps... Wait, Louis, what? He's actually going to get it. The castle's going up. Louis MT. Well, all of a sudden, Palatine School feels pretty good if you start queuing up a few Kyro Siphons they come out here. Louis styling, man. Like, I can't believe this. He's got 10 castles on this map now. And it's a castle trade that favors him, right? The elephants have taken down the center one. Meanwhile, Killjadi is taking so long to kill this. It's costing him. Bunch of his crossbows and his Varangian just getting sniped down. The Core Architects is most definitely paying off. And now it's just going to be a dive down the center. I mean, this game looks over, guys. I just don't see a way. Louis is once again locked in all sacred sites. Only this time, Killjadi will not be able to so easily jump in and shut them down. Louis is just full-on trolling. He's even repairing the keep. He's like, well, I don't need these villages anymore. I need more military. So if you could take them off my hand, that would be great. Another march in. It's the Scholar Elephant strat. I really like this strategy for getting rid of your scholars, right? Like, once I've researched everything, you don't need them anymore. So, what are they most efficient at helping? Elephants. The zeal, the heal, all that focus fire is great. Oh, man. You know, I think this game where it really went wrong for Killjadi was very early on when he had to react to the raids from the Ghazi. If you're going to play Hippodrome for the sake of playing full Hippodrome, you can't come back to address trades. You need to just trade. I think you just need to pull his villagers away from the berries, wall it off, and raid himself. But we saw the problems with that, right? Like, Louis completely outskilled him. That dive that Killjoy done under the TC, where he just micro ungarrisoned and kept all the villagers alive even without textiles, shows you just how hard it is to dive Louis' base. This kid is on absolute fire right now. And the fact that you could have ended this game 10 minutes ago, but was like, nah, I've always wanted to see what Vikings versus Elephants looks like. They just tell you in the comic books, but what's it like in game? Well, it turns out Elephants win. Dumbo always wins. Oh my god. Louis must feel like he won this game twice over. He really did, right? He definitely won it with the Sacred Site play, and then wins it in Imperial Age as well, just to send a message about how damn good Delhi are. Oh my god, dude, what a game. I can't believe that. The fact that he's just like, I could win now, or I could win later. All right, so let's quickly... Let me just say, every Sacred Site multicastle is probably the way to call that one. Alright, there we go. Just name that quickly. Yeah, really cool game. Yeah, great effort playing indeed. So, let's see what else we've got that we can watch. I think we had another Louis game, if I'm not mistaken. He had a game versus Wham. There is a caveat, though. And the caveat is that it is an Abbasid versus Abbasid game. Team games? Why would we watch team games? Team games, it's like, the problem is like AoE 4 is just not balanced around team games, right? So it's very hard to find. It's also just a case of like, not just the game isn't balanced around it, the matchmaking most definitely isn't. And that's the bigger problem. Sorry, just double checking something. Just got a message through. All right. So, who won Devils 2v2 yesterday? I don't know. Didn't see it. Poll? Dude, I'm telling you, literally, 1v1s will win. Do you guys want 1v1s or 2v2s cast? Actually, yeah, sorry, it's Wham versus Puppy, wasn't it? Should drink green? It's yellow, actually. I need to talk to the person who sent me a package about this. I was like, maybe we should give me a different color. Might make a bit more sense. Well, if you guys want 1v1 that badly, you better vote ASAP. So here's like the awkward thing as well. I genuinely know that more people will tune in for 1v1s. It's quite the comical part. I've noticed this, I can literally see it on the YouTube side as well, actually. It's kind of a shame. I think the problem is like, most of the remaining audience, because the game has been balanced around 1v1s, most of the people that are still watching AoE4 at the moment, the core audience, are focused around 1v1s. Now you could argue, well, KP, you can just like, you can grow a new audience then. It's like, yeah, but growing new audiences, if the game doesn't have new faces coming in, is difficult. That's why everyone's content has been focusing for a long time around 1v1s. And 1v1s won it. 6 versus 4. Told you. Ooh, Louis playing a live game, guys. Let's have a look. Who's he up against? Marie Jeanne d'Arc. Who is that? I know who... No, don't try it. I know who that is, alright? But I don't know who this person is. Let me have a look. Let's see if they're high rank. Sorry, team gamers. Dude, you just had a weekend full of team games. What do you want? So Louis got a live game we could probably watch. Who is that? Marie Jeanne d'Arc? I'm finding out now. They're playing Jeanne d'Arc, so it's kind of fitting. They're ranked 123rd. They are from France. I don't know if this is an Elyon or alt account. They're ranked 215, 280, 222, 344, 134, Season 6 through to Season 2. So they're pretty decent at the game. Anatan, is that really Marine Lord, though? Nice try. See, here's the thing. I know Anatan's trolling me. I know he knows who Marine Lord's real accounts are because he scrims with him all the freaking time. I'm on to you. Okay, so. So what's that? I personally watch AoE4 in any game stream mostly as replacement for sports. So 1v1 professional players are way more interesting to me than FFA Zerg. Yeah, but that's the problem, right? Like, no RTS right now is balanced around the idea of team games, sadly. The thing is, like, I actually think that an RTS balanced around team play will be bigger than an RTS balanced around 1v1s. I still believe that to this day. It's just no RTS has proven that point because none of them bother to do it anymore. Right? The closest might be like Company Heroes, but I don't think Company Heroes does it that well. So, yeah. You know, if StarCraft 3 came out and it was very focused on team games, I think you get a lot of new people coming in and you'd gradually see StarCraft 3 be bigger than StarCraft 2 was. Right? Same with if Stormgate puts a lot of thought into their team play. Same with Uncapped Games game. If they put a lot of thought into their team play, you'll actually see an opportunity for the RTS community to get bigger than it's ever been. Because you might think it's harder because you have to get people to play with whatever. It's actually the opposite. Because it's like it gives ways of blaming other people, right? It just gives all these interesting points to failure so you don't have to focus too much on perfecting. 1v1s... You know, 1v1s are still like the most pure form of perfection in a lot of people's eyes. A lot of people don't want to pay attention to that perfection. And also, when you're looking to be perfect, maps like this are cursed, as Sassy has just highlighted. Dude, did they queue up Lipany or did they queue up Mountain Pass? Like, I just don't know what to make of this. One and all, welcome back to AoE4 Action. We have got Louis MT on the Mongols on the north side, going up against Marie-Jeanne d'Arc, who I think only plays Jeanne. Like this, yeah, they really do actually only play Jeanne. They are, funnily enough, from France as well, so it's fitting. And they're pretty decent in the game. Ranked 123rd on the ladder right now, consistently ranking between around 350 to 100 on the leaderboard season after season. So, pretty competent player with a very interesting opening build, actually. Wait. Why, though? They really think they're going to get rushed by Spearman. Oh, guys, no. This is not the way. I'm a bit worried that Purple let the Mongol fort get in his head a bit too hard. Louis has made the perfect reaction to this. He's just gone for a pasture. Which is really cool, actually, because you can stay out longer. I'm a little bit surprised he didn't, though. Notice that Louis came back quite quickly here. Sheep haul isn't too bad, but I think there was a missed opportunity to get a lot more sheep off the map. And now you see why. Yeah, so I think they ran into each other here, roughly. Up here. So what must have happened is Louis saw him and then darted to the left side of the map. And the cool thing is actually, because you're the Mongols and you have that movement speed arrow, you can beat him to it. The not so cool part is, screw this spawn. What is this? French bias is all I can say. I can't believe that. So it looks like a decent sheep haul still with Purple getting there late on the left side. Louis should be able to make the return and get the ones in the center though, so not too bad for him. So Anatan is just like, yeah, Marine Lord calls me a baboon all the time. I'm pretty sure that's how French people say they like you. Well, I don't know how much feces throwing is going to happen in this, but there's going to be an attempt at it. Purple already moving forward with the baboon play. We have got some Dark Age Spearmen coming out. Just stonewalls you hit Feudal and play enough AoE4 for a week on this map. Sassy, what's your average game length? Because, like, whatever it was in my head, it just went up by an extra 10 minutes. Don't be that guy. Just end the game. Now, the good news, actually, for Purple here is with it being a Deerstone, it is more of a kind of a survival game than an attack game. And what I mean by that is, like, Louis doesn't have an eco-inflator. I'm wondering if Louis MT's goal is still to go 2TC. It's kind of weird to me, like, to see Deerstone, but it makes sense in the matchup. right? Like on this map, typically you want to be going for Silver Tree. 1, the trade post is terrible. 2, you're up against Jeanne d'Arc. It's similar to French and Roost in that if you go trade, it gets sniped, but it's actually worse against Jeanne because if you go trade, she gets fed XP every time she intercepts. So really smart choice. I imagine we are going to be looking at 2 TC here. Maybe a little bit of Archer play just to defend, or Spearman rather, but this does feel like a pretty good kind of spawn to actually just go for greed. The interesting part, though, is that if Louis was going for greed, he would have been spending the extra stone, right, on villager production. He hasn't spent a slab of it, so we might actually be seeing a Keshik opening, which means he's looking to target out Jeanne. Mongols are kind of an interesting one because Silver Tree feels like a no-no, but actually fighting Jeanne feels like a yeah-yeah. The reason is that you have a unit that can heal in Feudal Age, but also because it's a heavy cav unit, it can kill either form of Jeanne really easily. Purple, diving in very ambitiously. He's going to lose the scout for that. That's not even worth it. What? Oh, guys, that is actually really bad. So all the spearmen are going to die. You're going to lose your scout. You have no vision on the map. Louis is being a bit weird, but funnily enough now, the Yam came in and saves him from any sort of harassment there. The timing of that was actually perfect. Dude, Louis is so disgusting. It's vulgar just how good at AoE4 he is. He done that intentionally to keep the spearmen around longer, right? And now I'm wondering, are we looking at a fast castle build? I mean, you could fast castle and still spend the Keshiks. The interesting thing about what he done there, right, is like if he didn't walk the villagers out, Purple would have walked away. Instead, by walking the villagers in, he forced Purple to dive deeper, closer to the tree line, which means he's further from getting out of range. Just small details like that, right? It gets you an extra spearman kill. His villager micro is so good to watch. Now, calm down, okay? He did have Yatnak. No, he is impressive. We just watched in a previous game how damn good he is at using villagers for defense play. Like, earlier on, it was the idea of ungarrisoning and really losing minimum eco time there as he does it in between compared to other players. And now, talk about being eco-focused. Guys, we have got a fast castle build. 100% here. I mean, it's smart because what does Purple do? Purple needs to gather stone. They need to go for a quick TC. Is it going to feel that quick, though? Like, considering the time on the other side of this from Louis, I'm a bit worried that Purple is just actually going to get clapped by a fast castle Mongol build. And you don't say that often. In fact, I'm curious, is this going to be a step readout build? I'm usually not a big fan, but this is the type of game where it makes abundance of sense, right? Like, think about the state of the map. Think about how easily defendable it is with just a few Keshiks. You know your opponent's going 2 TC. And if you go for fast castle step readout, you can drop a prayer 10 and rush the relics as well. Dive coming in from Jeanne. A little bit of out of time forced here. I don't think it screws with Louis' timings too much though, right? Like, he might have a little bit too much food for the tech up. But overall, Jeanne now has to wait a hell of a long time before diving again. Has to be 2x MAA? Yep, makes a lot of sense. I think, like, Keshiks could potentially work just so you have raid potential. But the thing that might keep him away from Keshiks is the map spawn, right? Like, there's a lot of tiny choke points. So if you go Keshiks and there's spears or walls, you're screwed. But he has scouted out. He knows about the second TC now on the deer. And men-at-arms, if you get up to, like, 10 of them, they could easily take down the TC, right? Your opponent already got racks? Agreed. But, like, at this early surge point, a few Keshiks opening up when your opponent's going 2 TC is good on a more open map is what I'm saying. You just can't do it on this map at all. Like, any defensively oriented map, the idea of Cav on a castle rush build is kind of less impactful. The reason why they would have possibly been nice here is kind of the idea of just guarding all relics as well. But I'm expecting... Oh, baby. What? Sassy, get your ass out of here. I'm sorry. This is rank number 6 on the leaderboard speaking to you right now. I'm kidding, buddy. It's very interesting. Like I said, I like this idea on maps like Prairie, Dry Arabia, EDC's Lipany. It feels really weird to do on this map. But we did say it was going to be step readout. So the thought process for Louis is like, if I go Men-at-Arms, I don't have as much value out of step readout. Whereas if I go Keshiks, that's a lot more gold per unit, right? So it feels like when you think about it from a percentile balancing point, when you're doing Men-at-Arms, a sixth of your cost is in gold. When you're doing Keshiks, a third of your cost is in gold, right? So you get this justification for putting more people on gold with step readout. Ergo, you get more eco value. So it kind of makes sense where he's coming from. I just think it's a really weird map to do it on, knowing that you've seen the entire spawn the map, right? You've scouted the entire thing. You know how wallable it is. Now he's just playing this kind of gusto game of I can get enough together that I don't care. What I think justifies this play is if he's now going for relics. Like, if he double spams Keshix, but then also double spams Prayer Tent, then this build makes a lot of sense. It's just the Smeagol build, right? All the gold in the world. What is the reaction for purple here? You have to go fast castle, right? You can't play French Knights into Castle Ace Keshix with step. They'll kill you. So you have to catch up. If I was purple, I'd finish the walling and just go. And it looks like he has started the walls. Good timing as well, right? Against in a single Keshik. If there's one kind of weird element, it's the fact that I think Louis could have had some Keshiks coming out sooner while he was teching up. And he did do that once, but I feel like maybe there was a bit of calibration there for extra. But I think he was trying to hold some gold over, as it is indeed going to be the Prayer Tent. Guys, this actually might be double Prayer Tent. He's got 5 villagers on wood right now. He doesn't need it for housing. I've seen this build a lot out of Louis. He's actually the player who most consistently goes to the double Prayer Tent drop. And it makes a lot of sense when you've got step read out. Aren't Feudal Knights better than Castle Keshiks anyway? Sure, if you have enough. Like, how are you ever going to have more than the Keshiks, though? Like, it mathematically doesn't make sense when you go 2TC. You won't have more, right? Even if you got Consecration buff, like, it's hard to contest. Especially considering it's double stables, no stone spent at the beginning. Like, you're always going to get outmassed. And remember, if you're ever outmassed against Keshiks, you're losing. Because it doesn't matter you do more damage than Knights. The Keshiks will heal, the injured will peel, and then it's a complete no deal for sure. Dive coming in. Nice little bit of idle time here. It's actually quite comical how you end up doing kind of the same damage, right? And remember, it's not going to be the same damage if you charge, because if you charge with Jean's Knights, they'll get the damage buff for 5 seconds, which is an extra 3.5 attacks being buffed up by about 4 damage. But the reality is, like, in those situations, you also have to consider not only A, going to be outnumbered, but B, you now have the defense arrow. The defense arrow makes it quite easy for the Keshiks to just win those fights now. Now, the tough part is because Purple didn't get his walls up, as he should have here, he now has to keep adding Knights. And I think, actually, you just can't stop adding Knights now. You have to get Jean level 3, because you missed your timing, right? Meanwhile, behind this, the problem is Louis getting eco. He's got 1 relic on the way home. He could easily make it a 5 relic game. I mean, this one's risky, but, like, honestly, it's Louis. I wouldn't be surprised if he somehow gets here. Watch him. He'll literally just sneak a villager all the way around here, right against the edge of the map. Oh, sorry, a monk all the way around against the edge of the map, and pick up the relic. And Mish coming in now as well. It looks like Purple has decided to start stockpiling resources. It's just so difficult, right? Every time you want to go for a tech up, Louis is intentionally showing more Keshiks. This is really cool by design. What Louis is doing right now, it looks like he's just idling a bit, but he's intentionally showing his Keshik mount is bigger, because every time he shows more, you're noticing that Purple has to queue up more. This is so tilting. Like, you want to get castle, you need to get castle, but because of what Louis is doing, you can't risk him outnumbering you. Louis like, I'm putting the gun down. Do not attack me. Well played, actually. The fact he was able to peel off Knights like that, I wasn't expecting. Louis is now reacting, though. And Jean, in the meantime, goes down. Wow. There was an actual dive and a commitment to a fight here. But Jean being removed is a big deal here, right? So, like, Louis now can feel very comfortable about the idea of taking the fights. Should have sniped monks with Knights and defended with spears would already be castle. Yeah. I think he had this idea that he would be able to win the main fight by staying feudal. And he already had the racks. Like, you're not wrong that Spearman could have worked quite well here. But I guess the logic for Purple was that he wanted to potentially raid after a fight, whereas Spearman's just turtling, right? I actually think he doesn't even need the spears. You just, like, wall yourself in and tech up fast. Flash coming in, though. And there's the defense arrow. And notice there's no attack speed buff coming in now. This is just a loss of a fight for Jean. Number-wise, outnumbered 10 versus 7 and just outclassed here. This game could just be over, guys. Oh my god. Purple, that's a fully garrisoned TC and a bunch of exposed villagers. Dive comes in towards them now. A Spearman has come out to defend, but he's a bit outnumbered here. And all of a sudden, you're going to be in the game where, sure, you're going to be teching up, but the eco lead you built is just going to completely disappear. Love that as well. Notice what Louis done there. Don't make that mistake. If he chased the villagers, Purple would have got the charge in. And then the damage on these knights would have compared. He stayed away from it intentionally there. Tech up has come through, but Louis now has to have a smile on his face. He's about to be 4 relics versus potentially 1 in a game where the world's his oyster. And we're probably looking at 2 TC here, right? He's already got 18 people in the wood line. He's completely negated the value this second TC really gave, especially when you consider the relics and sacred sites. And now he can play for a later phase in the game than he otherwise would. In fact, that TC's going down. Only level 1 Undermesh. No +2 armor, but it's pretty smart because remember, Purple hasn't built a Blacksmith's. And why would he, right? Like, Purple doesn't get as much value out of Blacksmith play drops anymore because you don't get your melee techs for free. Nice. The flash. Premature fight out of Purple, actually. Big mistake made there. Joan needs to be bloody careful. Like, she could actually just get sniped right now. Instead, it's going to be committing on the TC. Nice torch down. So, eco inflation removed from Joan. Only 6 villagers ahead. Now, you're about to be up against 2 TC Mongols. Ooh. All 3 sacred sites as well. This is kind of painful, right? Like, you're against the Mongols. Usually you'd be like, oh no, the Mongol horde. Well, I'm going to do the historical thing and just wall myself in. But the way you've walled yourself in, you're quite resource limited, and also you've given way too much of the map over, right? 3 sacred sites, 4 relics, and now that 2 TC. This is a game where Purple can't just camp and wait for the late game, right? Like typically at this point, a Joan player would be like, okay, I've got Guildhall. I can just wait 8-10 minutes and I'll be good to go. You're instead going to have to split your army and try to the sacred sites, but doing that means you're going to lose some somewhere, right? And that's what Purple's now scared of. Because with this lead already being built like it has, if Purple loses 3 or 4 knights, they're not going to win the main fight. In fact, this is a stage now where Purple seriously needs to consider going spears. Joan, I imagine Joan is probably about 3 minutes away from level 3 still. She didn't kill any boars, right? She didn't survive long enough in those fights to see more than maybe like 50 to 60 XP. I feel like at this rate, Marie-Joan d'Arc is going to be lucky to be level 3 by 20 minutes. That is brutal to hear out loud. Especially in a game where Louis is already this far ahead. Why is he gathering gold there? I think he was looking to just take the risky resource first, maybe? Felt that this game was going to go too late. It is weird. I agree on that. And he had scouted the backside of his base, right? Like, I'm assuming so. I'm now starting to wonder. It made sense because the TC dropped, right? Like, deer and then transition gold. But yeah, it was weird he was hanging around there still. It's even weirder that he's not building spears. I think it's been way too one-dimensional too long. We're finally seeing him actually prep for veterancy on spears. But I'm starting to wonder if it's a bit late. So, where is the win condition now for Purple? Their mindset is like late game focus now. It's not a Silver Tree build. Your opponent is going to boom into Imperial as quickly as they would otherwise. And you have got Guildhall ticking, right? So like 10 minutes from now, Imperial is quite a natural play. The problem is Louis is such a freaking genius kid at this. He understands these timings so well. Like, you've got to keep in mind that you've picked Joan d'Arc against the Joan King. Louis is going to look to harass, but he's not going to look to hang around. Food and gold is being stockpiled. Oh boy, big mistakes made. Purple, with only 4 spearmen, now has to wall himself out from the second deer pocket. He's going to run out of food. He's got, what, berries on the backside, but they're being exhausted quickly. And your opponent has perma food, right, with the sheep. And Joan does not get the melee text for free anymore. That was a change made in the most recent patch, so you have to get Bloomery. This, in particular, was a very big nerf towards spearman-based Joan builds, because they used to be very powerful. French kind of now feels better for going into spearman than Joan. Zhone does at least still have the upside if that's the building that gets her the biggest like discount across a minute, right? It's like you get a 15 food discount every like 15 seconds, which adds up. But actually, I think it's high if you just scale Knights, but obviously Knights is harder to justify spamming on its own. Kessik's just not giving the fight over. It's so annoying with the Yan there as well. Like, you can see there's no chance he can chase. Outpost's going to go down. Sacred Sight's going to get decapped, but I feel so bad for Purple. Because once they decap that Sacred Sight, they're going to discover the real win condition. Louis in Imperial Age is going to be unstoppable here. He's doubling down on just doing Kessik's. Oh my god. I would not be surprised if this French force went full World War II the moment they see it. Alright, he's not going to surrender. Okay, calm down. We've still got a game. So, White Stupor is up. Obviously, Louis is not going to fight until he's got those upgrades in. You can now see him actually getting the Step Lancer improved. Good God. And once again, he just walks by. Are you kidding me? Louis is so smart with these outposts. These outpost networks not only block any sort of sneak attack from Purple, they give him the mobility to do this. Oh my god, and he's way too quick in. 1.87 movement speed. And Zhone, with the army out of position, you can't defend your own base now. Kesh is going to flood in. The villagers nowhere to run. This might just be the GG kill. Louis instead turns around. He's waiting for the upgrades. He's like, well, oh, calm down. I actually haven't got elite status yet. The comical part to me is Louis could have easily went to the back of the base. The upgrade would have came in, and then Zhone wouldn't have been able to fight him. But instead, he's going to show a little bit of respect. He's backing up. Spearman count is now up to 20. This is the point where Kessik's will struggle a bit. But to make it all that much easier, we've now got biology on the way. When was the last time you saw a Mongol player rush Imperial like this? I feel like Mongol players, I mean, they get shot like fish in a barrel, right? They usually feel like they're dead by maybe 20 minutes in practically every game right now. This is impressive. I feel like Louis is learning some lessons from his Highview game the other day. You guys remember the Japanese versus Mongol game? Where it was mounted samurai only? How are you going to be aggressive with spears? It's actually easier than you think. It's just Jeanne d'Arc needs to discover what stone is. That's the important detail. If you just stonewall, Louis won't be able to get in. And then you can just run down the center, right? Like, that's the crazy part to me. The issue in this game from start to finish from Jeanne d'Arc has been a lack of walling. Good walling, sufficient walling. Flash coming in. Should be the defense arrow, and all of a sudden, this fight gets messy. Pull back on the Knight, Spearman and engage. Dude, he's just feeding level 4 to Zhone right now. What is this? This is insane. This is wave number 1. Wave number 2 hasn't even arrived yet. Oh my god. This feels like BM. You look at that fight, you're like, wow, that was a really good fight for Purple versus an Imperial Age opponent. Until you realize there's a second wave to come. No, he's going to sandwich him. Zhone can't even stand up against this. She's going to die way too quickly. Then arms. Spearman, anything wouldn't work. You just haven't got anything that's tanky enough. Maybe War Institute would have worked, but with it being a Guildhall build, I feel like this game is over. If Purple had been building spears from minute 1, maybe. But this ain't it. Oh, that game was comical. Holy crap. What do we call that? What's the focus on that? I guess it's like the lack of walls. Maybe like Jeanne d'Arc's nightmare? I don't feel like Mongols are that powerful, by the way. I legit just feel like that was that was just Louis in a nutshell. One sec, I'm just naming it quickly. Yeah, Keshik's the only unit you need. I mean, it makes sense, right? Like, I keep saying, like, you know, you want some healing? You want some sustain? Okay, guys. Imagine this. Strat. Time out, strat. You go into a team tournament, and you do Mongols plus Yone. No, sorry, Mongols plus English, rather. You get your king, you just get mass Keshiks, and you go. Okay, I'll keep my dumb ideas to myself. Let's see what else we can cast. Ooh, Notice that I oohed when I saw the names and then when I saw it was a mirror between the Abbasids. I don't know if we want this one. That's kind of right? I think we have a look and see if Louis is playing enough of one. Sorry, boys. Abbasid mirrors ain't it. 2 hour game incoming. Actually, Abbasid games really aren't that long. Abbasid games are typically... So Abbasids function like... Wait. Do I get to do the paint thing? You guys love the paint thing, right? You ready for this? Oh, this is going to be so like, high level. Abbasid, like, mirrors are like a triangle, right? So here's our triangle. Wait, that's not... Here's our triangle. Right? So you've got... You got your trade wing. You got your eco wing. And then you got your military wing. Now here's how it works. It's a counter triangle. Just like archers, horsemen, spearmen, right? You know how that's like a natural like counter thing? So here's how it works. Is that eco wing counts as military wing. Military wing counts as trade wing. And trade wing counts as eco wing. And right over here, we have culture wing. And this is appropriate because that's the best grade you're going to get on this exam if you pick culture wing and feudal age. Yeah, you just like... If you're in a mirror and you go culture wing, that's how the counter system works, okay? Glad. Thank you for coming to my TED Talks. Hopefully this has explained how the Abbasid mirror works. You guys want... Should I cast it now to prove it? Or should we go for a Louis game? Who's Louis against? Louis against the Chinese account. Let's have a look who they are. You guys want to see it? You sure? I mean, we can if you want. I feel like people got sick of mirrors. But we can do a mirror if you guys want. Aaron says Ayabid versus Abbasid would be more interesting. I don't think that matchup's like that intriguing right now. Is this core? No, I think this might be Avali. So we can do Louis MT versus Avali or Zerton versus Giljardi. Which one do you guys want? The Louis versus what I assume is Avali one is Abbasid versus HRE. You volunteer for the mirror? You take the role of culture wing player? No. You're curious. Ugh. Curious is the worst thing. Wait, so do I need to do... Oh, dude, I'm going to have to find this and clip it now in the recording to add to the video. Military culture wing in Abamira? No, it's based on the landmark choice. So the way it works is like eco wing counts as military wing because you just build the second TC on your stone close to your base and then you slowly move out, right? So like eco wing slaps military wing. I think genuinely just go trade wing to counter eco wing. Culture wing's like, I mean, I guess you could go castle age to counter eco wing. But like if your opponent gets some food, he just builds camel archers, right? I feel like there's easier ways. You're choosing to be a timing civ in a matchup where like you both suck with the idea of controlling timings. Okay, anyway. Well, hopefully that infographic was very helpful because we're doing. I can't believe you guys maybe do this. Oh, there's an Bastard Mirror. Let's see if our philosophy holds true. We've got Killjadi in the purple going up against Zertin in the pink. Wait, guys, why did you vote for this? Oh, no. I just remembered we were making a comment about how long Zertin's games were earlier. And now we've got this. All right, so let's get into this. So we were just highlighting the fact that there's an interesting triangle of balance around Abasa mirrors and how they're won. And it's that Eco Wing beats Military Wing beats Trade Wing, and Trade Wing beats Eco Wing. That's because Military Wing is able to block trade and attack it before it gets real value. The difference, though, is that when you're up against Eco Wing, your opponent can build the second TC on the stone and then crawl out with a third TC. And they'll have enough archers to contest your Military Wing. Meanwhile, you're just going to be slow on your TC timing, and you wouldn't have really achieved anything meaningful against your opponent. The reason that the Eco Wing works that way, by the way, is a combination of fresh foodstuffs and how insane all this extra food on the berries is. It means you don't have to rush out your base where other civs would. So yeah. Culture Wing just doesn't really sell me right now. The idea of Culture Wing into Fast Castle sounds cool on paper until you realize that the bastards actually aren't that terrible at fighting feudal versus castle when your plan is to go into, say, something like Golems. Because if you go Golems, then the feudal age Abasa player just spams camel archers until he catches up. Because of the timing it takes you to get to castle, he will catch up. Because by the time you're in castle, with even a 2TC build, he should be about 10 villages ahead. Kind of nuts when you think about it that way, right? Like, Culture Wing in theory sounds good with the Castle Age Rush until you realize that the time it takes you to even get that unlock, your opponent's going to have built an extra almost 6 villages over you. These two are very closely ranked on the ladder, by the way. Let me double check, but I'm pretty sure Killjadi has a slight lead over him. So Killjadi is sitting in 11th place right now. Xerti... Oh, my apologies. Zertin actually has the lead. He's in 10th. So absolutely tippity top of the ladder. I don't think you'll find a higher ranked game happening right now live. Millie Wing coming, and... Oh, crap. No. Help! It's going to be a 2-hour game. Oh, it's Millie Wing on Millie Wing. So... let's discuss why nobody wanted to counter the Millie Wing. The problem with countering the Millie Wing is it means delaying your play. Look at where both their scouts are right now. Because you're in a mirror, you're playing for as many sheep as possible, which means you can't run across to an already scouted area of the map, right? And you would have been forced to with the rotations they've done. So instead, they have to just assume what their opponent is doing. And when you're assuming, the safest choice is Millie Wing, right? When you don't have a clear idea on what they're up to, Millie Wing is still an optimal option because you can still go for a TC. It's going to be more expensive, sure, but you can still go for it. I do feel like when you're playing these mirrors, though, you should be scouting your opponent and reacting to the play. If you are 5 seconds later to start your tech up than them, it's worth it to get that info. So I do think that they kind of dropped the ball here on both sides, that neither of them even tried that. And already stone's being gathered, so you can see where this is heading, guys. I'm going to hit the speed up to get as live as possible. I've got a feeling we might be here for a bit. So final sheep haul, pretty bloody good one actually for Killjadi. 14 sheep compared to just 10. They have, of course, both got the berries. The other thing that's really good for Xerti, though, he has got the back spawning berries. However, look at what Killjadi got. Dude, Killjadi broke the bank with this spawn. He's got berries spawning on the left flank, and he's got double deer there as well. There's insane value in a TC drop right here, and it's actually not too far from your base that you can't defend it. So I definitely prefer Killjadi's spawn. Killjadi is going to look to go on the offensive, as is Zertin. Wait, what? No. I feel like this is a mistake by Zertin. He's scouted his opponent's spawn. You should be blocking your opponent. But it looks like Xerti's just trying to go for a fast castle build, right? But the thing is, Killjadi can now do that. And he can do it fairly efficiently as well. Instead, Killjadi does something weird. He drops the TC on the tree line. And I think this is because of what he's assuming is going to happen. Like, he's looking at this game and saying, Zertin's meant to attack me, right? Like, my spawn is superior. He's meant to be coming out. And what baffles me more, by the way, is that Zertin didn't come out, even though he dropped the TC this defensive. You could have built the TC here, and it would have been very hard for Killjoy to do any damage, right? Instead, you've now got this awkward situation where Killjoy isn't just going to win the initial excursion. He's going to keep the troops alive for afterwards as well. What did I just watch? Okay, we are as live as possible now. That was sick. Killjoy, he punished Zertan from being split. And all of a sudden now you have to add in Horseman, but Killjoy's just, dude, he's just a step ahead. So just to readdress the melee wing factor, like this turned into kind of an outskill moment, right? And you just saw Killjoy dominate him in that regard. But the reason why I still believe you're meant to just go the route of Trade Wing here when you see the melee wing play is... Eco Wing rather, when you see the melee wing play, is it just puts you ahead and it doesn't really cost you much, right? Like the savings you get from TC drops and the timings means you can scale more archers quite quickly and efficiently, or horsemen. The reason why they didn't do it here, if I had to kind of theory, the blind detail aside, is the fact that you're talking about a matchup that doesn't happen very often, right? The idea of doing these mirrors is less popular right now on ladder because there's more civs in the game now, so it doesn't happen as often. Because Abbassids aren't as picked as often. And then finally, because a lot of tournaments have stopped using mirror formats, right? Like, think about EGC's tournaments. I'm pretty sure now, I can say with confidence, EGC moving forward are going to aim to not have mirrors ever again. Now, I can't say that 100%. My name isn't Pesty. I don't run the EGC channel. But it does make a lot of sense, right? The reception to no mirrors has been phenomenal. The balance feeling on the game, on games not being decided at the beginning, has really shown that as well. So this is where the Abbasid mirror should take an interesting turn towards camels. Typically in this matchup, if you know it's going to be spamming horsemen, the idea is to drop an archer range and get a camel archer out. One camel archer, that aura wins you fights. What I'm wondering though is if Killjoy has the potential to just rush castle here. He has got an insane lead right now, like 3 horsemen ahead, and keeping that lead is pretty crazy. He's even forcing Spearman out of Zertan. I'm not a big fan of Spearman here, but the reason why I think Zertan might get away with it is the walling. This is, however, the detail that should tell Killjoy to tech up. He now has scouted the walls. This tells him he's a mile ahead, right? This tells him that Zertan is scared of something. I really like Killjoy's reads in a lot of ways in this game. His desire to attack there, his read on the walls now going up, like he understands his timing now. Because Zertan's making the side investment, there's nothing to stop him teching. And the cool thing is that Killjoy can be fairly confident that it's a full walling, even without seeing it. Because why would Zertan wall the left side, but not the right? It just doesn't make sense, right? Awesome Raid going to come in, blocks the walls from going up, and it's just a bad fight for Zertan to be taken. The Wolf is even working against him here. Scout on the backside is also seeing the Spearman, so right now, Killjoy has just got the thumbs up to go. Yes! It's not going to be an hour-long game! Actually, it might. No. Keep the faith, KP. Keep the faith. This is going to be Culture Wing from Killjoy. He's an aggressive player with an aggressive timing here. You go Culture Wing, you get your tech upgrades, and you win the early fights. Zertan, I've got a feeling he'll go Eco, which to me is a death sentence. If you have to go Eco Wing here, it's a really big mistake. You're just going to be too slow on your tech. So I'm hoping for his sake, for his Elo's sake, he's going to choose Culture, because the tech advantage is going to be way too big. The cost efficiency is insane. The reason why he's going Culture Wing, just look at his techs. Like, Killjoy only has Wheelbarrow. He's going to get so much value out of Preservation and Knowledge, it's not even funny. Zertan, clever lad, understands too well. You just can't be that greedy anymore. You might think Eco Wing's better because of all the farms you'll save on, but the reality is when you've got this much berry and deer left on the map, you should be able to quite comfortably get to Imperial in a lot of cases, and then go for the Eco Wing, get the savings, and then farm transition, right? Because if you think about it, like 20% might not sound like a lot, but if you were to calculate the amount of resources you're going to spend on all your techs across the next several minutes, it's going to equate like, what, over 1,000 resources saved. Okay, big mistake by Zertan there. Heavy hit to the horseman count, a little bit worrisome because actually, like this stage in the game, it's very easy for an Abbasid player to just start spamming archers, right? Like you could see that happening here. And that means you're going to have less cav to try and contest that as it begins. Archers might sound like a throw when you're both going castle, but I actually really like it because of the composite bows. It looks like instead Killjoy might be leaning into Golems, which would make sense because I think he understands with what Zertan's done, his timing's more optimal. Which means you could have a first wave advantage. Golems only take 26 seconds. And the difference between you know it's going to be at least 15 seconds because of what Zertan's done. Oh, still not fully up. The Horseman. Like, oh, Spearmen counter us? No, not when we got these numbers, they don't. So it looks like the wall is still not going to be going up for Zertan, and he's got to invest into more spears. That's bad. That's incredibly bad, because it now means your opponent can spam Golems with full agency over the game. This is brutal. Zertan, he actually just needs to go Golems. Yeah, cancel straight away. He knows he's going to be up against Golems, so notice he goes crossbows as well. That's a really smart read. What would be really cool here is if Killjoy done something unorthodox like Horseman Golem. I'd be shocked if I saw it because it's just not something a Nabasa player would think to do. But considering you're the aggro player, you know your opponent should be building crossbows. It gives you the perfect counter to what they're doing. Then again, just building Golems and building Siege can be equally as good here. This is so annoying. Counter raids at least coming in. Well played there. Oh, a little bit of griefing there. Killjoy did slow down his villager. But so far, a lot more out of time achieved by Killjoy, right? I love the fact he's just microing under the crossbows. This is so annoying. Wait, did Zertan really just queue up a Camel Rider? I mean, he saw one Lancer. That's a little bit of an overreaction. Because it looks like Killjoy isn't intending to invest into them. Villagers with the shivs out again. This is so... You know, I keep saying that Killjoy's changed and how he's evolved and how he's a very different player these days, but... No, I've been lying to you guys. The way that people have described Killjoy historically is he's one of the most annoying players to play up against. He's proving here he's still one of the most annoying players to play against. This is so annoying. You're just not really getting to have your game at all. He's smart as well, because Zertan is a player that is comfortable in the late game, right? Like, most of his games that we've watched in the past tend to trek towards, like, 20, 30, 30, 40 minutes deep, rather. Killjoy, on the other hand, I feel like his usually peak 20 to 30. If it goes deeper, it's not his choice. Troops now marching across, and Zertan just got the bad news. A few too many spears, not enough Golems, and it looks like we actually have both players moving for the relics as well. Those aren't new archers being built, by the way. They're just the ones from the very beginning. Killjoy never actually lost them at all. Torches out, looking for the burn-in. An ambitious Imam, to say the least. That man believes in things he absolutely should not. Silicon Relic being dragged from the center. Looks like Killjoy is going to go for the one closest to his opponent. Is that intentional by Zertan? Because if so, that's genius. Killjoy won't think to look at that relic if he saw an Imam walking out towards it. The problem is the timing is going to work against you here. Oh my god, he saw him as well. So now you just peel the Lancer, right? And send the rest to fight. What a weird exchange. I feel like the Golem numbers are too big here. Wallow's going to come in the side. Lancer is going to get the chase down. Great micro there by Killjoy. So denies the Imam here, pulls his back, wins the fight on the right side because it looks like Zertan abandoned ship at the front line. Left the crossbowmen to fight for themselves. Our reinforcements will at least clear this up for Zertan, but right now the relic exchange is more important. We are in a mirror, and remember, we have that classic saying about mirrors. Small differences make the mile. This is going to be a big one at this rate. Right, 3 to 2 relics at least in favor of Killjoy. Still could potentially be the 4th, but I imagine Zertan should still be able to return that, considering Killjoy has had to back up quite a bit. Then again, if he doesn't build a gate... Okay, he's got one on the north side. That's not too bad then. If he comes out the south side gate, I actually think it's going to be 4 to 1 relics. Make the right choice, Zerty. Because if you come out that south side gate, you're going to lose it. What worries me now is Zertan's getting a bit heavy in crossbows, and Killjoy is going mass archers. Even if he wasn't, Mangonels are pretty easily buildable now. Zertan also has a very big macro issue. He's trying to go full farms. despite the fact he's got berries, deer, everything he needs, he's being forced to transition a lot sooner than Killjardy. And he makes the right choice. Zertan does go out the west side gate, so we'll be able to return that second relic. Unfortunately, I've got a bad feeling he might lose the one at the front of his base. Now, the upside, at least for Zertan, is remember, the fire armor is going to make this much harder to torch through. The downside is right now, he doesn't have an army that stands a chance in hell of fighting back. This is what I love about Killjardy. Killjardy, like, he doesn't mess around, right? He doesn't give you the BS of, I need to be safe 20 minutes from now. Right now, Killjardy's looking at the game and thinking, how do I end it now? And it's showing in the military numbers. It's showing in the fact that Zertan spent all that wood to build farms, not to attack. The one thing keeping me alive right now is that Mangonel play. That was a sick hit. Archer Mass gets hit pretty hard, but now it looks like the infantry did dive past, so could be facing some heavy losses at the back of Zertan's base. He should know about this as well. Zerty. Gonna start running away now. Lot out of time being achieved. Archers are still blocked out, though. And a long wall now coming in. Killjardy just trying to carve up his chunk of the map here. And the funny thing is, Killjardy has such a lead right now that if he loses all these units, he will still have military pop lead. It's kind of crazy how big that fight was just outside the front gate. I also love the wall around. It's like, huh, Sacred Slice may be doable? Bit ambitious. Zertan slow on the pull away again. Oh, wait, Zerty? Okay, he'll finally try to shift away, but more eco losses, and all of a sudden we're talking about almost a 10 villager need for Killjardy. Now, the interesting thing is that Killjardy's finally doing his farms. This is what I want from Zertan. Build a big enough army to win a fight, then farm transition. You could argue that like Zerty can get a quicker imp timing because of what he's done here. The risk is what he loses in the meantime, right? Like eco lead, map control, all these things matter a lot because even if you do get a quicker imp timing, I'm now thinking long-term gold access, right? You got 8k on your side. The way this is being carved up, Killjardy's trying to play for the fat veins. I don't like the springles now from Killjardy. So Killjardy's focused once again on ending the game right now, but the danger of like going too heavy into siege is if the tech completes and Cobra comes out, you flop. So really, Killjardy, if he wants to make this work, needs to get a lot more production online. Good start, though. The Springle, nice start step in. Might even be able to get the snipe. Okay, that was an outplay right there. Well played. Killjardy, short start step moves. Zertan, slow on the reaction, now has no siege to hold back the mass archers. Military Boot Camp has also got the increased attack speed with the composite bows, and it's going to be a move in here. Zertan's got problems, guys. He's still 50 seconds out. This game could be concluded just that quickly. Flash now comes in. Composite bows are going to target the back line, so mass crossbows are not going to last long against this, and I just have a feeling that we're going to see a flood through. Zertan's going to have to give way, but he doesn't really have any space to give way with. Killjardy is on another level. And I don't think this was just that one detail, the Millie Wing opening. It's a difference in styles and approach. Both of these players entered this game with a Civ that has a perception as being a late-game boomy Civ. And instead, Killjardy objected against that idea. He tried to end it fast. Now, there is going to be a tech lead for Zertan, but look at the economy lead now. It's free TC behind this. Killjardy may be later in the tech up, but I'm questioning whether Zertan has a position to rush out here. The wall's gone up, the keeps are going up. Killjardy's definitely a little bit frail right now, but I don't think by any means he's completely disarmed, right? Like, Zertan lost a lot in that exchange and didn't gain any ground for it. No, Killjardy is not an idiot. He's not going to try to dive in and end the game castle versus imp, right? Like, he knows the farms are up. He scouted them before when he raided. He knows that the eco wing is the most likely choice, which means you're going to be looking at things like the agriculture quite quickly here. So he's going to be quite calculated about this. He could consider trade wing. I just think eco wing is the most sense. Like, you're in a Bassett-Bassett matchup. The agriculture improved processing difference. It's kind of OP. So expect him to just go eco wing as well. But I love the fact that he's just prepping mass siege. This is pretty crafty, actually, because Zern's one hope of getting out of this is what he's building now, hand cannoneers. He's got over a 2-minute tech advantage. That equates to, what, like 15 to 18 hand cannoneers at least? If you have triple mangonel, you counter that. Now, one thing that Killjoy is lacking right now is a good front line. He's only building spears. What I'd love to see from Zern, his biggest GG play is actually getting a university and prepping elite army tactics. Because that's something Killjoy can't mirror. And that'll give you a breakout. Walls still being attempted by Killjoy. Springs are coming in and keep drop. Beautifully done. Okay, so Zern, he's actually back in this game now. Things were looking a little bit shaky, but actually with this 8k gold vein being secured, Killjoy has some really important questions to answer in the next 2 to 3 minutes. It's not that he's going to run out of resources quickly, but it is that the quality of his army is going to be behind, right? And also another kind of dicey thing, Killjoy needs to make sure he's got quick culverin timing on that tech. So I'm hoping it's going to be imp into double culverin, because he should understand that Zerton is going to look to counter siege. Right? It's like, if I was in Zerton's position, culverins will always make sense. Oh, nice little raid in. Won't be able to stop this though. Textiles plus this many villages means Zerton will lose a few villies, but he will get the keep. Zerton now shifting left side though. Eco wing now complete. And Killjoy, he's not going to get any TC value, right? Farm value is also there, but not to an extreme. He's already 31 farms in. I am wondering if Killjoy maybe could have built a mango before going in for that dive on the TC originally. It's tough, right? When your opponent's teching up, you want to punish it, you don't want to wait. Alright guys, what do you think? Ones if you think Zerty's got this, twos if you think Killjoy has. I really like this mango detail, and it's really good for him when you consider Zerty's only got 1 Kolv, so that should be a trade out. Killjoy's army is deceptively dangerous. The triple mangonel is the really big backbreaker, especially when you get hits like that. A freebie, not a great one, but it is still a free hit, and also a snipe out there. What is Zerton doing? He's trying to raid the economy, but he made it a little bit too obvious, a little bit too slow. Maybe able to leak into a few farms here. Mangoes are going to keep hunting. Oh my! How did he clip that? Okay, Killjoy is really impressing me with his siege. The way he actually moved them off to just get that extra shot in, most players probably wouldn't have there. They would have been a bit too slow. This raid is going to do some damage though. Killjoy needs to start shifting away. He might think it's not worth pulling them back right now. Just use them as bait to let the army catch up, because you can easily replace the TC losses. But right now, is Killjoy diving? Oh my god, he's getting attacked here as well. What? Zerd! Okay, that's slick. That is actually cool. He got the mass lead, and now he's manipulating it. Look at what's happening on the flanks. Killjoy, all of a sudden, losing the eco lead for the first time in this game. And also the keep in the center. Killjoy barely keeps it alive, but it comes at a cost elsewhere. He's struggling right now. He's floating way too much food and gold. He needs to get more production online. I don't like what Killjoy is doing with his numbers here. With this much resource in reserve, he should be zooming up towards 40, 50 military pop. Instead, he's at risk of having his Abasa balloon go pop. Bombard now moving up. The Culverin is going to be able to snipe it out though. Oh my god, you can see Killjoy did not expect this. A Bombard instead of Culverin tells you he's looking to blitz through. Instead, he might get blitzed down here. I think Killjoy's got some big questions to answer. And I like that answer. Mass Horseman. So, you might think Mass Horseman's pretty dumb into a Bastards due to Spear Wall, right? But the logic is still, if Zerton wants to keep pushing to do damage, if he does have spears, they come towards you, right? So then you just send Horsemen in the back. This is all cover fire to buy time for this. Killjoy wants hand cannoneers. Hand cannoneers is your win condition, right? It's the best you can get in this matchup. Full stop. So you're going to need time. We've highlighted this before with like Streltsy play from Roost, where Roost players tech imp and they rush Streltsy. And I've seen more Roost players lose than win with that strategy. because it takes too long to produce. And even though you've got the Golden Age, which eventually comes in and gives increased production, it's still a long wait. So Horseman can buy time by drawing attention, but also hitting the economy. And if Zertan doesn't react to it, he's just going to lose out on eco. You see Zert, I don't want to fall for this. I want to go. He's like, I know what you're up to, but the problem is, even if you know what he's up to, if you don't do something about it, you're going to lose the game. Killjadi now roaming in. No biology, but that's not what this is about. It's not about being tanky here. It's about being damage efficient, and they are elite horsemen. So we'll split up. It's like Zertan actually is going to walk past. This is one thing I find is quite underrated about the Horseman raids, which is bringing a scout. It slows down your timing, but it informs you so much. Hand cannon near count now heavily favoring Killjadi. Siege, disadvantageous towards him, but the problem here is this is just Culverins, right? It's not Mangonels. Hand cannon near should be able to clear this all up. In the meantime, the Horsemen on the backside have found the farms. I think Killjadi's turning this. Despite what just happened a little bit earlier, that sick little raid by Zerti, Killjadi now is winning the fight that matters. 21 hand cannon near and climbing. And you're just seeing how quickly the spinman count falls. Like, this doesn't work. Even if you had elite army tactics, which you do not, you would still die too fast to this. What a sick timing out Killjadi. I was not expecting that. I actually thought the Zertan was going to take control of this game. He done such a good job with that raid south side. It looked like Killjadi was giving the game over. And you know what? For a second when that keep went down, it looked like it was going to be an easy GG. But Killjadi never wanted to give up, never wanted to surrender. Now has Zerti in a bit of a death spiral. The thing that's dying way too fast, of course, is still these spears. Elite army tactics still not there. Chemistry still not there. Horsemen have at least been cleared up. Things are going to slow down for a bit, and that means Zertan can look to reboom into hand cannoneers himself. Does have the goal to do so, but Killjadi's objective now is to not let him. He needs to keep pushing to restrict his opportunity to do so. I would love it if the hand cannoneers would stop attacking now. Mango. Ball up into the center actually freaks Zerti out on the back as well, though. He's going to dive in to try and deal with that siege. I love the fact that Killjadi still has archers, by the way. That's really sick. Clears the spinman quickly. Has a pseudo frontline effect to it. And actually doesn't trade that terribly against hand cannoneers due to the attack speed. That was really cool. I actually think Zertan's making a mistake making spears still. I get why he's doing it because the horseman, but right now it feels like it's just costing him too much. I actually think if anything, if he wants to do the spearman, he needs more production, right? He's got way too much food, way too much wood. Killjadi now prepping rams. Hey, I stand by my statement. This ain't going to be a 2-hour game. Killjadi wouldn't do me like that. We're in a Bassid mirror. They're both in Imperial Age. And he's siege engineering rams outside his opponent's base. Even if this name did not say Killjadi, I'd know it was Killjadi. Just because of that. Chemistry now in the way. Killjadi. It's bold to try and go down the front like this, but it is a secondary TC, right? Culverin behind it is going to start sniping out the siege. Killjadi, I think he just needs to double down horseman spam right now. Instead, he's going to go for a raid on the flank. What is happening? Who's going to win? The bombard or the keep? No one wins in these situations. Who's even losing more villagers is the bigger question, right? Like the keep. I think it's killing as many as the horsemen are. I'm just going to leave this here, guys. I'm going to go refill my energy drink. I'll be back soon, okay? Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. It happened. So Castle's going to survive there. Not that it really matters much. He already gathered the stone. He could even go for a keep drop now, though. Like, I'd love to see Killjadi drop a keep here, because that's pretty much going to be the only gold left over, right? Zertan is already almost exhausted over here. Horseman raids on the backside have been hitting up the farms. Zertan, of course, on free TC doesn't really care about that, though. The interesting part to me is actually this sneak in by Killjadi. Long term, this matters a lot. He's chopping wood from his opponent's tree lines now. Horseman raid is going to double down this area, though. Villagers, wait, Zertan! Oh my god! Hello? Has the alarm bell gone off yet? Someone needs to wake up and get out of bed right now. The panic! What? Where are they going? He just lost 30 villagers on this screen. Not a single one got into safety. Oh my god. Zertin's so distracted, heading in himself now. Keep drop on the way from Killjoy though. He has to be feeling confident. Morale has to be surging. Killjoy's like, oh my god, it's not going to be a 2-hour game. It's going to be a 1.2-hour game. This is looking pretty good. 60 eco lead. Killjoy a little bit asleep at the wheel himself, but maybe that's a good thing, right? Like, I think you need more military now. A breakthrough now on the way. The horsemen aren't done there. The keep did not protect a damn soul. And once again, he's going to find his way into the farmlands. You're still waiting for Zertin to make camels. The problem now is, like, with that eco, can you really make camels, right? Because if you're wanting to do hand cannoneers, it gets too expensive. Maybe camels instead of spears, but you'd have less of them. I think the issue right now is Zertin needs to stonewall, and then he can think about camels with that comp. But, like, right now, he needs too many troops. This is starting to slip quite heavily in favor of Killjoy. Raids on the other side did do some damage, yes. But you're noticing Zertin now having to fully back up, having no front line to keep pushing. Damn, Killjoy's still killing. He's up to 120 worker kills in this game. Double what Zertin has achieved. The villagers again. I mean, this castle is only really important for the wood, which kind of proves my point I always highlight, which is that wood is the real gold of late game, right? You know how everyone says Dry Arabia is a perfect map? I actually feel like it would be if you took some of these tree lines away. You've got all these small the small wood clusters, right? I'd say you could take one fat tree line away, and Dry Arabia would be like pitch perfect. So Killjoy, what is really missing from the comp at this stage? Farm count's up to 53. That's more than enough at this stage. You shouldn't run out of resources. He's going Mass Horseman again. I actually like the idea of maybe even considering like Camel Archers for raiding, but the problem is you're against hand cannoneers, right? So I don't really see him switching the comp too much. I actually love this detail. We mentioned that archers with composite bows trade reasonably for cost against hand cannoneers. Their only weakness is pop. So the only thing that's missing here is I want to see Killjoy dropping a lot of archery ranges in the center. That'll convince me this is the right play. He just needs to make sure production is close enough to the enemy base to keep winning fights, because you're going to be dropping half the bodies that you lose per fight, right? But if you think about it, if you're losing 2 archers for every 1 hand cannoneer, that's still an efficient trade. That's 80 resources for 240. Sorry, 160 resources for 240. These raids just aren't quick enough from Zerti. Yeah, Zerti's feeling Zergy in the wrong way, right? Like, Spearman Mass is going to get less and less value now because of what Killjoy is doing. Like, hell, to a certain degree, you could just have 80% archers and then 20% Gulam for your Killjoy. And that's very cost efficient. Because at that point, if you're into spears and hand cannoneers, right, the Gulams last long enough to hold back the spears, archers clean them up, and then archers finish off the hand cannoneers. Some raids again. Holy crap. You're seeing 2 very different playstyles at work here, right? Zertin is playing sleeper gaming, and Killjoy's awake. I'm sorry. The bigger difference here, actually, is that Zertin wants a proper fight. Killjoy won't give it to him, though. This shows you just how powerful raiding is in the late game. Like, every single time, Zertin's like, fight me, damn it. Just fight me. Killjoy's like, so I noticed you haven't stoned walled yet. So, if you're not going to stone wall, I guess I'm just going to go down the flank again. All right, guys, what do you think? 1s, if we will see Zertin with more than 100 eco, or more than 110 eco in this game. 2s, if Killjoy is just going to keep killing them every time they get close. Because Zerti is looking like an old dog that doesn't want to learn new tricks. Keeps getting cleared as well. One other problem here to consider in the hyper late game is the comps the 2 are doing. Zertin's comp is less sustainable because this map isn't easily tradable. You can't get full distance, even if you do your own corner. So you have to do wide on the other side, right? And that's simply not going to be an option here. That's another reason why Zertan needs to secure this area, by the way, because if he forfeits this corner, Killjadi could actually long distance trade. These raids. Bombard's been taken out. Zertan on his last legs, really. Like, the gold is nil at this point for him. So if he can't win a fight with this, he's just going to die in another 10 minutes. Mass Spears, Mass Hand Cannon is moving in. Killjadi's hand is finally being forced. Corverins and Mangoes behind this are big, though. Killjadi actually going for Mangoes of his own to try and counter out the hand cannons. This could be big. Timing for it. Xerti needs to insta-react. Killjadi turns to the shot, though. Nice dodge. At least for half of it. Mangoes barely alive, though. And it's going to be a trade out in the back, isn't it? Yep, walloping again. Front line is starting to fall a little bit for Zertan, but he's got wave after wave behind this. And Killjadi needs to get more troops out. He needs a lot more archers, actually. Which sounds weird against 3 Mangonels, but it's the most affordable and efficient thing you can go for right now. Although both of them are out of gold, one player still has his premium. Zertan, now with over 20 hand cannons, looking to strike down the center. And he may have chosen the single most important moment to do it. Wow, Killjadi may be in trouble, guys. All of a sudden, it turns out being down in economy is not a downside. When you consider that Zertan only has 91 eco, but really what he needs to build is spears, that's affordable. Killjadi now has a bigger problem. If his plan was to mass archers to counter, he needs a lot more of military than he's got of economy. I'm impressed. I am actually really impressed by Zertan here. I thought he was going to be gold dry, and then this was going to be over. Now, you may notice that Killjadi's building horsemen again. I don't think that's for a raid, though. You can't wait. You're going to have to take the main fight. I don't like this going into Golems. It makes sense against spears, right? But, like, honestly, at this stage, you just need more archers. You win or lose this game based on your archer count. The other problem is he can't go into anti-siege because there's just too much on the back line here. It's going to stand to a surround. Killjadi coming in from multiple angles here. Trying to split it all up. Horsemen trying to find their way right around the back. But Zertan, beautiful the micro. Not giving it for free. Frontliners are spread out. Mangoes are not hitting the archers on the back of this. And by God, Killjadi, I think he's done it. Oh my God. I had my doubts. I was skeptical, but the Mangonels could not find the high-value target. Killjadi now in the military lead. Frontline is gone. Mangonel's going to be dead behind it, and Zertan has nothing left in the chamber. That is it. There's no coming back from this now. Killjadi, he finally got what he needed. Mass archers, mass golems to break on through. The keep drop from Zertan, even if it goes up, I don't think it's going to last here. Let alone will he be able to gather with it. What a sick play by Killjadi. The patience shown there. The opportunity given over for Zertan to walk into a trap and then the concave to surround on all sides. And Zertan, that's going to be a doubt keep. Without that going up, he has nothing left. He needs to commit. It's going to come at a price. Archer numbers continue to just spike upwards. Rams now being committed to by Killjadi as well because wood is the thing he has for days still in this game. And Zertan may have that castle up, but I would be surprised if he gets to touch the gold for the rest of this game. Killjadi has come in for the scrap remainders on the right side in the meantime, so he's still going to have enough gold to get into Golems, to get into Bombards if he needs them. Zertan, oh my, tell me you're desperate without saying you're desperate. At 40 minutes into the game, he queues up Feudal Age Horsemen that he cannot afford to upgrade. It's pretty easy to just forget about how good composite bow archers can be, right? But this is a reminder that this is still a thing. And you know what the crazier part is, guys? He done all of that without Incendiary arrows. You heard me correctly. He didn't even have the Unitech for these units. That's wild. Especially considering he done that against Elite Army Tactics. Right? He had the EAT himself, right? So the Golems were very chunky. And you see how pop efficient these units are, right? 310 health compared to Spears at 180. So now trying to move villagers out, start gathering the gold. I just don't see how this trade works well for him. He started going to Golems, but that's just not affordable long term. The archers are forever and eternal. Incineroar Arrows is coming in 20 seconds. At that point, I wouldn't be surprised if Zertan calls GG. Like, the fact that he's losing these fights against non-Incineroar Arrows is brutal. Love the fact that 0 Sacred Sites are captured. Yeah, who needs Sacred Sites, dude? This is like, it's a mirror. If you need Sacred Sites to win, you aren't that good. This is ego challenge. This is like when you play CSGO and both of you have an AWP, and you're like, now I know I shouldn't peek this. Not to win, but for the gold. Yeah, I can see where you come from on that, but I think there may be a little bit tunnel vision on the 5k gold vein. So Killjoy takes a good fight. He needs to move up right now. You can't wait around here. You need to go. Because Zertan is getting a second wind with all these villages. You don't even wait for Siege. You just go. I think if you wait, you're going to let Zertan get 20 hand cannoneers again. Like, actually, if Zertan wants to be Giga Brain about this, you build Golems and hand cannoneers, and you slap. Killjoy now needs Incineroar Arrows. Plus the level 3 range text. All of a sudden, 13 damage. AWP versus AWP coming. Yeah, dude, like, honestly, I grew up in FPSs, right? When I'm playing, like, Modern Warfare 2 in the old days, and I'm just like, oh, I'm level up my SMG. Guys, quick scopes with an intervention. I'm like, challenge accepted. It is a matter of pride, man. So now up to 30 Golems. But you can see Killjoy has a similar count. The archers are going to be the difference maker. Zern is building. No. No. He only just queued up veterancy. He doesn't have Incineroar. I'm struggling to see how Zertan's going to get enough gold to do this. Rab's now moving in everywhere. Zertan, if he gives up this ground, I think he knows it's over. The military count is already starting to shrink for him. Eco is neck and neck, but you know what? That's a good thing because it means that Killjoy, this comp that's already winning, isn't at risk of getting outnumbered anymore. You just have to keep that production line pushing. In fact, I'm a little bit shocked. I feel like maybe the production levels aren't that high. Yeah, 11 Raxes and 4 Archer Ranges. You want to see what the difference is between these two? 13 Raxes, 7 Archer Ranges, 8 Stables. It's production. That is the sole difference here, right? Like, even if Zertan now does the same comp, he doesn't have enough buildings to produce it. Not at this pace. And I'm getting a little bit tilted by the fact that Killjoy doesn't just build like a single bombard. But I guess saving the goal for that is a little bit difficult. This game is never going to end. It has to now, surely. Zertan keeps sending these villagers in, but there's just so many archers at this stage. It's crazy to think just how many units this keeper's killed. It's also hilarious because this might be the first game where medical centers looks good. That's the crazy part, right? Like, medical centers is making this so much harder to dent. Can you check marketplaces? Dude, I'm gonna cry if I have to check the market prices. Why are you doing this to me, Sassy? I had to find a market in this crap. Like, does he even have a market? Yeah, he has 5 of them. Where? Oh my, he's trading. Okay, so we're finally getting to that stage. The rates are not too bad. They're around like, okay, the wood is bad. You get 38 gold. Oh, Control M. Oh yeah, I always forget about that. I'll usually just like the F along the top, right? Like that. That's a nightmare to try and figure out. Okay, trade's happening. If I'm Killjoy, I would just all chat type. I'm trading, by the way. I'm trading BTW, and then just watch Zertan surrender. This is the backbreaker push, surely. He's starting to give ground. You can't do this if you're Zertan. Your one hope of staying in this is the gold. The crazy thing, by the way, is if I told you Zertan has exhausted half the gold that was left here, you wouldn't believe me. You would think that he hasn't been able to get on it. Yeah, I don't have Control M for markets. Control M is not the default. What a game. I don't know if this gets uploaded. I don't know if this gets uploaded on the YouTube side. I don't know if it was interesting enough for that. This basically turned into your typical Bassett experience. But Killjadi played this so much better. And I think that kind of proves our point around Mirrors, right? Is like he played it so much better. But the classic thing about Mirrors is a small lead takes a long time to mutate, right? To grow, to flourish. So despite those small edges he was taking, like the military wing exchange in the opening, the flank race of the Horsemen, it still took this long to reach this point. So for all of you people who voted for the Bassett Mirror, thank you very much for reminding me why we don't watch Mirrors anymore. A little bit of a slowdown here. Killjadi, what is going on with the production? It's the trade, right? Like, setting up trade can be quite expensive early on. And it draws a lot of attention and also a lot of population at this stage. Pink has an opportunity here. The weird part to me is I think Killjadi made a mistake by going trade, by the way. He didn't need to. I'm confused by the choice to go trade. Like, you were winning with archers. You just need to build a few rams or a bombard. Now you've opened up an opportunity here. And oh my god, Zern. He agrees. He loves archers as well. We are 48 minutes in the game, and we're about to see a composite bow switch that will win the game. What the f— this game is so abnormal. Bone coming in. Killjadi has tried to rebolster the troopers, but the trade has now been spotted. And this was not trade wing, right? So that's the other thing, guys. This is not very powerful. It's 47 gold. He has no trade wing techs. I actually think Killjadi may have— I don't want to say it again. We said it twice already. Moments that should have ended the game that didn't end the game. But, like, this is an opportunity that Zerton should not have been given. What the f— Yeah, I think Killjadi didn't need to go trade. I think Zerton's just been given the win condition. It's got Insignia arrows coming. I don't think it's an absolute GG, right? Like, this could still go either way. But this went from being like an 80% likelihood of Killjadi winning to more like 60-40, right? He's giving certain ways back into the game that really have no right being here. This game's so abnormal has been said one way or the other in the last 3 games. I mean, if you're highlighting the B versus Anatan competitive games, yes. Those games plus this, these have been quite abnormal. Ram spam now from Killjadi. The irony of this is, like, Killjadi, after he cleared the hand cannoneers, he kind of could have just went round the keep, right? Like, he fought over the gold and that was cool, but now there's no gold there. But he's so hyper-fixated on this castle. And I think he finally brought enough to take it down. 4 rams will definitely clear it out. There might be a cost elsewhere, though. Wood gathering is getting ridiculous. I wish there was a way to select all trees to count what remains. There can't be many at this stage. This is getting absurd. There's barely any map left over. It's straggler trees over here, right on the Stealth Forest, and then a small number of trees left up here. But these proxy Raxes, oh my god, dude. No, Zern, that is not a good fight. Sir? Kind sir? Oh my god, he's sending everyone. You gotta be kidding me. Zerton needs this wood. If he's gonna go mass archers, he needs this wood right here. This is the world to him right now. But the Ghoulems from the proxy Raxes may have just decided this. Oh my god. What an unbelievable way for that to end. The wood was getting scarce, but Zerton theoretically should have been able to get enough wood together to at least compete with Killjadi. But now, with that foul strike on the flank, Zern has no wood. Okay, he's got this tree. These 2 trees. And behind this, I mean, the trade, what are we at? We've got 14 traders. He could easily just get his way into the second resource, right, and get some wood. Zerton needs a big win, and he needs it in the next 2 minutes. Because after that, he basically just has food. This is ridiculous. This game has gotten so scrappy in the last minute. Zerton trying to react with what he can on the flanks, but it's cost him time, it's cost him valuable resources. Food is starting to boom up, but not for good reasons, right? It's because he just doesn't have the other resources to mass spend. Killjadi now going to reboot that archer count. Golems plus archers will now win this. I just don't think the crossbow count's big enough, and also, guys, it's Castle Age's crossbows, and it's Castle Age horsemen. Something has gone seriously wrong for Zerton in this game. Archers on the flank are going to draw some fire. Split the armies and Zerton. You're fighting into production with an unelite army where the things that are elite are outnumbered. At this point, it begins to feel like a bit of a foregone conclusion. He'll at least be able to snipe some trade, do some damage, but you can already see the raids coming the other way. This has been the difference in the last few minutes, right? Like, Killjadi wasn't really doing this into the Heartlands. Now he is. Don't worry, he won't be able to build more cross... Oh, thank God, I was worried he's going to build more crossbows. But wait, he's building more horsemen. This might be the longest time I've seen someone try to use horsemen without upgrading them. You don't get this very often. Now the houses as well. Killjadi just trying to like make this a little bit simpler. He's like, the meat grinder must end before the hour, please. I've got a doctor's appointment. But I won't need a doctor as much as you do, Zerton. What do you guys think? Do you want to see more of these type of mirrors? I'm wondering how intriguing this was to people. One's if you like mirrors. Two's if you want them out of your game. I've kind of been curious about the idea of having a drafting format for ranked ladder games where you can pick your civs, and if both pick the same civ, it gets banned and you repick. A lot of ones. Holy crap, you guys like this? I thought the Rays at least going to be mopped up. The Zerton is now fully exhausted. He's put everything into this next attack. Killjadi has pretty much extracted most of what remains, right? I think this is the only area on the map that has trees on it anymore. Everything else has gone the way of the I like the bald haircut, please. It's nice, same as Doa. Yeah, that was my thought, right? And it's actually quite smart because if you've got a bunch of people who are like, for example, Rus abusers or maybe like, you know, your Iabit abuser, your Byzantine abuser, it's a no and it's a repick. And I know it can be tricky because some people like to just play one civ, but like the cool thing there is in that situation, if you're both one civers, you have to do something else. Oh, sorry, there were some straggler trees left over here. Zerton, by some miracle, has got 1,000 wood in reserve, but I think Killjadi at this stage is probably looking for the death push. We're up to 111 military. We're underneath the secondary TC here. And he's now flank raiding to where he knows the wood gathering's happening. I think Zerton just doesn't have enough military now to split this. Most of his military is just trash, right? It's spearmen and a handful of archers. He doesn't have hand cannoneers, so you're not going to be able to trade well here. And the archer count, like the difference here is ridiculous, guys. 76 to 19. 75% of Killjadi's military comp are bows. But not just any bows. They are the composite bows. The TC is kind of cool, though. Like, this change is interesting. We don't really get to see it often. If this had been, say, Archer versus Archer, Zerton could have won this fight because of the TC. He'll win it because the army split elsewhere. But, like, for example, in these situations, the numbers difference is so big that if Killjadi commits everything to one location, I just don't see how Zerton wins. That's really cool, though. I'm impressed. I didn't really think much of the medical centers change. I think most games, medical centers is still not going to matter. But this is like one rare situation where when you're approaching the last of resources, being the defending player might be an advantage, but it isn't going to be viewed that way by Xur. And GG is called. Killjadi will prove to you why he likes the Abbasid so much. Sure, it ends in the late game, but it's not because he seeks the late game. It's because he seeks the kill. That was a wild game. Yeah, once again, not sure if that one's going to get uploaded on the YouTube. I'm trying to think if it had like an interesting angle to really hone in on. Not sure. Because like, what would you make the core focus point of that video? Too long for that? Yeah, I think so. I mean, I could try having the game edited down. Maybe if it was edited down, but like then what would the focus be? When everything is gone, they're the best unit, maybe. Abba Archers, S tier late. Maybe. The Trash Kings. That's true. King of the Trash, maybe? Yeah, that might work, actually. Might ask my editor to tweak it and cut it down a bit. Okay, so let's have a look and see what other games we can cached. So we might be able to find some live games. Oh, actually, guys, you know what I'll do now? Actually, you know, this might work out even better. We might have a game that's about to begin, in which case I can run ads and quickly go grab a snack. Need 10% for that idea of the name. I pay you an exposure. You know all those like free-for-all wins you get? Now people are like, wow, he's going to win the next free-for-all tournament. And then I'm going to get the backlash when you don't. But like, you know, I pay you an exposure. Welcome to esports. You're young, but you'll learn. That's the way. Okay, let's have a look and see if we've got anyone searching. Not even playing these? Yeah, but that's the idea. If I build up your reputation as a free-for-all king, then Drongo will invite you to Outback Octagon free. So, you're welcome. Should we wait to see who Louis gets? Ooh, dude, Louis and Killjadi are queuing, so we actually might get them. Which would be pretty pog. That could work quite well. We've still got replays to fall back on as well. There's a Gully Deckle Soldier game. There's a bunch of Wham versus Numidan games. We have got a viewer game to cast a little bit later. I don't even know if TD Johnson is around. But he was TD Johnson, he was the guy at the end of the stream that donated $105 to the charity. So we will try to slot in his game and cast it at some point today. Hopefully today. If not, we'll sort it sometime in the week. Just going to catch up on YouTube quickly while we wait for those guys to queue into each other. Golems and Mamluk Bravery technology is insane, only accessible through the Kurd Ibids. Yeah, but like the thing you have to keep in mind is to get to that stage, like, if you're in the late game Ibids versus Abbasids, your economy is so much weaker, you've got to question whether you'll be able to fully utilize Mamluk's Bravery, right? That's why Ibids tend to try and win in Castle Age, not in Imperial Age. Because your Imperial is just really weak. I actually think, like, long-term, what's going to happen to Ibids, they're going to have the Feudal to Castle timing nerfed, because they're a bit too strong there. And they're probably going to have their Imperial buffed, because their Imperial is very, very bad. I actually think Ibids might have one of the weakest Imperials in the game. I'm trying to think, like, who's weaker in Imperial Age? God, can you guys find each other already? Like, dude, you're both queuing in. Just Killjadi, Louis, kill each other. Thank you. So, what is the weakest Imperial in the game? Is there anyone weaker than Ibids? Mongols? Do you think Mongols is weaker than Ibids? Really? Infinite Stone Generation, Infinite Towers, Trade. I disagree with Malians. Sofa Spam and Gunners are really good. I think Mongols is better than Irobids in post-imp. French. So French is deceptive. You think they suck, but like the thing is arbitrary. I think French, like, we haven't seen enough French yet, but like you've seen what Jaune can do, right? Jaune is a comparative of French. It's just obviously the discounts. Got destroyed by Irobids as English in late game once. Once. What about all the other times? Yeah, but like, so here's the thing. The reason why he destroyed you is because what he done in the early game. That's my point, though. What people don't really process is when you talk about these examples, and you're like, I got destroyed by this thing. You have to be like, okay, but how did the early phase of the game go? Like, did he destroy you? Did he get his good stuff? Like, all this kind of stuff, right? I think quite often, whenever I see people bring that sort of thing up, I'm like, how did the early phase of the game go? Because if an Ibid player got all the relics and you got free TC, then what happened is he got carried by his cast stage spike. There is nothing meaningful in Imp. The only kind of thing that's cool is Elite Army Tactics and Incendiary Arrows with Mamluk's Bravery because they scale each other. But that's a small detail, right? It's a drop in the pond. Ah, I got you. Okay, Gully. Okay, who's Lodnusav? And why did Killjadi stop searching? Wait, actually, he went off the game. Wait, Wait, Killjadi, you did not Q dodge. You better not, you cheeky git. No, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. It was weird that his name disappeared and then reappeared. You dodged Louis? You piece of shit. Why did you dodge Louis? That's the one. Oh, India server. Okay, yeah, that's fair. Rip. Unacceptable. Message Louis now and say we play custom game instead. Dude, why won't they just need to shut that server down temporarily? It clearly doesn't work very well. Shut it down temporarily. Fix your crap. Like, it's so annoying. So we've got Lodnusav that's ranked 79th as an option. Or who did Killjadi just find? Did you find someone, Killjadi? Are you still searching? I love how I do. Dude, I try to give him benefit of doubt, but I subconsciously knew and called it straight away. All right, let me know if you get an interesting one. Maybe we'll check on a new player. Wait, Vortex and Zertan are playing? Are they pretty deep in the game? Well, I want to get a snack quickly, which is part of my thought process here. Let's grab a snack while we wait for the game to load. What, Farman? What? 8 minutes? Guys, do you want this? Louis MT versus Lodnusav? Or do you want Vortex versus Zertan? I need to quickly grab a snack either way. So, I'll let you guys figure it out. Of course you'll want Vortex versus Zertan. Alright. Here, I'll put a poll up, actually. That'll work perfectly. Timon poll. What to cast? This. Or Vortex versus Zertan. Be right back, because I quickly need to grab a snack, because I'm a bit hungry. So there you go. Burp. You guys want Vortex versus Zertan? Okay. I try to give you guys some new faces, and you always want the old ones. Let me find on the ladder then. Probably would have been easier if I just done that. Okay. Where are you two? They're about, someone said 10 minutes in, right? Oh, has he called himself Ral Tamu God? Why has he called himself that? Alright, let me... Vortex match is going to be fast anyway. Ew. That's a lie. It's half-half, mate. Look. It's English, Roos, and Zertan's in the game. Alright, let's get ready. Oh, this match is going to be fast. Well, hold on a second. It might be Vortex, but it's also Zertan. So, it could go either way. That's right. Welcome back. We've got Zertan in the green playing as the Roos, going up against Raul Damugod, which is, of course, the one and only Vortex, one of the most aggressive players in the history of Age of Empires 4. On the English of all civs, on a map that actually favors English aggression quite often, we are on Cliffside. However, the reason why I was like, hold your horses, this isn't necessarily going to be a quick game, isn't just the fact that I know Zertan has a propensity for reaching that late game. It's the fact that this is a map that's very hard to dent them on. Roos are really powerful on Cliffside, guys, because of the Kremlin value. You drop a Kremlin like here, it basically blocks the short ramps. And my god, has he got a good reason to drop it here. The stone's on the ford. So this should be a Kremlin drop here, which secures the stone, and then you can daisy chain in onto the wood again to secure it. And all of a sudden, the English can't use the short ramp. So any sort of aggro play involving anything more than just the king isn't going to work out here. Gamba? I guess we could have Gamba. Let's set up predictions. Who will win? Is it going to be green or is it going to be blue? Only 30 seconds, though, because I'm not sure how deep this one is. Yes, we are watching this live from the ladder. If you guys want to Gamba my bird feed, which has no actual real value other than you being able to flex it to everyone else in chat, then be sure to watch these games live. Whenever they're live, I put predictions on. But if you don't catch it live, you catch it later. Be sure to just drop your predictions in the chat. Who do you think is going to win this? Like, the interesting thought to me is Vortex is a very aggressive English player historically. If there was one player in the top 30 in the game right now that would still go Council Hall, I think this is the guy. And in fairness, this is a really good map for Council Hall. The distance to your opponent's base is short. The difficulty, however, is in the timing. You're usually not going to be able to get your Council Hall units across in time before the Kremlin's complete. That being said, this game has opened up a little bit slow for Zertan. I'm shocked by this. He should have a lot more gold by now. For a guy who went 3 scout versus 1, he got barely anything so far out of the map. Looks like he is at least adjusted for that now. Double deer got taken away, and then I think Vortex just focused on getting his sheep. However, I am a little bit perplexed by this choice to not go for double scout, considering that your tech timing, I wouldn't say it's that much better, but your sheep haul is atrocious. You've got 6 sheep to 19. I don't think I've ever watched someone get that many sheep on Cliffside, comparatively. And looks like Zerty will arrive in the back. Timing worked out quite nicely, actually. Notice what he done there. I've been telling people this is very important. When you're playing Roos, you want to queue up Wheelbarrow, and if you do not get enough gold when it's time to tech up, cancel Wheelbarrow. Do not hesitate. It's a fool's folly to just try and invest, because you delay your timing by an extra 20-30 seconds. In a tempo-driven matchup, which I think the English Roos one is, you're giving over the game to your opponent. So yeah, really smart choice there by Zertan. And now it means that after he snipes the wolf, after he gets a little bit of gold trickle, he can still go for Wheelbarrow. It's just going to be slightly delayed. I do, however, think that this is not going to be a Wheelbarrow game. I've got a feeling we're looking at a Stables opening, considering that he's going onto the wood like this. A little bit surprised by the Kremlin drop here, but it protects the gold as well, right? And it means that the deer's semi-protected. So that might be the justification in Zertan's mind, is like this Kremlin would drop and protect the short ramp, and it would game stone for a second TC. But he might want to go all in aggressively, considering the English are likely to go double TC with the king to distract. Holy crap. Wait. Someone got a good spawn on Lipany? Does your dad own Microsoft? Are you Teddy Gates? I don't know if that's Bill's. Like, if that is actually Bill's son's name, then damn, I just punted. Final Dia Snipe coming in. Vortex basically doesn't have any sheep to look for on the map, so you might as well just try to grief this away. So, win conditions for the two sides. Vortex's win condition is 100% in Castle Age. I think Zertan is setting himself up for a feudal win condition. You don't want to play later into the game. You can't now go for this like later phase, right? Because you're not going stone at all. With the king coming out, you haven't set up any defenses there. Even if you get the knight out, doesn't feel good. I'm a little bit skeptical about the choice to go 1TC all in here. The reason is, in this matchup, yes, your knights are going to be better than the king. Your knight will be better than the king one-on-one. However, the king doesn't have to tolerate that. Right? Kings are very good at running away from the battlefield when they get just injured. Like, oh, help me! And they just run off at 1.69 movement speed, which is 0.07 quicker than knights. So it means you can never stick on top of him. So this is going to be pretty difficult for Zertan to try and Fred. He's at least going to have number advantage, right? Double stables coming in straight away. But the problem is you're now building knights to dive English TC. That doesn't work. Right? Ask any French spammer, they will tell you honestly, there is not really any harder civ to dive than the English with early knight play. You need so many to justify it. And yes, Wheelbarrow just now because he wanted the first knight. I'm confused by the double stables. He doesn't have enough gold to justify that. And also, there's no point in getting Wheelbarrow ahead of getting two knights. If you're going to do double stables, get double stables, right? Because at this point, what are you moving with Wheelbarrow for? It's basically just wood gathering, which you don't need for optimal knight timings. And yeah, getting like there's so many weird things about this. I think what happened is Zertan screwed up on the rotation, didn't get enough gold for tech up plus Wheelbarrow, even though he had 3 scouts versus 1, and then just decided to pivot in a little bit of a panicky way. King now going for the dive. It's a good dive time there. Zertan still only has the gold for 1 additional knight. And Scout on the backside is going to see the TC, but now you can't do anything against this. This is such a greedy TC by Vortex, by the way, but I really like it. The reason I'm a big fan of loose TC like this on Cliffside is if you drop on the deer, it gives you an optimal timing to Castle Age. You will reach Castle Age a lot quicker with this build because you're not wasting resources building farms. Now, admittedly, those farms, even in feudal, will individually be better than gathering deer. But if you think about the amount of villages you can support in deer versus the amount of farms you'd have to set up, you're talking about a tech timing difference of almost 2 minutes. So this King Knight trade out, like I said, is bad. The King hits worse than the Knight, but he has more health and also now heals. So this is exactly what I was worried about. I do love this from Zertan, though. This is the one unit that can actually catch the King, the Horseman. The problem here is whether he can do enough damage to kill the King. In fact, Vortex, if he just goes back to base now, should barely get back by the hair on his chinny chin chin. So what do you do now? I also love small details like the Abbey of Kings built here. Like if you come in and raid, like the most likely place you're going to raid is wood and gold, where you get damage done, right? And if you don't now kill these units you dive, the Abbey of Kings is going to offset that damage. And wow, so he's going 2 TC on a delay. There is a lot of question marks about Zertan's build right now. I feel like he's experimenting. He's being the nutty professor. It doesn't necessarily feel optimal, right? That was cool. He did snipe the scout, so big deal right now is that Vortex is playing blind. But I think from this position, he doesn't care a whole lot, right? Like, I think from this position, you just rush castle. Would have loved to have seen a short wall here. I think that wall is really underrated. Just stripping that rotation on the primary wood line is big. Great body block there as well. That was sick. Vortex, once again, just using the unit that can take a beating to ensure that nothing squishy gets hit. Torch damage coming in now, but I think the King will just look to contest this. Yeah, this is actually quite difficult to break. The villagers might even shortbow this. Vortex does give over a free eco unit. The King is just wasting so much of the time, though. It needs to be a commitment to burn, and it looks like there's going to be a breakaway by Vortex. So off to the primary TC. Outpost might go down, but this army is kind of deceptively scary, right? Like, the knights aren't very healthy. It's going to be a peel off now to the secondary TC. Vortex. He's rallied the remaining villager away. So it looks like there's going to be a little bit of chip damage done there. Like, Vortex, for the most, is in reasonable shape here, right? Like, he's having to set up the Spearman. I'm a bit surprised he didn't do it earlier. I think the moment he scouted the double stables, he should have been prepping 1 racks for spears. Would have made a lot of sense here. You could see that he was being optimally greedy, right? He was trying to get the white tower on an optimal timing to drop here. But it has cost him a lot more. And credit to him, Zern is actually getting decent value out of this now. With the second TC coming out in the deer, he's competing. On top of that, he's still hunting. Yeah, this game to me, like, Vortex was just unnecessarily greedy. When Zerton had this teeter-tottering early game where he was looking like he was going one build, then he was going another, then it didn't really fully seem clear where he was going, he had a clear lead. But then Vortex, by slowing himself down and being a bit too greedy, fed it back. That was sick micro, by the way. This is what I've been talking about high levels. High-level players microing with TCs are going to make your life a living hell to dive. Because remember, you can now set the waypoint to ungarrison. So let's say you have 14 villages here, right? And you get raided on the left side. You garrison the first load, ungarrison the right side, send the extra load in. And then you wait for them to run the other side, ungarrison left side, garrison back in. It's micro-intensive, but it's obnoxious as all hell. I would not be surprised if something's done to somewhat nerf that, such as like some internal cooldown before you can ungarrison on another side. Because it is very strong. So now going for castle. Vortex, it's crazy to think if he just opened racks, he'd be able to mirror the timing, but now he's going to be behind. He's at least ahead on economy, but remember, this is going to remain 2TC versus 2TC with White Tower coming. And that means that Zerton can get a very big edge by going for relics. I love the walls as well, just to strip away options. It's kind of crazy that Zerton has the economy to do this, while still being the one marching towards castle quicker. And finally, we are getting that short wall I talked about from Vortex. Gotta say, if you didn't want to go spears, making short walls here and here would have made a lot more sense early on. Because then it gives only one angle of approach, right? And it's a wider arc, but I can't take anything away from Zerton. I still stand by my statement. This was kind of a weird build. And this... and that the build was about as weird as that interaction right there. Even the horsemen aren't sure what they were meant to do in this build, but Zerton, he found a way to make it work. Guys, it's okay. Like, the game's only 3 years old. Chill, right? My daughter's almost 3 years old. She walks like that. So, with Castle on the horizon, who's favored here? I think with the way he walled as well, Zerton's in a very good position. Castle, to me, is a very interesting one in this matchup, because at the moment, the English strength is coming in knight spamming, but this is the worst civ, or one of the worst, rather, to do it against. Like, it's top 4 worst feeling civs to do knight spam against. For a start, they're going to have more knights. For another thing, the fortified palisade walls are hard to break through. So I actually don't think that Vortex wants to stay in Castle Age long. I actually think he needs to get out fast. And the interesting thought is, like, does Zerton do something similar? It would be difficult, because food's going to be somewhat limited, right? It's very risky, because if you do that, the knight spam could work. And the knight spam is fairly quick to come online for the English, right? If this was a matchup where both sides were opening with knights in castle, you'd favor English because the white tower is double production speed, right? But the reason why I'm not favoring him here is like a Roost player will already have insulated himself with stables. Love the double monastery as well. It takes you a very long time to get your monks out. And you have to understand that in this matchup, like if Vortex is playing a defensive style, he might try to snake relics ASAP. People really dislike this map? Do they? I love this map, dude. I think this is one of the best maps there is in the game. This might be like top 4 maps in the game. Cliffside is a damn good map. Cliffside has a nice balanced mix of aggressive and defensive play. English too strong? Cully, we've been over this. We both need to accept we were wrong about the Elite Classic 2. English did not end up being OP. I like it because it has a nice mixture of aggressive and defensive play. You can try off these defensive walls, but like the reality is if your opponent is being aggressive, you won't get them for free, right? So it feels like things in this map are earned. That's the thing I really like about Cliffside. There are some maps that give it to you for free. Like Hillendale kind of gives you a lot for free, right? I also feel like from a spawn perspective, there's less stupidity in the RNG than there are in some other maps. Like if you compare it to some Dry Arabia spawns, sometimes Dry Arabia just gives you the freest boom game ever, right? But there's certain details about this map that are quite reliable. I think the biggest kind of question mark is whether you get gold on the front or the back of your base, right? Even the deer boars, most of the times, like 90% of the games, you get the boar and the deer right next to each other. And the other deer is close to your base. So like there's a lot of good balance points from Cliffside. Especially for the new maps, it's the best map. If there isn't English in the game, this is a good map. Okay, so I'm gonna just like we're gonna take Gully down to the little educational school, and because we need to talk about this. We need to show him some slides. If you give me the choice between Byzantine and English to do what English do, Byzantine will do it better on this map. I actually think Byzantine is a bigger threat to your balance of map than English are. Maybe it's a little bit different now with the King build, but with the Council Hall build, I back Byzantines every day of the week. It's so oppressive what they can do. Dark Age Men-at-Arms? I mean, just scout it. Okay, I'm sorry. If you're villager rushing and your name isn't Donati, it's not going to work. Not at conch level, dude. The other thing that, to your point of like vill rushing, is here's what usually happens. You either get 1 gold forward and 1 gold behind, and you're safe, or you get double gold behind. How are you going to villager rush double gold behind? I'll tell you, the only thing that's a rush there is how quickly you rush to lose the game. All right, try it. Your idea of a villager rush is more RNG than when people used to Dark Age Men-at-Arms rush with English on Highview. You are flipping a coin. Although I think in this situation, you've said tails and both sides are heads. You have been two-faced. Okay, so Tech Up's coming. That was a fun little discussion. I like we had that. Berkshire on the way. Zerton, what happened to his economy? I mean, it's the farms, right? Like, this is the absurdity of English sometimes. 15 farms, right? 15 farms. Comparatively, that gets English double that. And then remember, their farms are better. 25% at this stage of the game. This is a really powerful time for Vortex. That Berkshire is insane, by the way, on this map. I think Berkshire, to me, is usually the wrong call most games. The reason it makes sense here is that Vortex is full-on kind of blind rushing. And if his opponent isn't, I think he's worried he's going to get attacked. In fairness, you probably could have done Wingguard in this game. Your opponent isn't strong. He's not setting up for a dive comp, so you didn't really need the Bark. But this is one of the maps where Berkshire does have decent value because of what we mentioned with the Kremlin idea, right? Like Kremlin, Barbican, these type of buildings, they're very effective when you drop them on the short ramp because it controls a lot of optimal flow towards your opponent's base. Because you're in a matchup where your opponent wants to do knights, right? Let's say Roos masses knights in Imperial Age and you mass men-at-arms and spears. You'll reach the enemy base as quickly as they'll reach yours. Spinman a little bit outnumbered here. So, how does Zerton now get back into this game? Streltsy versus Lombos, I just don't like Streltsy. I think his value lies in Archer's Horseman, weirdly enough. Like, you need to solve the Spearman right now, but long-term, like, the Horseman is a pretty good idea. You could consider, like, Mangonels. Actually, I think Siege is a good way for Roos to go here. The thing about these choke points is they actually favor Siege when you force fights in them, right? Because if you go, like, front line of Spears or Men-at-Arms, and then you play Mangoes, your opponent can't get around the back. So Siege could work quite well. The reason as well on top of that is the fact the English can't compete with you. They don't have Culverins, and you have extra range on your Springalds, courtesy of Bandit-Arms. Oh, I don't think you need to go for Streltsy necessarily. I mean, you could. So if you're going to go Streltsy, I think you want Mangoes. Because like if you go Mangoes, they can't play Longbows, the logic. But the Mangoes have to come first. The Mangoes and Cav come first. And then you can go for Streltsy afterwards. Because if you open Streltsy straight away, an astute English player will start building Longbows, and you're dead. But this is exactly why I was saying it usually feels better to go for the Wingard. Because if Vortex went Wingard right now, all options are on the table. He can play Cav Comp, Raid Flank, because he gets enough of them to burn through. He can go Wingard Rangers, which have 9-tile range, so they can actually just not get sniped by Mangoes very easily at all. He could have went Footman. Footman are phenomenal in this matchup. Because of the fact that Roos benefit from playing Horseman, you building Footman means you actually have a unit that gets bonus damage against Cav. And also, Footman are great against Streltsy because Footman have higher ranged armor than melee armor, so they prefer to be up against ranged units. And they have more base health than standard men-at-arms. So yeah, I just think Berkshire, what happened here is really Vortex needed to scout. If he had a scout out, he would have known that Berkshire was the wrong choice. Because he would have seen that Zertan only had crossbows and didn't have mass knights. It's weird, this game began with Vortex being too greedy, and then may just end because he was being too secure. Worrisome days ahead. High Armory now on the way. Double Siege Workshop prepped. 5 trebs already out. Should be good enough to eventually take down this Berkshire. Keeping it alive is too expensive, so now you have a bigger problem with your Vortex. You're switching into Longbows. This is where the Mangoes will come out that I was talking about. And if you just Mangoes and frontline with even just a small group of men-at-arms to begin with, or Spearmen, I don't really see how Vortex holds this. You can see that Vortex is puzzled as well. Like Ollie just said, he hasn't built any units. It's because he doesn't know what to build. Look at his vision. He's blind. He's blind as a bat, dude. Vortex might seem like he has superhuman powers sometimes when he plays, but you know, if I had to give him a superhero to be, it'd be Daredevil in this situation. And there's too much noise going on, he can't see a thing. Like, this is pretty... Or rather, there's no noise is more accurate here. This is pretty bad. Because he's now building a comp that's actively being counted before he even reveals it. And it's all because Zertan's comp just logically makes sense. So we should be seeing Springald's prep behind this just in case. It's always good to be safe. He could even just be greedy, though. Like, let's say that he doesn't build Springald's, but he shows up and there's anti-siege. Oh no! Walks away from the fight, comes back a minute later with better Springald's, right? I think what Zertan's going to do is just go Mangoes plus the Gunner Boys and completely ignore Springald's because there's no realm of existence in which an English player should be building Siege against the Roos. You feel like if you've ever played Roos in this matchup, or rather if you ever played English, the better way to go, and you build Siege, you feel like you're feeding. You only build Siege when you've got a huge advantage. Wasn't he spamming men-at-arms? It's a good question. I don't have a clean answer other than his vision is ugly. I think he just know what he's up against. If he's up against Streltsy, the men-at-arms are just going to die. Right? To me, Vortex has completely misread this matchup. He's built a comp that makes sense against Horseman Spear. Or rather, Horseman Streltsy. What reason does Zertan have to build Horseman? You haven't given him a single reason, and you're playing on a map that is actually really bad for Horseman. Right? Because the only way you can play Horseman is on the flanks. But you notice that Zertan wants the short ramp. And he's going to secure it now. Keep drop coming in means the Berkshire's never going back up. Vortex looking to make his move on the south side. Unfortunately, Zertan sees it early. And unfortunately, Zertan could just run into your base now. And yeah, well, this is what I was hoping is that we're going to get a scout. I think that one buff that needs to happen to the English, because this is just weird anyway, they should be able to build scouts out of the White Tower. They can't right now. The UI has like every unit militarily available except for scouts. But like building a stables would have been worth it after that early scout loss. It's kind of crazy, right? Like that scout snipe with the Horseman Knights opening may have decided this entire game. Trev's not moving in. What? Zertan, calm down. It's one spear. It's his whole army. We must kill it. Oh, looks like Vortex has started to walk in. Unfortunately, he's walked into 4 mangonels, which means he will very swiftly walk out. They slowly being blitzed now. Kind of surprised Zerton isn't posturing to try and end, but he has to clear up this army, right? And because you haven't played Spaskai, you can't build Stonewalls to keep them out. What you can do, however, is bait them in. It's a lot of units that die very quickly to Mangoes. And notice that Zerton's being responsible. He's playing close to the choke point so he can retreat into them. I say as he then boldly starts to walk out. Okay, this could backfire very quickly if he's not careful. Mangoes. Ooh, good wallop. Reload coming in. You need to go around the backside, though. You need to jump on top of this. And Zern now being forced to back up. Oh, Zerty, not like that. Mangoes should be safe. You can easily pull the militia, and here they come. So Mangoes need to turn around for a shot. Archer's going to stand their ground, and that is going to be a wipe for the army. Vortex, you need so many more troops. This is ridiculous. He's got way too big of a reserve, and I think he was hoping to just drain Zerton, but I actually think Zerton's fine here. And are you freaking kidding me? He loses all the spears. The moment he does, Zerton queues up horsemen. Zerton is playing him. Dude, not even like a fiddle. Like that's an insult to fiddles. Those take years to train on. He's playing them like a bunga bunga drum. It's just like bum ba dum ba dum ba dum. In every single move he's made, Zerton has appropriately read and been ahead for. And now this comp of meta arms and archers, Mangoes, horsemen, Streltsy wins. Yeah, this is brutal. So the militia are going to run out soon. Remember, these are only a temporary unit. 65 seconds of total lifetime. But it's enough to just push this back. And all of a sudden, we're going to be looking at meat grinder down the center. I just don't see how that meat grinder favors the English here. You can't play siege. Oh, golly, if you'd done your strategy when he had Spearman, you would be dead right now. So calm down, lad. It's just Zerton getting the appropriate reactions. I think, looking back at this game, Vortex, this hasn't been optimal English. I guess he's still trying to figure out the new King builds. Because I know that Zerton's most at home with Council Hall Rush builds, right? That's really where he made his signature English, right? Like, this guy was considered to be easily one of the best English players in the game. At one point, I'd say he was the best. And it was all because of his Council Hall Rush timings. He was still doing it in Dry Arabia when everyone else stopped. So, and why are you allergic to free gold? So many deer. How does Vortex win this now? He needs to fight before Streltsy count reaches 40. If it reaches 40, it's going to be borderline impossible. He has at least got volley, right? Oh, God, no. Really? Okay, he has. There we go. UO's just weird. So volley's a really big deal against Streltsy. You can mop them up pretty quickly. I think Zerton made a critical blunder here, though. The horsemen were trying to flank raid. They should not be flank raiding right now. The mangonels were also out of location for a handful of longbows. What? Okay, so I found how Vortex wins. It's that Zerton's too shy to come play. You don't need to wait for Mama's position to take permission rather to take a fight. This is what I want. Just get the army down the center. Mangonel, Springles, this should not fail. Thank you for the raid, GameKit. Hope you had a good stream, buddy. So here we go. Mango, super effective even against the men-at-arms as well. Not that you really need it with the Streltsy like this. Instead, these Mangonels need to be hitting the Lombos. A little bit surprised they're not. Shouldn't really matter too much in the grand scheme of things. What matters is at the end of this, it's Lombos and Streltsy, but with Mangoes to support, right? You'll never win that fight with English. Already used the volley as well. Another big issue here, you may be noticing there's no outpost. Critical blunder by Vortex not getting an outpost for the attack speed aura, especially considering he got the 40% attack speed. And that's a big deal with the men-at-arms especially. Like, men-at-arms at that stage can at least maybe clear the horsemen first. Instead, what's likely to happen in these fights now is if you're not playing around your aura, the Streltsy will kill the men-at-arms before the horsemen die, and then horsemen will leak through into the longbows. Yeah, this is looking worrisome. And Zertan's food eco is terrible because, remember, he hasn't fully farmed, right? I think he's like 30 in? Yeah, 26 farms. And usually that'd be a bad thing, but you have to remember Zertan's not really losing that much in these fights. I'd say if anything, the gold's more important. As long as he holds that over his opponent, he should be fine. Like, Siege, once again, should win this game. Vortex. Help to probe. Zertan, I mean, maybe he could add in a lot more farms now, right? And I think he has got more in the way. Yeah, so he's adding a few extra clusters, as he should be. He's up to about 120 eco. You should really have about 40 of this on farms. And I think he's getting close to that number now. There is some deer gathering going on as well, right? So that should pad his economy in the next minute. And arms raise again. Okay, this is starting to get annoying. Yeah. That might prove to be a problem. Half of his food eco can't work now. He's going to have to pull more troops to deal with this. It's annoying because you kind of want to send Streltsy here, but like elite army tactics means you have to send a decent number of Streltsy. So here's the thing. I don't feel like Zertan needs to raid. You're right that it's free. There's not much to stop him. But really, like, he should be capable of just denting down the center. What's happening right now is he's like quite often overreacting to flank raids and then never being in a position to trade. But we're starting to see the good fights we were talking about, right? Even with volley there, there's just so many mangonels firing off. Bombard's now going to move up and get traded out. Men-at-Arms on the backside are going to get mopped up eventually, and I think this is the point where things start to get shaky. Right? You send your Men-at-Arms, your front line around the backside, which meant that this Streltsy mass not being protected didn't really matter anymore. Mangos do need to catch up, though. Okay, I got to give it to him. Vortex is actually doing a sick job with the micro. This is insane. The way he's splitting the formation, Zertan's not getting close enough. Oh my god. I think Zertan just dropped the ball. What? The longbow count is too big. Like, there's just too many of them. No way, Zertan. He didn't even clean up the men-at-arms at the back. What is going on in this game? This is absurd. He's got way too much wood and gold gathering going on. Oh my god. This game looked so clinical, so simple, and so clean for Zertan. For the first 75% of it. But in the last 25%, Vortex, it's a combo of him doing everything right and Zertan not doing the correct approach here. He never switched into mass farms. He never split his economy up. He never went for extra defenses on the west side, despite the fact he's now been raided here 3 different times. This is unbelievable. And now, look at the answer coming out. Vortex says, fantastic. Streltsy are gone. Time for me to try these hand cannoneers on for size. Wow. If it seemed like I was reading this as like, oh yeah, Rusa won the game, that's because they should have won the game. Zertan, I think he had disproportionate reactions to different things. These raids on the left side, originally, the first raid, yes, whole army needs his whole army. Second raid, I think, he overextended, he got punished for it. Third raid, didn't have enough. And every time along the way, because he puts all of his food under one location, he really has, by the way, half his economy is here. Why is more of it not here? Or here? Areas that are not being raided. It just gave Vortex a giant bullseye to aim for. Now for the second time in this game, the castle attempted by Xerti is going to be taking down the center. This is now out of control. Zertan does not have the food income to get into Mass Horseman. He's got way too much wood and too much gold. This would make sense if you're in a game where you're trading Siege, but we're in a game where you don't have to trade Siege, you just win. Right? Like, here's another thought. Why build Horsemen here when you could afford Knights? This is actually a sick game for Knights now. Your opponent went Men-at-Arms and Longbows. There is no reason to not switch Knights when you've got 8,000 gold in reserve. I actually think that would have been a better choice for Zertan. Also, Black, like, you know, University Techs, he has insane amounts of gold in reserve, right? He could afford anything out of there. But the other thing that makes Roost Knights very incredible at this point in the game is this underutilized tech. The Knight Poleaxes gives you +4 melee damage. That's huge in these exchanges. That completely offsets Armorclad. And you could argue Spearmen could come out, but they weren't there. For the last 2 engagements, even when you had Horsemen, they weren't there. No, I don't think they're ever going to be there. Mangonel's being doubled down on. Zertan is going full CGQ mode. We're up to 50 population into Siege. Oh my god. Now this is great if you can force a choke point fight, but you're playing Roost and you don't have stone walls. Right? So, worst case scenario, Vortex can just come at you at several different angles. Which is what he's doing now. Oh, they're sneaking for the keep drop. Come on. This is just dirty. It's like Horseman Raid at the back. Didn't do enough damage either. I think this is over at this stage. I mean, Zertan's food income is up, so maybe he can try to reclaim control of this game, but he's close to the ropes right now. Zertan, one punch from being knocked out. Keep drop will go up. Dive comes into the main. Farm's about to be idled up at a point where Zertan finally got the food income he needed. About to be idled up about probably 20 farms. Trebs in the meantime are going to blitz through the keep. So that's the good news of keeping all these trebuchets alive. Castle does not last long. Vortex now diving to the back of it. But this is a little bit different now, right? Like, there are more farms being set up over here, but now this area is safe for the keep. So I think the Roost should survive this attack. It's not going to look pretty, though. In fact, what's missing right now is extra production. I think the issue for Vortex is spending a lot of time running and not a lot of time gunning. Looks like that's going to switch up soon, though. Stables drops now on the way on the foot of the base. Men-at-Arms on the backside will get cleared up. Lombos have split off to go hunt. Zertan has suddenly got 40 Streltsy. So this is looking a lot better, right? The things we criticized have been addressed. He definitely gave over a lot more than he should. But credit to him, Vortex hasn't lost troops quick enough, which you'd usually think is a good thing. It's actually a really bad thing here. He wants to be able to actively trade, but he just doesn't have a fast army. So now, all of a sudden, a game where he could have easily had a 20 hand cannoneer advantage, he doesn't even have double digits. What I hate more still is the fact that he's going Horseman against Roost. That's the worst thing you can do, unless you raid. If you have to fight directly with the Horseman, it feels bad to do this. So, hopefully, that is just about raiding. Serial count now surging up, by the way. That's bold. Trying to contest Siege like this is very difficult due to the rubber bands, right? The Man-at-Arms just giving the extra 0.5 range means that you'll always get hit first. So as long as Zertan doesn't micro like a goldfish, he'll be fine. Unfortunately, he may have just... Not a good start there. Body blocks of his own formation, a little bit of a problem for this Spring Monster Gap close. Siege Works now on the way. I'd love to actually see Zertan maybe just consider another keep drop. More aggressively located, like on the golds over here. To just try and get earlier warnings about these raids and also give a blocker to it. I think one big problem for Zertan is he keeps dropping these keeps in the center that, to me, aren't really changing the outcome of the fights. He either wins the fight or loses the fight with his army, not with the keep. The keeps are all about stopping these 10 men-at-arms from running into your back. Streltsy mass now marching in. And that is a bloody lot of them as well. Lombo count down to just 20. Vortex. I think he's got way too much diversity in his comp here. Mango's looking for the back line now. Warp's going to come in, and all of a sudden, Zertan able to start to take control of that center again. No attempt to rebuild the Berkshire means that Vortex is going to have to rely on Bio alone to hold. Actually, why has that relic not been taken? I mean, Vortex knows about it. I guess he just doesn't see one relic as worth it. In fairness, he's got bigger things to worry about. I think this might be what Zertan needs to break it. It's a little bit dangerous. The hand cannon account. Oh my god. This is actually a big deal. If Vortex gets all those guys out, they can beat Streltsy. Streltsy only are good if they stand still for a while, right? Even then, their attack speed buff is lower than the hand cannoneers get from the aura. Pango's trying to carry this, but the Springals are trading out. Count now down to 4. Pushback continues. There are small raid attempts coming in. It looks like the Horsemen are going to wrap to the south side here and prep to break through. Zern, don't do it. Don't send the whole army back. Okay, he's not sending them all back. He does need to send someone, though. These are elite horsemen with biology, after all, so they will not die quickly. Yes, a few cap units going down. I actually love the fact there's a Warrior Monk in here. I hope he's doing that intentionally. +1 armor doesn't sound like a lot, but when you're talking about horseman exchanges where you already have Boy's Fortitude to favor you, it's quite bonkers what it can do. Then the +1 damage, actually, you might even have the +2. Yep, +2 plus the 1 armor. So actually, it's pretty underrated, but the Boy's Fortitude makes the Warrior Monks more chunky, biology as well. Having just one Warrior Monk to run in and stab before he dies is a kind of game breaker here. What is going on with this? So this must be Zertan trying to raid. There's no way he wants to send horse archers into Lombo hand cannoneers, right? The problem is you've got all these wolves to get through. I guess there is a gap on the west side, but it's so close to the front line, I'm not sure how horse archers are meant to get in. Is this because he has so much wood? This is a weird comp. Remember when Gully's like, oh yeah, the players will go for siege, and then you get horsemen and strategy, and then you smash him. What now, Gully? That has to have been a misclick, right? There's no way he really wants horse archers. Do I think Warrior Monks and Prelates are underused in combat? I think that Warrior Monks are definitely underused. I think that Prelates are underused for Order of the Dragon still. I don't think Prelates are that important for HRE. Do you snipe hand cannoneers? I mean, I feel like you don't, though. Because the attack wind up, you just get shot all the time, right? Like, hand cannons destroy you whenever you're past, like, 10 horse archers, because the comp is too big, right? So they always overstep. It's the same reason Onimusha feel really bad to scale, because when you get so many of them, the formation doesn't keep maximum distance from your targets, right? Or rarely does, rather. I think it was just a misclick. Like, there's no way he wants that. You know what it was? Because if you look, like, horse archers... Yeah, look, Streltsy and horse archers are next to each other. This was on 100% a misclick. We will never talk about this again. Horse archers are poo-poo and stick. I wonder if horse archers will ever get buffed is the thing as well. Like, this is a unit that used to be meta-defining, right? It was the thing, one of the original things that made the Rus OP. So I wouldn't be surprised if horse archers still take another year to receive any sort of notable change. I'm not really sure what these are meant to do for Vortex. I'm also not sure what Vortex is meant to do with his economy at this rate. Like, he's queued up a decent number of units, but you can see he's kind of been mirrored. There's some eco question marks as this game goes on. And the gold's running out, right? Like, you've got enclosures, which is cool. But if you think about this game from a passive perspective, the Rus will have more gold. With 4 relics, hunt cabins, high trade house, no doubt about it. When will the RAM migration begin? When you sneak someone out here. Need to see a siege workshop here and a go in. I just want to point out to people that Zertan was in our chat earlier saying, I don't make games long. The best part is as soon as I say that, there's a recon in chat saying basically the same thing. Horseman now raiding in. Whoa, wait, what? There was a broken piece of wall, right? Well, Treb's got through it anyway. Oh, this is actually big. That's a lot of horsemen. Vortex. He hasn't got any wood in reserve. Run! Sacred Site win? Nah, that sounds kind of cringe, bro. Actually, like, wait. We didn't talk about the Sacred Sites. This is... What? This is the one negative. I think this is the one thing holding Cliffside back from being one of the most competitively balanced maps. Sometimes it says duck balance. That is a stupid spawn. What? Horseman raid in the back, though. A lot of villagers going down here. Vortex. Oh my god, look at the size of his economy. Look at the reserves as well. This is actually huge. If he goes down to like 60 eco, I don't think he's going to be able to recover this. The Streltsy mass just needs to fight. In fact, where are the Streltsy right now? Are they holding back? They are. Interesting choice. So he's baiting Vortex in a bit. Does need to be a little bit careful about the sprint count, but realistically, this many Streltsy should just annihilate this force. Horseman finally going to be mopped up. Damage done though. Both of them now down to about 9 eco, but look at the difference! Zertan, where the hell did you get these resources? Dude, did the Roost have a guild hall I don't know about? Like, this is insane. If he can turn this into a full grinder where it's non-stop fighting, I think Vortex is dead. That's all he needs now, right? Because if you can't get breathing room, you won't be able to afford Lombos, you won't be able to afford Spearmen, Horsemen, all these things go out the window. And then you become hand cannoneer men-at-arms very temporarily before running out of money because that's expensive. That comp loses to Streltsy. Button set up. Mango, big hit! Oh no. He's going to have to recommit. Second reload coming in. Zertan. It doesn't matter how good you are at starter stepping. When the Mango counts at 5, you're definitely getting your 5 a day. GG gets called. Zertan. Home is where he belongs, and home to this man is the late game. Woo! We squished ourselves some Spaniards. I don't know why I went there. 5 mangonels. Go damn. Oh, well played. That was a very... I feel like that was an unnecessarily long game, but you can't take anything away from him. Roost good versus English late game. You told you, like, yes, thank you, Captain Obvious. Of course they're good, dude. The one recourse rather the English have is on open maps. They can play like Lombo Spear. I think it works better. The siege is the problem. You just can't counter siege. But on like maps like Dry Arabia, they can do a better job. Okay, so I think my partner said that she's gonna be late home. Food is gonna be late. Okay. So we're gonna be eating close to 6, so I've got some time. So let's find another game to cast. Whoop. Community games? I don't know about that. Maybe a bit later. We'll see. Dude, we've got like 3 other streams this week. Let's see how this stream goes. Louis is in a game. Let's have a look. So the problem is, like, I've noticed this. I feel like the majority of the community is still very much driven by 1v1s. We were saying this earlier. It's kind of intriguing. The challenge is, how do you get people across the idea of free-for-alls and community games and everything like that when the game isn't growing? Or not growing exponentially, right? Free-for-all? Oh. I think so too. Yeah, and it's like, it's challenging because obviously as a content creator, for me to like make a living off this, you want to grow your community. I've been thinking about that recently. Like, I want to put new eyes on community games, free-for-alls, team games, modding. But maybe we need to grow more with our 1v1 audience first. Because the problem is, like, what you have to keep in mind is a lot of people that like 1v1s are watching really boring free-for-alls right now. And so they have a negative mindset by default. It doesn't matter that you're like, your free-for-alls are cool and very unique and very fun. Their immediate thought is like, oh, I'm boring. I'll go watch 1v1. So that is definitely, like, that's an educational challenge to overcome. It's definitely going to be a long con play. So, let's have a look here. Voldemar must be scrimming. Core. Oh, he's going to be, dude, he's going to be free-for-all boy, isn't he? No. So, we can do the Battle of the Germans, or we could watch some Wham versus Numadon. I think there was some Beastie versus Wham as well. What do you guys want? Do you want the live game, or do you want Beastie versus Wham? Let the Germans fight. Oh no, the Civil War. Zerm was green in that last game, right? I'm pretty sure he was. Oh, this hopefully. Yeah, he was. Yeah. So, looks like most of you got it wrong. You only see enough beastie to kill a small horse. Gamba. Ooh. Do I give you guys Gamba? Do I feed your addiction? You know what? What I'll do, I'll give you guys Gamba. And I'm going to be kind and run a minute of ads now so you don't get them. But, in fairness, in return for that kindness, if you guys do have Twitch Primes, use them here. I know that's counterintuitive because I'm like letting you dodge the ads, but I'm trying to be a nice guy. So we'll run the ads for 60 seconds. Let's set up the predictions. Who will win? It's going to be green. It's going to be orange. Give you guys 2 minutes. You like the 1v1 streams because you can see unit and resource counts? I mean, are people really bothered by that? I'm wondering. Because like I could show the resources. It's just I feel like in free-for-alls and whatever, the resource box is so intrusively big. Right? That's the problem. It's way too big. I think you can only show the resources in 2v2s, and even that is stretching it a bit. It still feels a little bit intrusive. All right. Free-for-alls you don't really care. That's what I mean. Free-for-alls is just like all about, it's the bigger narrative story and the constant fighting that you're looking for, in my opinion. That's the more important thing. Do you resource check, go down the list of players one at a time? I just think that's messy though. Because like here's it's such a boring fill-in. Was like, oh, let's do a resource check. Player, player, player. Unless you suspect there's something, a narrative to draw that, you're wasting the viewer's time. Just showing the numbers randomly, right? That's why it's like, it's not as bad in this situation. Like, for example, if the resource doesn't matter for a player, I don't need to highlight it, but you have the info on screen. That's the desirable way for everything to be made. Abba versus Iabid. Alright, let me just lubricate my throat and we'll get to it. A2 has custom over FFA, so A4 has no excuse. How about clearly there's a lot more funding going into AoE2 for some reason. I don't want to turn it into a versus, but all I'll say is, like, literally everyone wants free-for-all in the quick match, and we have the most successful expansion of all times released just a few months ago. Would be nice to get some news about a free-for-all UI. Just saying. Alright, Iabids versus Abbasids. Now, this is interesting. The question got asked, who is favored here? I'm going to be devil's advocate to what Gully Deck was trying to say. I actually don't think Abbasids are as bad in this matchup as they were. Now, I don't think it's just, oh, GG, Abbasids are favored. But this matchup, with the tweaks to the 2TC build, is a lot closer than it once was. I will now cop out and say it's still slightly Iabid favored. But maybe the names change your minds a bit. We've got Core going up against Lash. Battle of the Germans here on Rocky River. The reason why the 2CC build feels a lot better now is because of how accessible fresh food stuff is. That small change actually made a big difference. I also think, depending on the spawn, the military win can be very impactful here for shutting down early greed from the Ibids. Unfortunately for Core in this game, Lash got the desirable spawn. It's a back gold spawn, which means very easily protectable with a single outpost, or you can just rely on building a free 4 archers to contest. That to me is one of the biggest problems I think for Abbasids in this matchup, is when they go for the melee wing, archers counter them and Ibids want archers. So what does Core do? He says, to hell with your thoughts on how this matchup is meant to go. We're going culture wing. So we have a fast castle build. Now that is intriguing. We used to see this in the very old school Abbasids against certain fast castling civs as like the go-to only counter to try and mirror a match. It fell off really hard though. In fact, ever since the military wing changing, there hasn't really been a need for this culture wing build anymore because the logic is you can attack your opponent and block them out. I really wasn't expecting this getting into this matchup. So I can't really fall back on experience of games watched to tell you that this is going to be 100% better for the Abbasids. But it is going to be intriguing to see if you can mirror the timings. Because like if Ibids go for the Culture Wing advancement, I actually think you still lose. The problem though is because Lash decided to go for Desert Raider, he's going to be going for growth, right? So theoretically, there's a window where Core can pull ahead. That window isn't as big as a lot of people like to think. Preservation of Knowledge is kind of interesting, right? Because remember, it affects age up by 20%, so you save 360 resources. But this is where Advanced Wing looks kind of broken. 360 resources get saved versus 500 resources get saved. And also, the thing that I always want to remind people with POC is not a 360 resource saving. It's a 260 resource saving, right? Because if you're not getting your eco-techs, then actually, like, you're not making bigger savings before Castle. Because you're spending 100 resources to get Preservation of Knowledge. So yeah, it's a little bit of a weird one. I actually am a big fan of the idea that Culture Wing should be changed so that Preservation of Knowledge should be the default factor unlocked the moment you begin complete the tech up. Which makes a lot of sense when you consider a lot of the other impacts. Like Eco Wing doesn't give anything, obviously, but Military Wing gives 4 units from 2 different corners of the triangle. And then Trade Wing gives you traders, right? So I feel as if Culture Wing's probably due for a tweak. It just feels way too slow. Because like even if you do it in Castle Age, you've seen all the time, people get Culture Wing, but they've already then started getting their veterancy. Because if you don't get your veterancies quickly, you die. Waiting an extra 30 seconds to get 20% savings doesn't outweigh, oh my god, I'm dead. So yeah, a little bit of a weird tech choice. This probably is the only time in the game where it feels good from a technological standpoint. The thing is, though, if your opponent isn't going to go for aggro, I think you should be going for trade. So the reason this is fine is like you couldn't go trade because of the Desert Raider. However, something I want to highlight to people, when you're in these situations and you're thinking you need to go fast castle, if your opponent isn't building something to block trade, go Trade Wing. Like don't even argue me on it. Trade Wing is better than Culture Wing if you can get the trade. For example, like if he went Trade Wing and traded to this spot here, he'd get 60 gold each way, right? By the time you're getting ready to Castle Age, you've made more gold that way, and you will continue to make more gold than what you save. But this, okay, this is weird now. I'm so confused. Well, because 2TC might seem like a good idea, but the delay on the timing? I guess the logic here for Core is he wasn't going to get any value out of Military Wing, but now you give the IB player the cleanest tech timing, right? Whereas the alternative, he would have had to have built some units. He would have had a slower Castle Age timing, and thus, as a percentage increase, the extra 8 villages would have been lower, right? Now, he's going to get maximum value out that villager timing. And yeah, this is kind of now my concern. I think Lash actually overkilled. He didn't need this outpost at all. That was pointless. He should have scouted and known that. So, like, although the game looks good for the Ibids, I don't think Lash was 100% optimal about this. There was no need to get outposts before castle. I think he just kind of blinked for no reason, right? He got a little bit paranoid that the Abbasids would drop her stables and go. And yeah, another reason why this Military Wing feels really good for Lash is your opponent's either going to go for the Military Wing and you can counter him by the time you've got 2 Desert Raiders, because 2 Desert Raiders can win that fight. Or he goes for some choice like this, and the value proposition is still he can't place a good TC. Like, this is actually why the Military Wing opening for the Ibids is borderline busted. You get a cavalry unit that is hybridized, that can do stuff like this, and it actively is able to A, block plays from your opponent, but B, counter certain unit types at the same time, right? Like, it's such a powerful opening, and you just get it right at the beginning of Feudal Age. The reason why this feels very powerful is the same reason why the King feels really powerful right now. Only the difference with the King is you have to wait. This needs to be nerfed. The Military Wing should not spawn a Desert Raider straight away. You should have to wait the spawn time. And all of a sudden, actually, that change, you'll get a lot more diversity in these landmark choices. All of a sudden, there'll be games where people say, oh, Master Smiths is actually good. There'll be games where people are like, maybe I'll like go for a logistics play, and then I'll go castle afterwards, and then we'll try to double greed, right? Maybe even Tradewing Bazaar starts to look a little bit less bizarre. But it all begins with fixing military wing reinforcement. You know, before anyone now counter-arguments and says, oh, but an Abbasid player can build military wing and get 4 units. I do think that that landmark choice is strong. But here's the difference. Finn just hit it in the chat. Recurring units. That's the difference, right? If you're not able to address this directly, there's more of them as the game goes on. Now look at this. With 2 of them here, this becomes really annoying for Core. In fact, could easily end up losing a villager or 2 if he's not careful. Good micro back so far. Core now going up the military wing. So it looks like he is actually going to be able to protect all the villagers. Not a single one given over. It's interesting, Core. If you're wondering why did he set up like this, it's because the burn through risk. He saw the outpost was coming. He forces a cancel, and now Lash, all of a sudden, very wasteful by him. And I think somewhat unnecessary. He pulled 2 villages, which means economically he's clearly behind. Now, even when the growth wing completes, unless he leaves these villages out here, he's clearly going to be behind on economy. All right, dude, I'm impressed. I like Core's build. It's really good. I wasn't sure if it would get enough value here, but he's convinced me. I still think Trade Wing is better if your opponent goes Growth Wing, but like I said, in this matchup, Ibid players always tend to go Desert Raider, I think like 90% of the time. In fact, in general, most Ibid games right now have settled on Desert Raider. The reason is getting 8 villages when you get them is insane. It's way too good. Because of the optimal build, right? Like, if you're talking about a game where you can't go Growth Wing until 18 minutes, 8 villages isn't a lot. But considering you always get it pre-10 minutes, it is an insane inflation in your economy. You're getting a 20% increase to your eco. Just think about that for a second. Actually, like, you know, it's a little bit more, right? Because you're what, like 35 villages when you get the tech up? So you're actually getting a little bit over 20% increase to your economy. Because of 8 villages. But look at Core's position, though. This is why the 2 TC is very popular against Ibids. If you can get a TC super quick, same reason why we've seen English do this right now. The King gets countered by the Desert Raider, but he keeps them busy, so you can drop the TC. And the idea is by the time your opponent gets Castle Age, you should have more villages than them, or the same amount. You're still an age behind, but long term you have a bit of a better way out. The problem with those builds usually is they give over map control and your opponent gets the relics. But that's where this military wing build is really cool, and I really like it. Camel Riders will destroy this. Like, actually, you can't fight if you're Lash. Desert Raiders get disintegrated. Look at how quick the Camel Rider attack speed is. They attack quicker. They have double your health. Now, admittedly, he's going to be able to get one of those Camel Riders because a bit of a miss micro there, but you just watched 4 camels run in against 2 Camel Riders and lose. Looks like you'll be able to move away with the final one, so we'll end up throwing it away. But this is the interesting thing, actually, is if you now add more Camel Riders in, you win. Because it's not just Desert Raiders that lose to Camel Riders, guys. Desert Raiders is one thing, but Camel Lancers also get destroyed by Camel Riders. So instead it's going to be Spear Crossbows, though. Lash now picking up the relics. So I think cool. This is the one kind of criticism I maybe give is Camel Riders would have been kind of cool. Just adding 1 or 2 in would have been worth because your opponent is going to get relics because you're comp. Spearmen, archers, crossbows, these all don't flank, right? And look at where all the resources are that matter. All the relics are on the flanks. So yeah, low tip for people in this situation. It is expensive to go for Camel Riders, but 2 or 3 of them, very strong. And because you know your opponent's gone for Camel Lancers, even if you then have to pivot off that type, you've already kind of balanced it out, right? Like worst case scenario, now they've gone Racks, gone Spearmen, you go to Archers with composite bows, which is better, and you've invested the same as the Camel Lancer spammer. Actually, he's going to pull the relic back. Cool. Has got his 8 stack behind him, Deer up here, so likely extend to the north side. Another reason why Camel Riders would have felt better, because your opponent's going to be actively raiding. Now, you could argue the Spearman crossbows will be able to guard this, but I still think the detail of giving over the relics is quite a big one here, we are trekking towards what could quite easily end up being a 5-relic game. Likely, Core's going to just station a few troops on this final one, but even 4 relics into a TC transition is really good for Lash. And with the Stone Gathering as it is, I think we are looking at probably a free TC transition here. I'm a big fan of free TC versus Abbasids, just because they're not going to be quick to come out with this comp, and it also guarantees that you move ahead of their economy in the coming minutes. Really important as well. You are a little bit weak at the beginning of free TC. If your opponent sees that you've gone free TC, you're spending a lot more food, right? Like right now, Core is spending 64 food per villager rotation. You'd be spending 150. Will logistics be good for getting relics and insta drop in Mosque? Yeah, so I've talked about the idea of doing feudal age logistics. In fact, one player has been experimenting with it before, and that was Anatand. He had an interesting game. The problem with that game is like the way he played it. It wasn't an optimal fast castle. They were just kind of dead weight. But it does play very similarly to the Ottoman Imam build. It's pretty good, actually. I think you can go logistics into Growth Wing. It's very strong. I'd advise that against civs that you know you can't do anything with Desert Raiders against and are being greedy. Push down the center in the meantime from Core. I like this timing on him. He's trying to force a direct fight before Lash has mass together. This is really important. Lash has invested in Dervishes to get gold on a delay. But the delay is the important part. You don't have Manjaniques yet, which means you lose to this army. And also, if you do rush Manjaniques, your opponent can just rush to the backside with spears or build Springles in response. And Springles are cheaper, so really cool read by Core. If he starts to push like this, then Lash doesn't have any breathing room to use Lancers on flanks. He also doesn't have time to get eco value with his TC. Cool. Calming down for the moment. Probably doesn't feel like he's that far ahead on military. We can see it's actually pretty decent right now. And we have now got the Manjanique coming in. The question is whether Core's going to sense this ahead of time. Ghoulims could be really cool here, by the way. I think at this stage, Core switching into Archers Ghoulims isn't a negative. It's actually a very big positive. Your opponent's already shown an army that gets slapped by Ghoulims. And also, Ghoulims are great at diving siege. And considering the extra Araxes, I'm wondering if that's where we're heading. What are you supposed to do against Desert Raiders? You blow their face off. Like, Desert Raiders get countered by Archers. Desert Raiders have 0 ranged armor. Ghoulims are pretty bad against Desert Raiders, but like I don't see a world in which Lash would ever actively produce Desert Raiders. If I saw an IB player building Desert Raiders, I would build Camel Riders and laugh. Because that's the easiest win in the world, right? I think players haven't fully clocked onto this yet, by the way. Camel Riders really do destroy Camel Lancers. And by extension, obviously, Desert Raiders, which is the more obvious one. But I think, give it another month or two, when the Irobids, if they keep relying on Camel Lancers, this matchup is going to turn to Camel on Camel. And actually, in that matchup, there is no better Camel than Camel Riders. So Byzantine players especially keep that in mind, actually, because you can build into Camel Riders more easily than an Abbasid player can in the mid-game. Like that, you can kind of forgive Core for not adding in additional Camels, because they cost a lot. But Byzantine players can do it freely. And yes, the reason Camel Riders win is because Camel Riders have similar damage to Camel Lancers, but actually more. So the way it works is by base damage, they do, I think it's like 26 compared to, I think it's 22 or something like that. So you offset the armor that the Camel Lancers get while having 60 more health. And then on top of it, Camel Riders attack at 1.18 seconds intervals, or 1.12 rather, and Camel Lancers take 1.38. So you disintegrate them. The only weakness is if your opponent has mass archers, but like the stage in the game that we're talking about, mass archers is very difficult. And yeah, Ghoulim's now coming. So this is worst case scenario for Lash. He's trying to prep all the crossbows. Spirals are being built to count out the mangoes here. Really do favor Core's position. Gotta be a little bit careful with those Ghoulims. Another interesting thing is you've got movement speed and damage buff on some units versus full armor increase on full units. I think that would favor Core here. Not to mention the backline of archers. That is composite bows, so the attack speed difference is huge. Composite bows is a bigger advantage than a 20% damage increase. Pushing forward. Nice ambush here. Mango's hidden in the tree line. Backs the other one up. Does lose one for it, but keeps one alive. However, unfortunately, it looks like Core did get vision again. And all of a sudden, now it's just a case of the backline being stronger. You're seeing the healing coming through, but this is just not working. Lash, I think the game is more or less at a conclusion here. Lash has basically got crossbows left over against composite bow archers. This is now where Core will realize just how far ahead he is. He shouldn't be backing away anymore. He should not be shying out of this. He's got farm transitions underway. He's not going to run out of food. He's still got plenty of berries in the center he can move for. And right now, Lash just doesn't have anything to defend with. Sick timing by Core. Military Academy also on the way, so it's going to just be a Zerg to a kill. And I think Lash will probably just tap out in a matter of moments here. It's about to reach his base. Production isn't looking great for him. And economy is just well and truly eclipsed at this stage. Tough one looking back at this game for Lash. Wondering if he could have went for the 30C quicker. Wondering if maybe he should have tried to get the Mandrake out a bit earlier. It's just such a difficult one. You can't rush Siege up against the Abbasids here. He could have possibly went Ghoulims earlier, but I feel like if you go Ghoulims Ghoulim Archer rather, and Abbasids do Archer Ghoulim, they're a lot better. This is a matchup so far where Ayyubids have dominated because of timings. And what Core has just shown you is the new Abbasids, with an old build, have a way of contesting. This was a sick read. I think the biggest takeaway for me is Lash maybe would have had a better chance if he didn't waste extra efforts on defenses and optimize for greed. But even then, I can't take anything away from Core. Sick game by him, showing you the Abbasids don't have to be scared anymore. This Civ, deceptively strong, and finally may have an answer to the Camel Brethren. Feels like his age up wasn't ahead enough of Core. Yeah, I mean, like that's going to be a typical issue in those situations, right? The thing is, like, Core had to invest a lot to defend. He built walls, he built double outposts. I think that's really impressive by the Abbasids. Maybe there should have been more raid attempts coming out. Maybe that's the one thing I'd say is, like, Lash probably should have tried to flank more. But yeah, what do we call that one? Abbasids don't need to fear Ayyubids anymore. That's probably what we'll call that one. Okay. Have to play towards the fast cast timing and do damage. Yep. Are those little arrow throwers sieges anti-siege? Yes. You mean the Springalds? Yes. They do bonus damage against siege. Rocky River allows you to wall your base pretty easily. I mean, even if he didn't wall it though, right? Like, just setting up outposts on the gold pretty much secures his game. So I think he would have been fine there. Okay, so let's have a look here. Have I been messaged the weird strategy? I've got a message from Dragavan, so maybe. Holy crap. Dragavan lost 140 elo from this strategy. Alright. I'm trying to think. Do I tease you and save that one for tomorrow? And do the charity game now? Because we have a game from TD Johnson. I don't know if they're here. I head stopped them at the start of the stream that we'd do this one. So I think we'll do that. So let me get that game. Oh crap! Whoopsie. Hit that just in time. Yeah. Save it tomorrow. Well, but they're both from charity big loops. I guess yeah. Let's do the game now. So we had Japanese versus Zhone. Go do some mid elo games. Should be fun and relatable. Yo, what is up, my boy Lash? Thank you very much for the raid, my friend. Just caught your game. GG. That new Abbasid build is spicy. I think Core may have turfed up something old that is about to be something new. But we're about to. So we've done a charity stream on Saturday. We're about to cast one of the games from one of the viewers because they donated a lot of money. So we're going to cast this game, and then afterwards we should be into some more pro games, guys. In fact, maybe we'll try to squeeze in Dragavan's secret strat. Dragavan had this charity goal that required him. I'll just give you a description. He had to go Age 2 Military / Culture Wing, Age 3 Gamba Wing, and then Age 4 Vil Wing. And then had to mass camels for attack speed buff. So he had to go 75 buildings and build loads of camels. So that'll be intriguing to look at later. He lost over, I think he said lost almost 150 elo doing that strat. So that'll be fun to check in on later. For now, let's check in on the viewer game. I think it's a good time to do that. So, might be relatable. Actually, this might be relatable for quite a lot of our viewers. I mean, you know, not everyone can be conk level players and nothing to be ashamed of there. We've got a mid-elo game here between TD Johnson on Jeanne d'Arc going up against Hamish on the Japanese. We're going to hit the 2 times for just the early game here to just open up into the feudal age because I'm not expecting any cheesy shenanigans. We're going to be on cliffside of all maps. And really big shout out to TD Johnson. They actually donated $105 to get this game cast. And that all went to an amazing cause. So hopefully a fun one. Japanese versus Jeanne d'Arc. I feel like it's been a while since I've seen this. Jeanne's a little bit of a struggle in this matchup, actually, because Japanese tend to just fast castle, and that fast castle brings a lot of potency with it. You got to keep in mind that actually mounted samurai will beat French knights unless they have Royal Institute upgrades, and then the follow-up play into Onimusha closes the door on Jeanne altogether. So, curious if TD Johnson's aware of this. Seems like he does watch a decent amount of the channel, so I imagine he's seen a few of these strats. In fact, he's watching right now. So, looking at the spawns as well, what have we got from Scout perspective? Hamish, not off to a good one here. And in fact, TD Johnson, okay, this is really cool. Check this detail. He's got his number. He sees where he's scouting. Unfortunately, it's an area where that is mostly being covered. But this does mean that TD Johnson should be able to reach the corner first. And what you should be aware of, now he sees a sheep here, you want to go north. If you go north, you get the lion's share of the sheep. Okay, scrap that. What the what is that spawn? Are you kidding me? RNGesus? It's fine, though. He's going to get more on the backside. So that was a really cool rotation. TD Johnson, like, actually, this is kind of cool having someone in chat so we can assess this. Were you aware of that detail on how to cut scouts? Because I see some players do it, but like, you know, a lot of people aren't consciously thinking about it. When you see the enemy scout here, you can get ahead of them and you can stay ahead of them. And the whole idea is you're now steering the ship, right? So, for example, let's say your scout is here, mine's here. I can mirror your move down, and I know that I've now got the majority of the map to myself. And I can even start to move inwards. At the highest level, what you'll see players do in response to that is they'll wait for you to move inwards, and then they'll crisscross. They'll come back across past you. Because the idea is if you're just like going in the same direction as them, they're steering the ship, you'll never be able to get any sort of sheep momentum on your side. So yeah, really cool detail there. Great identification. And the way that TD Johnson done that as well was smart. He used the cliffside to his advantage. He understood that this was going to lead to a bigger cutoff. He already had scouted part of the map. He knew his opponent had already done this back corner based on where he was in the map. So he would have done it here. So the value is getting around the back and then shifting all the way around the base. And it gets him a slight eco lead, right? It's 12 sheep versus 11. Also, I believe we've got some berry gathering going on from Hamish. So although it's annoying for Hamish, it's more important for TD Johnson that he got that. If he hadn't got those extra sheep, he'd be really far behind right now. Because the Tawara makes gathering berries better than gathering sheep. And now the Kura Storehouse gives the Japanese actually one of the easiest transitions into farms in the game. I actually can't think of a civ that finds it easier now. It's so good. By the way, just to emphasize the elos on these guys, because I know people are going to ask that question, this is a 1200 elo game. So at the time of recording, I think it was 1221 elo for TD Johnson. And then on the other side of this, Hamish was 1226 elo. Rats in Feudal showing a lot of respect. I'm surprised by that. And more surprising still is the fact that TD Johnson did not open with a knight. Which is quite unorthodox here, actually. It might be because they're worried about the outposts. Like, I actually think that what Hamish has done isn't necessary here. This is more important. The reason why building an outpost is better than building a Rax, as the Japanese, is this is a civ that doesn't need spearmen. All you really need is an outpost on your resources. Because if you build an outpost, by gathering gold, you get stone as well. So there's no easy way to dent your defenses. So yeah, I do feel like this was a little bit of an overreaction out of Hamish. If you're really worried about Night Raids, you have an insanely defendable spawn here. All you have to do is wood wall, here to here, and here to here. And then the only options are here. But because you're gathering berries first, Night Raids aren't going to be quick enough, right? You can just leave the remaining berries and come to the sheep. And because Hamish did get 11 sheep, they've got more than enough to get to castle. So yeah, bit suboptimal. The other reason why I don't like Spearman is you might say, but KP, you know, you're eventually going to go into racks, right? With spam. Like, it's so good going Onibigisha and Samurai. Yes, but why would you reveal this info straight away? When you build a racks like this, if you don't intend to use the rack straight away for your Ashira drop, you've told your opponent your build already, right? Like, rather, you made your build suboptimal. So you either told them what you're going to do, or you're wasting more resources than is necessary. And you're wasting them on a unit that you don't need, right? You just build Mountain Samurai. Mountain Samurai will beat Knights. If you think I'm kidding, do the maths for yourself. The Knight charges come in. They do about 30 damage, right? After that Knight charge, for 3.5 attacks, so basically 3 attacks, the French Knight will get about +4 damage. A Lancer charge in Feudal is worth 30 damage. In Castle's worth 36. So because of deflective armor, you lose out on your Lance charge, your opponent gets it. That's a 36 damage difference. With the Knight damage buff, you're going to recoup 12 to 15 damage. And then to make things even worse, you're against a Civ that has an extra melee tech, and you're playing a Civ that no longer gets it for free. Like, Knight spam versus Knight spam, Japanese win every day of the week. I know there's going to be a comment about the Consecration effect. Agreed, Consecration is pretty cool. Does save you 35 food, so 70 food a minute. But with the Japanese and the gathering rate on berries, and then the Daimyo timing, they can compete. It's very, very difficult in this matchup for Shonen Dark. I do like Johnson's build, though. This is the correct call. He's going for Fast Castle. And the funny part is if Hamish hadn't overreacted, he would already be there. Instead, he's building Yuumi. What? I think Hamish has had some PTSD-inducing experiences against Yone recently. So Yuumi's kind of an interesting one. I actually don't mind the idea of Yuumi up against Yone because you move so fast, you can kind of kite her, and she doesn't get more value per kill, right? Like, we've actually seen the effect of that extra raiding potential. Overall, though, like, given the options to go Castle Age or go Feudal, and especially when you're against Yone, I'm struggling to see a world in which every game where you can get it, why you would choose Feudal over Castle as Japanese. It's just so good. There are some matchups where you have to play Feudal, right? Like, there's some really good builds right now for Delhi where they kind of fast Castle mirror you, but they have Sacred Sites and they get ahead. But some matchups, like Shonen Dark in particular, there really isn't anything to stop you, especially if you go double outpost on the gold. And the problem also, remember what I said about revealing your hand? Like, even more so now because you've gone Spearman, Archers is an easy play. I do think that TD Johnson didn't need this, though, considering what their real goal is. Like, you could argue building these archers in this archery range is pointless. The archery range might still have value for Arbitrier later, but you're not really going to open your age with Arbitrier, right? You're more likely to open with a few knights. And in the meantime, you've spent 150 wood on an archer range, and then you spent 240 resources on archers. That's your tech cost. So you could have been more optimal in your timing here. And it would have been quite a bit better. But classic Shonen players like, me like fight, me have big sword, me hit. Sorry, Johnson, it's just less Shonen pickers for you. So tech up now on the way. Hamish should be prepping stables. Like, this is the dumb part, right? Like, this is what makes you feel bad, is you've built 450 resources of production buildings, but your optimal opening still hasn't been built yet. Now, I'm hoping that that is where we're going here, because the alternative is Onimusha, when you've got no reason to build Onimusha. Or Onibigisha. I guess Onibigisha has justification, so it's not the worst of ideas. But this is something that TD Johnson should know about. So, weirdly enough, TD Johnson should have actually still been building knights with the archers. Are you kidding? I wondered why your tech timing was slow. Now it makes sense. There's ballsy, and then there's sticking your balls in a blender here. You're building trade against one of the fastest civs in the game. That is... Whew, that is sticking your hand in a beehive, my friend. Luckily for you, it looks like Hamish is only interested in going ham here. He's going full ham Tara. He's going for the samurai. So unlikely the trade is going to be intercepted. But that was very gambly. If it had been a bunch of Yuumi, like you've started to see, had it been Mountain Samurai, had it been Onibagisha, you'd trade dives. Ambitious dive coming in from TD Johnson, though. Makes sense. Like we always say, when you tech up second, you need to do damage. But I think it's very ambitious with such a small army to dive an outpost. Especially if it's getting fortifications, which you don't know for sure. PTSD from Japan made me do it. Wait, hold on a sec. PTSD from a civ that Zergs made you build map-wide eco. So what you're saying is, you've been hit so hard by Japanese slapping, you're disoriented a bit. That's fair. I can appreciate that. How many... Okay, one's in chat if you're one of those players that's like been chilling, feeling good about a game, and then 50 on a Bagisha have come over the hill screaming, and you don't know what to do. If I don't see at least 10 ones, I know you guys are lying. Because almost everyone has experienced that. It's such an uncomfortable feeling because unlike other comps which move slowly at you, you're like, oh, I have a little bit of time to think about this. Ono Bagisha are just instantly up in your face. Wolves coming up as well. TD Johnson, what the f... I mean, it's not a bad choice. Unfortunately. Yuumi were worth it! There you go, guys. We found the game. So you can't trade here, right? Yeah, you're going to have to switch to the short trade until you secure the area. He has got Shown on the way. Samurai is kind of interesting here on their own. I'm getting more puzzled by this, though. Mounted Samurai on a delay. I know I said they're good, but like you're waiting so long in the game into Castle Age, it's getting a bit weird. Compared to just going Onibagisha with Samurai. I feel like that works a lot better. Onibagisha always sounds dicey because you're building them up against Arbitrae that get Gambesons, but I've watched quite a lot of Onibagisha Gambesons Arbitrae in the past, and I've been impressed by how well Onibagisha performed there. It's kind of nuts when you do the damage calculation. So, an Onibagisha, if you bother to upgrade them, would hit pretty hard, right? Like, you can get them up to 10 damage. 10 damage, and they will attack twice, and then still have some left over in the time that a crossbow attacks. So, you're basically, against Gambesons with the extra 5 armor, like, you're going to do, what? Let's say, roughly around 4 or 5 damage per attack, but you cost less than Arbitrae. So, you're almost in the same interval doing the same damage as a crossbow, but you cost less. That's really, really good. So yeah, I think Onibagisha for Hamish would have made a lot more sense. I like the Arbitrae choice by you. It's just logical here. Joan Dark actually makes Arbitrae look completely broken. There is no other Civ, like there's no other crossbow in the game that looks more busted than Joan Dark Arbitrae. And I genuinely mean Joan. Like French Arbitrae don't look that good right now. The problem is you need to build castles to get your discounts, right? Well, all you need to do with Joan is consecrate. Although, right now we're not doing it. Joan should be getting close to level 3 right now. It's going quite well for her, right? Like, these type of fights can be decent. Some cleaves here could be huge. Have we got a Adachi tech? We have. So standing your ground is a big mistake here, Johnson. You need to back those crossbows up and let the men-at-arms soak. Hamish is going to get pushed back, though, and I wouldn't be surprised if we're looking at level 3 Joan off of this fight. She should be getting close. Divine Restoration was, of course, already popped. It's going to be a mop-up. And Hamish, crazy to think how much better that fight would have been with Onibagisha. If you had half the Samurai count and then Onibagisha behind it, admittedly, TD started building men-at-arms, but I think like the Arbitrae wouldn't have even lived for a second there. The problem I'm also having is where the hell are the Mountain Samurai? Okay, so they're marching in on the west side. So you see what Blue's doing here? This is the problem of like opening something of the Mountain Samurai and doing it later. You feel inclined to like use your elements of your comp, but right now, like this is not a cavalry raid. This is more of a Yuumi raid because of the movement speed. It's a big missing opportunity there. Hamish in the meantime is doing really well in the relics. He's up to 2 so far. easily can grab a third here. Wolves never went up, so we could easily be looking at a 4 relic game. My food's ready soon. My food's gonna have to wait. I want my my mid elo rather injection. Gibber on the backside. TD Johnson says, "My villagers don't run." This is Castle Age France, not World War II France. And besides, if they run, you run, and that means Jones not fighting. Okay, that's really cool. Although, kind of unexpected in this matchup, Jones Riders. The reason I like it though is I actually think that the champions are overrated. If you're against a Castle Age opponent, Jones Champions is terrible. Because the problem against Castle Age opponents, they have counters to the champions, whereas Riders can raid, right? They should actually be called Jones Raiders. Oh my god, it's like Reyna's Raiders, only cooler. He said something's cooler than StarCraft stuff? Yeah, it's quite interesting because the champions against the feudal army are so hard to kill, but against a castle army, they're a waste. And they're so slow, you can't raid. But like right now, if TD Johnson peels these troops, the knights, the riders, the Joan, he can go on the flank, and nothing's going to slow him. Now, Harmish has switched again. It looks like he's actually going to own Bagisha. We're going to speed this up a little bit, considering food's on the way. I'm sure TD Johnson doesn't mind. We're on a little bit of a lull. Guildhall has been gathering for a bit, so good lad. He's got it on the food. Always stick your Guildhall on food. Keep it on food until you've got Imperial Age. It's so much better because gold's not going to run out anytime soon. And thank you very much, Brother Leo, for the raid. I hope you had a good stream. Just checking out some mid-elo action here to learn some things. Other things to kind of highlight. You know, you're in a game where you're building Arbitrary and Knights, and you're playing a Civ that gets a 30% discount on eco. Specialized picks is quite often underrated, actually, in lower ranked games. I'm surprised by the double lumber choice over the gathering on the gold. Even though you're not gathering a lot of gold right now, it just makes sense whenever you want to switch. If you want to go Imperial Age, you want to get Arbitrary, you want to go Knights, you at least want level 1 tech, if not 2, because Imperial is a big deal. Whether you want to or not, when Imperial hits, you're going to have a lot of people on gold. Because everything there costs 700 gold to upgrade, right? So I'd say that might have made it a bit better. Other side of this, how are we looking? Eco-Tex, oh my god, what a noob. Didn't even get wheelbarrow. No, calm down, guys, remember. It is, of course, the Japanese. He's got full wheelbarrow tech, and you don't get any Eco-Tex. Daimyo is only at level 1, though. I think we should be looking at a rush to level 3 now and a mass farms. Because the issue what Hamish is doing is if they don't prep farms in Daimyo, they can't keep doing Onibagisha. And Onibagisha works because of how quickly and fluidly it keeps coming out. Once you start having gaps, you have problems. Great raid on the flank in the meantime, though. We're going to keep on 2 times speed for the time being, as little raids happen. Arbitrary are on the move. No Gambeson's tech, though. Maybe a mistake. Raid comes in, though, and immediately gets intercepted. Hamish, slow to react. He's actually... Wait, what? You're not the Mongols. Attack something, Bio. Oh, and this is a bad fight to be taking as well. Onibagisha into the men-at-arms and the knights. If anything, Hamish should have just kept going. Because a few units to go after the villagers, but Arbitrary just milked this fight. This is fantastic right now. TD Johnson in a very comfortable position in this game. Love the fact he's got a bunch of wood in reserve. We should be seeing a farm transition in the coming minutes. In fact, he's already about 10 farms in. So probably looking to put that up to 30 by 22 minutes, 23 minutes. And because of the amount of Onibagisha Hamish just threw away, you don't really get punished for that. I also just love the Wolves. Wolves are always a little bit tricky to do against the Japanese wide because Onibagisha are so fast, right? Like, this is why I say Onibagisha is the Japanese's best unit, is because of that raid potential, even when Wolves are there. There's no other infantry that can get in position on a flank this quickly. Ooh. Wolves just before the torch comes through. Raids on the backside have been mopped up. A lot of XP coming the way of TD Johnson, so pretty cushy game for them so far. I think this is where we're looking towards Imperial. Yeah, you've got 2.3k food. You should be on the goal pretty hard right now. Your Arbitrary mass is at 40. You pretty much got what you need with the Wolves to get away with this. And because your opponent threw away a lot of army there, like, I'd understand the reluctance if that fight didn't happen. But now you've basically got the freest pass to go imaginable. And the cool thing is because you always go for Red Palace, you're not very diveable. The Red Palace probably should be dropped around the center. It's a pretty good location for it, right? Secure long-term gold. Also really annoying for the Japanese because the more they get into the game, the more gold they need, right? Like, even in the late game when it's just Samurai and Onibagisha, Yorishiro trickles one thing, but it still requires gold gathering. That's coming in. Big fight for Joan as well. She's just being ignored. Yeah, Hamish The micro is a bit questionable here. Harmish is more harmless, but Jean leading the charge made a mistake. Mangonel comes in big here. TD Johnson, he says, I am not afraid. We don't... Oh, wait, that's the Mangonel. Still, overall, not too bad of an exchange. Like, Jean got a decent amount of gold. A decent amount of XP, rather. Which is the liquid gold of her. And Harmish, once again, loses a lot of army. Farm count hasn't really grown either. He's up to what? 16 farms. Yeah, 16 farms, not great when you consider how many of them are free. Also, he's got a farmhouse griefing him on 2 here. Daimyo level is not level 3 either. Shogunate Castle is really important here for that gathering rate, just to keep this push going. And I'm hoping, praying, we have got the melee techs, yes. The other thing that's kind of awkward is if you had a few more farms in the level 3 Daimyo, you could justify Military Academy. His production rate is good enough for his income right now, but it's not good enough to break this. Like right now, the arbitrary account is way too big. The only upside I'm seeing for Harmish is the fact that TD Johnson has decided to keep the game competitive by not getting his Gamsons. Oh, John's Raiders? Okay, that's the freest siege snipe ever. Harmish, what? Unbelievable. Double Mango goes down. The third one is off on the flank. That's going to die as well. So triple Mango death. Wow. Harmish is definitely harmless now. The Onomagisha are at least going to trade okay because there's no Gamsons here. That's now on the way, though. That probably should have been here a lot sooner, TD Johnson. I think you're underrating the power of that tech. But well played there, man. You caught Harmish sleeping at the wheel, rather, and pushed him to the wall. Oh, damn. Now TD Johnson. Are we going to remember that guild hall's a thing? You know, TD Johnson was like, raising $105 for charity myself was not good enough. I also need to solve world hunger. Look at you, the most charitable lad ever. By the time you're finished, no child in France will go without baguettes and cheese every day of their life. What a man, what a Chad. What a lord of all. Harmish, wait, no, please don't do it. Oh, no. Guys, it's fine, it's a misclick. No one willingly builds Yuumi at this point, right? I'm saying this as a guy who keeps telling people Yuumi are better than they give them credit for. Yuumi are pretty tough to work with in this matchup now. I'm a bit worried he's doing it. And also, I'm worried with the amount of Mango's dying. Oh my god, again! 60 more XP. Jones frontlining. Divine Restoration is not going to be used because that's for pussies who needs to heal. A league around the back, and Mango's dead! He's got one left alive. Arbitrary just going to ape this, though. Monkey noises coming from each of them. And it looks like this final piece of siege is going to be going down. Now, the funny thing is, this game looks close because TD Johnson is refusing to go Imperial Age because he's a gentleman. But really, this is pretty much over if he just techs up now. There's still no Shogunate Castle. In fact, Harmish should have been rushing the stone earlier than this. He's trying to fix it now. He's panicking so much, he's building 2 forges to remain super duper optimal here. And TD Johnson, just one button. Feed the well. Who sung the rest of that song right there? Dive underneath the primary TC. Wait, Spring was that? Wait. So clearly, Harmish is so worried about you getting level 4. He's like, oh no, Jean is siege at level 4. I need anti-siege. Unfortunately, guys, Spring do range damage. That doesn't work. I'm not sure what... Was he really that worried about you building Mangoes against Onomagisha? I'm not sure what the thought process was there. I think there's a little bit of panic out of Harmish. And crossbows, the dive was kind of pointless, but they're making up for it now. Eco is going to be found on the backside because it is 2CC, of course. TD Johnson, any minute now, is going to pull out the food. Guys, estimates, guesstimates, guys. I don't know how many minutes into Castle Age now. It's been almost like half the game. At what minute does TD Johnson pull the food out? Now, Johnson can't answer because that's kind of going to give it away, right? Will he pull out the food before 10,000 food. 47? God damn, he will be feeding the world at that point. The funny thing is, like, when you get to this stage, and you've got 20 farms, and you're scaling up, you've got all this wood, I genuinely wouldn't be surprised if he went Imperial Age without Guildhall food. Which is a little comical to think about right now. He's fasting right now, guys. He's on a diet. Looks like the final Arbitry are going to be cleared up the back. I think this was an unnecessary dive, considering that you do this if you're going Imp. Otherwise, it feels a little bit negligent. However, you do now know about the second TC. Most players in this situation would get a second TC of their own. But TD Johnson is not most people. TD Johnson's like, why? Just give it another 10 minutes, guys. And then I don't need a second TC. The Guildhall is my second TC. And we have got a keep drop on the front side. So this is another reason why I really like... Oh, dude, he's doing it as well. Oh, I love Johnson. This is another reason why I think keeps are kind of underused by Jeune. Is that they have this value proposition. And the reason why you don't see Jeune's Riders very often is because people don't go Jeune's Riders. They go Champions. Champions suck for this because you need too many. But the cool thing about going Riders is you can just build 3 or 4 of them and raid. Dive under the keep. An ambitious attempt coming out from Harmish, actually. Okay, we have some serious macro issues. Okay, here's an interesting detail for you guys. Who do you think is mismacroing more resources in this game? Because it's not the Japanese. They might have 5,000 gold, but TD Johnson now has 7,100 food just sitting there. The funny part, actually, in that calculation is that for some reason the gold doesn't gain interest, but the food does. I know what people can now ask, like, what is the logic behind a Guildhall providing more and more food the longer you leave it in? Surely the food would go out of date, right? Cheese, guys. The French cheese matures, gets a bit moldy. Some people like that. You start off with a little bit of brie. It becomes some blue cheese. Ugh. That's why the food never expires. And wine, of course. Yeah, the grapes just mature, guys. That's also, by the way, why Johnson hasn't pulled out the food. Is he doesn't, like, anytime he looks at this building, there's a very strong whiff of dairy product that he doesn't like coming his way. Oh! Look away. So I'm going to speed this up a bit. I love the fact that he's actually scaling into Jeune's Riders, even though he's against Spearman. We're never going Imperial in this game, are we? Yeah, this is... Did I say 1,300? I think it's 1,200, right? Yeah, 1,225 elo. Both of them. So that puts them... Wait, that's almost Diamond, right? No, that is Diamond, right? Pretty sure that's Diamond. Diamond 1? So what you're learning here, guys, is the difference between being Diamond and being Kong is using a Guildhall. We're going to get you there, Johnson. That's what's missing. So level 4 Jeune must be close, right? That's also why Arbitrary get insane. We have got Spirals now on the way. TD Johnson still has this forward keep to kind of control with. The Raiders are literally looking everywhere where economy is not right now, but they'll get there eventually. And Harmish is finally ready to go Imperial. Now, guys, this is the comical part. How many times have you seen a game where a French or Jeune player remembers to pull the Guildhall the moment their opponent attacks? Psych! Oh my god. How are we 32 minutes into a game when no one's fully committing constantly? Oh my god, he pulled it! 10,000 food while in Castle Age. Wow. And Red Pass now on the way. So we're about to get 4 frontline Gatling guns, and Harmish is going the one way they can to avoid it all. However, Arbitrary Mass, by the time the tech up complete, should be 35 to 40. In fact, TD Johnson should just be zerging Arbitrary. I'd love to see a Siege Workshop here as well. Love the Red Pass. This is really what you want to be doing every time with this defense. Just securing central resources. If he builds a Siege Workshop next to this, gets into a cannon, this could be a very quick GG. Right, let's hit the speed up. My food's going to go cold. Unlike all that food kept nice and warm and growing extra bacteria in that guild hall. You know, you guys are going to be weird about all that extra bacteria, but all I'm going to say is that's additional calories, so chill. And oh my god! The Castle of the Crow may end up being a castle of oh no. Cleave's coming through big here. He just needs to go for another one. A little bit of panic from TD Johnson. Missed opportunity there to kill several more villagers. Dive continues, and Castle of the Crow has been slowed down. So 12 villagers to build this up. The position does not protect anything, though. It protects some back farms, actually, in fairness to him. But okay, we really need to talk about Hamish's build a bit. There's no reason to build the farms. Oh, no. His food income should be, like, double what it is. And I mean double of what it was before that raid came in. This is brutal. Mangonel's now moving in. Surprisingly effective when your opponent decides to build Mass Yuumi in Castle Age. Backstab coming through, though. Divine Restoration coming out. This Cleaves could be big. Arbitrary are going to stand their ground. The Golden Hand upgrade is in, and the Mangoes are just not being killed. No doubt about it. Jean de Blast is going to be born in this fight. Oh, not if she starts tanking spears like that, she's not. Yuumi are trying to snipe her down, which is just depressing to watch. What a fight. Hamish had the surround, but just did not have the quality to take this down. Luckily for him, Johnson is allergic to fighting. Oh no. Just one cleave. That's all that was needed. So after this reset, their food income is incredibly low, actually, on both sides. Part of that was Hamish taking a break. Part of that is the fact that I think he wants to take a break from this game. Like, he's not leveraging the Daimyo upgrades very well. Half his economy is not being buffed by TCs, right? It's more like a third, but it feels more like over half because he hasn't got Shogunate. And that's why I think T. Johnson's got this on lock. The biggest problem I now see in this game is, like, despite the fact that Blue has an insane eco lead, it doesn't really feel like it's there in the right numbers. Like, his wood income makes no sense. He doesn't need this much wood. He just needs food and a lot of Onobagisha. For some reason, though, Hamish is very obsessed with Yuumi. Oh, no. Not like this. Sprills sniping out the Mangoes. The Mangoes aren't even attacking the Arbitrary! Oh, God. So, yeah, interesting thing. The staggered formation, correct read by TD Johnson. Probably should have done that a lot sooner. Because if Hamish had been paying attention to the Mangonels, you would have been saying farewell to over half of your crossbows here. This is looking close to done, though. Onobagisha are finally getting queued up from Hamish, but I think it's too late. Spear in the meantime is going to try to trade out against the Bombard. That is not going to work out well for him. I can't believe I just watched Yuumi and Onobagisha get upgraded. What is this game? Is this normal for mid-elo? Yuumi has been a focus point in Hamish's build, which is interesting because here's the funny thing, guys. In these fights, TD Johnson actually could have won even easier if he just used Pavis and built Springles. No cap. Like, that would have killed everything. Funnily enough, he did use Pavis. Wait, did he use it there? I guess it was a dive in deeper. Let's hit the speed up here a bit. Hamish is going to get a chance to fight again. Horsemen are on the way. They've been vetted up. And Jean de Blast is in. Ready to blast someone up the arse here. Bombards aren't going to be left unguarded. They're both going to be going down. Third one might get chipped as well. I love the fact that one's left alive to tell the tale. But at this stage, I mean, if you just activate Valsh Inspiration, you basically attack almost as quickly, actually quicker, if I remember correctly, than Yuumi. Crossbow Stirrups is in, right? Yeah, so Crossbow Stirrups plus the Valsh Inspiration is kind of broken here. I just don't see a way anymore. Mangonel's trying to snipe down, but here's the funny thing. Just walk Joan in. Cleaves would be nice. Oof. And no doubt about it. TD Johnson, they still have 5,000 food in reserve. You know, some people try to play Age of Empires 4 like it's a never-ending zombie apocalypse game. TD Johnson is a refined character. I can tell that he grew up in the days of World at War, Call of Duty Zombies. He's like, no, KP. You don't overwhelm them straight away. People want to play the game with you. Wave after wave, baby. Wave 1, wave 2, wave 3, wave 4. Every time getting bigger and scarier. Every time I look at Harmish's food income, I think about all the poor people starving in the world. This is like the one area where Joan should never surpass you, right? But she almost has. It's 1,500 food compared to 1,700. That's one of the big upsides with the Japanese in the late game, is a 75% gathering rate increase. Comparatively, your opponent should be getting 45%, right? But this is crazy. I think this is the thing that's killed Harmish time and time again, to the point that they just didn't feel that they had enough food to just build Bugisha and build Yuumi instead. Keep is going to go up, so Harmish will get strong point defense. In before Joan versus the entire world. Did you see that damage? Oh my god. Remember, it's a range shot out of the keep, right? So actually you do reduce the damage you take by 55, 60% or whatever it was. Crossbows on the backside, Archer just sniped down Samiko. Honestly, I feel as if you just need to build keeps and then cannons here, right? Like, it's a very easy kill. TD Johnson is reluctant to go with the easy way through this, though. Very late on the Ordnance Company. I actually didn't even think to check that. I thought you had it already. So actually, this arbitrary spamming hasn't been as efficient as it could be. Now, with Ordnance Company, and usually gold, you never run out of arbitrary massing. Funnily enough, it's still on food. Crossbow strips wasn't in. Okay, so we've got that now coming through. It was indeed the attack speed increase last time. Look at how ridiculous Gamson's is, though. Watch this. Like, look at the damage. It's insane. With the Bannerman aura there as well, they barely tickle. You do 3 damage per strike. Oh, damn. All because someone was paying attention to their melee tech upgrades. Well done, Johnson, actually. That's something I wasn't expecting in like a 1200 elo game, is a lot of people would forget to get their melee defenses. That's one of the quickest ways to throw against the Japanese because they get extra melee attack. So what you're allowing them to do is get a bigger advantage out of their speciality. You wouldn't really notice there's a speciality in this game considering that it's been Yuumi for so long, but typically a Japanese player is building almost 100% melee at this stage. Yuumi, wait, you faced the guy who done Yuumi and Ona Musha. Really? What? I guess in a way that works, right? Because you clear archers, you clear spears, and then the Onimusha can pepper everything else. That kind of works. It's a bit wild, but I can see it. Nobukisha barely holding the choke point at this stage. The funny thing is actually if TD Johnson just does mass horsemen with biology, or rather raw bloodlines, very effective front line for the Arbitraire. Oh no, Joan's back. If you just press one button, it's GG. I'm not even, no cap. Like, legit, Valorous Inspiration makes this so easy. Alright, that button works too. Divine Restoration used instead. A few knights chased after the siege. Harmish surely has to be at the end of his ropes here. It's kind of interesting, right? Because like a high-level game, if you're in this position, you probably call GG. I'd say the pressure coming out from TD Johnson could be bigger. He should have a lot more troops funneling across the map right now. I imagine we've got a game where no Military Academy. Yeah. I can tell the signs. I'm pretty sure Military Academy is there on the other side, though. So Harmish does have the spam on his side. It's probably the one thing giving hope. Yeah, funnily enough, guys, these are the type of games that lead to someone on Reddit saying Joan is OP, but Joan really had very little to do with this. It's just good arbitrary play, good timing, and I think also Harmish just not with the right comp. They took pretty poor fights twice in the mid-castle game, and then they decided to go Masayumi against Arbitrary, which is like the biggest no-no possible. Because had TD Johnson just Paviste and had Springles behind this, the Yuumi would have done no damage the entire game. Let's just speed this up. It's a slow death at this point, isn't it? It's not going to give it over too quickly. Joan is going to go down again. Harmish looking to try to get an army back together. What I'm worried about as well is his economy isn't really growing anymore. So TD Johnson on 1 TC. So we become TC Johnson. Hey, nah, that's what we get if we get a game that we have 4 TCs. He's catching up. On top of that, he still has the guild hall again, right? Yeah, 5,000 food in reserve. So you could easily just keep spamming horsemen. Men-at-Arms is interesting. I would never recommend this against the Japanese. However, I would never recommend this against a conk level Japanese player. No offense to Harmish, but he got over Samurai really quickly in this game. It's been Onibagisha and Spearman ever since. So, actually, pretty good game for it. Won't talk about that. I think that was Johnson. I'm assuming there were deer there to begin with. I can't believe I'm 45 minutes into a game and Shogunate Castle's only coming in now. Upgrade's finally there. Mangoes, I'll get to chase this away. Okay, so big tip at this point, Johnson. Like you're in a kind of a death spiral with your opponent, but there's no real reason not to just mass siege over him. Like your arbitrary mass is kind of undentable. So if you just play close to your keeps and get Spiral advantage and then go bombards, there isn't really a way the Japanese can overwhelm usually, right? He went Castle the Crow, not Gunsmith. Another bigger deal, actually. Has he been trading? Okay, he has at least been trading. Wait, but where? How? Wait, has he? Oh, no. Guys, I don't think he's been actually Castle the Crowing. Because he doesn't have a neutral trade post he can reach. Oh, no. It's been like that for several minutes. So I don't think he's actually received any economical value out of Castle the Crow. Oh, no, 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 no! Horseman! They find the mangoes. All but one of them's going to go down. Joan is going to make sure it's all of them, though. So march in here. Siege gets mopped up again. You know what the crazy part is? I feel like at this rate, Hamish is going to run out of wood before he runs out of gold. And I don't think I've ever said that in a Japanese game. He's wasted so much wood. He's building Spearman and Yumi against Arbitrary. This is like the worst thing you can build against Arbitrary. Oh my god. And no, you can't do that to him. You can't. Is that... Well, we have Reginald for the English. We actually need a name that's more French. Someone give me a French name begin with R. I can't think of any. There's something in the edge of my brain I should know. I just can't think what it'd be. I got plenty of other letters. I just can't think of one for R. Renault, thank you, Teach. Renault the Revoldiquin is here. Meanwhile, Jonas birthed a cannon. Just normal things. Very immersive game. Castle's now being dented. I feel like this is the beginning of the end. And it's kind of funny because it comes off of a free cannon instead of one that was built. Okay, ignore that, it's dead. This game's never ending, is it? It's Revoldiquin in French? Yeah, but like that's... Okay, you know what? ODM, that's lame. I'm sorry, I'm just going to call it out. Are you going to call your kid Revoldiquin? Right? Like, dude, you got to do it now. When you have a kid, you're going to hold them up like Simba, and you're like, Revoldiquin. And they're going to hate you years from now, okay? I'm trying to humanize this poor creature. Because if we humanize Revoldiquins, they might one day be made good. They're actually quite good against Onibagisha, if you think about it. He heard me. GG gets called. Once again, really big shout out to TD Johnson for the money they gave to charity to get their game cast. If you guys want a way of doing that, I might actually set up a way where you can give me money and I'll cast your games. I'm thinking about it, trying to figure out the numbers. Let me know what you'd bribe me with. But in this case, all the money, of course, went to the wonderful people over at Alex's Lemonade Stand. Thank you again, TD Johnson. GG. Oh, all right, there we go. Almost done. We got there. It weren't the cleanest, but it went to a good cause. Okay, so food should be ready now. I don't think we need to end the stream. We could probably keep going for a bit. What we'll do is when I come back, we'll probably do some Life in the Ladder games, or I think there was one or two Kiljadi games. There was a Gully Deckle game. There was, I think, another Louis game as well. So I need to go eat now. But I'm going to entertain you guys with an amazing replay. And then when I come back, we'll have more games live from the ladder. What KP eating? I don't know. Haven't been told. I got scammed yesterday, by the way. We had chicken out for fajitas. Came home from a kid's party. I'm like, oh boy, daddy's going to get his chicken. Right? I was excited for it. And then... she makes chicken curry. GG. Papa did not get his spicy chicken. And it definitely weren't spicy. You might be like, but whoa, but KP, it's curry. It's spicy, right? Nope. Korma. GG. Weakest it could be. And it's sad because I'm with a person who thinks that korma is spicy. Just all process that. Wait, is it called korma everywhere? I'm pretty sure it's called korma everywhere. Korma is not spicy. Okay, give me a sec. Just finding you guys a game to watch. We've done the Thunderdome one recently. Did we do the Lucifron Anatan one before? I think we did. Numidon versus Urk. Nah. Just give me a second. We could do Magic versus GUA. That was a while ago, the Elite Classic qualifier, but I don't think that I don't think that one ever got viewed or released, if I'm not mistaken. And then if I'm done before it's finished, I'll come back early and end it probably. Or the alternative is there's Dumu versus Gully Deckle. Do you guys want Dumu versus Gully Deckle or Magic versus Give You Anxiety? Choices. GUA? Okay, let's do GUA. Can't believe I'm French. Dude, you're farm. You're closer to French than me. You're just over there with your freshly made bread, which looks a bit like baguette. Don't drag me into this crap. I'm born and raised on the English playground where I spent most of my days.
All right,
I'm not so sure about.
Welcome
all right,
back.
guys, enjoy the awesome Elite Classic series between Magic and GUA. It was actually a really fun one. Can start off with English Roost. And this, wait, I think this was the Abbey of Kings build, yeah, before the buff. So there were already signs back then.
Age of Empires for action. We have got games from the qualifier for the Elite Classic 2. In the south side, playing in the yellow, we have got none other than Magic. And it is not weekday Magic, folks. This is weekend Magic, but it's about to be an NA bloodbath. While he mans the English, GUA, one of America's strongest players, is about to go up against the Canuck, and he plays against the Roos, a powerful pick in the competitive landscape. So these games did happen on Saturday from the qualifier number 1. We are going to be catching up on them a little bit because I think there's a lot of interesting series that just went uncovered in one way or the other. So my advice, don't spoil it for yourself. Kind of get your guesses in. You know, 1's in the chat if you think GUA is taking it. 2's if you think Magic is. Same if you're watching this late on YouTube. Don't ruin it ahead of time. These are best of 3s, by the way. We're at the point in the first qualifier where we're past BO1, so you actually have to get a little bit strategically deep. The way the drafting format works is you pick 4, you ban 4. And bans are specific to the player. Picks are global. So one very interesting thing about the Elite Classic is that with this format, there are no mirror picks. That's the design. I think there's going to be an exception maybe for grand finals, depending on the length. But outside that, everyone has fresh, unique picks. So GUA actually going for a double scout open is actually a very intriguing difference already. You may notice I'm doing the 2x speed. I'm a big fan of this. I genuinely actually think, like, unless you see someone pulling for a crazy outpost rush, 2x speed just feels great. And oh my god. Has Faith... Like, has Faye or Corvinus hacked Magic's account? I feel like that I'm watching someone different here. This... Magic? Oh, wow. Okay, so he's going for the Abbey of Kings build. This has been a hot second. Meanwhile, on the other side of this, what, dude? This game is already wild. GUA with the insanely wide Kremlin to secure the boar and the deer. Dude, this game is nutty. Looks like GUA didn't get a good gold haul, by the way, because remember, he only went 2 scouts. He's still looking for a remaining deer where he can find any, or wolves. He was just shy of what he needed for wheelbarrow tech. He should get the final tick coming through, but it's not going to be an optimal timing, unfortunately. Like, this sort of play that you've seen GUA make is cool, but it's most effective in a game where you get a really good bounty haul. That's why I'm surprised he only went for 2 scouts instead of 3, because 3 scouts probably would have gotten the extra gold he needed to go for a fast wheelbarrow, so that when he was walking off this tech up, he would have got here a lot quicker. But in the day, he's at least getting the Pumbaa. So boar already being stabbed into. He's only got 4 people on wood, but that should be good enough. Remember, the boar do gather up to 25 rather by default. So you got just about enough time here. Oh no, GUA. Oh, he has to go for a lumber count. That doesn't feel great here, folks. Now, realistically, you could gather lumber here. You get 20% more, but this is also a big part of why the Kremlin gets built at home near the base, is that the wooden influence stays in range. Now, you've got this awkward predicament as GUA, where both your workers for food and your workers for wood are really far away from home, and you only have 8 of them. So splitting and getting more villagers over here is quite the predicament because of Magic's build. The King is a fantastic tool in this particular game. I don't know if it would work all the time because of its low armor and how easily it can get tickled down by Archer Mass. But here, because GUA needs to move more villagers out, it's a predicament. And that's why GUA is actually going to go for the TC on the Kremlin. Makes a lot of sense, right? He's got the food here, he's got the wood here. Kind of weird at home, though. Because now, like, realistically, you only have sheep gathering in this area that makes sense, unless you want to go free TC. If you go for wood, you're going to have to go for a fortress. And it looks like that's exactly what he's going to do, but not next to the tree line. It has to be forward on the gold. Oh, no. GUA, buddy. Magic can actually just ruin this for him right now. Like, you need to pull the Kremlin points. Are they on the way? Oh, wait, where are they? Wait, did you... Where are they? Oh my god, dude, he's lucky he only lost that many workers. I think he went offensive with the militia. Yeah, he did. Wow, dude, what a sick read by Magic. Blind as a bat, I couldn't see them on the map there as they were diving underneath the TC that's being built. So Magic is 2 TC. Makes a lot of sense. If you're going to go for the King, you're not looking to be full aggro. You're looking to probe, harass, and get someone behind. It's a little bit like when French open with School of Cavalry and then go multi-TC. But this game is already wild just a few minutes in, dude. The crazy thing as well is, like, I kind of feel bad for GUA because he has to plop a wooden fortress here just to secure this area. And you can see it's not even buffing the wood line. So right now, the only things GUA can gather in his primary that makes sense are food and gold. Meanwhile, his secondary has, like, everything. Gold, wood, boar, deer. It's a jackpot. It ticks every box, but unfortunately it means that you've only got so many villages out here, and although you've got a second TC to inflate that, you can't just drag all this economy at home to the vibrant, rich area in that corner, all because of this King play from Magic. A King that is much stronger these days, remember, because a while ago they did buff him so that he gets healed by his own aura as well. It used to be that this King was a liability because while he could heal people around him, he would slowly die himself unless he ran home. What a cool game. So 2 TC versus 2 TC. GUA chipped enough damage there. Yes, 1 village was lost in return, but right now, like, Magic, he's just ahead by a tiny bit, right? 33 versus 32. But keep in mind that the English aren't fully fledged into their biggest strength yet, which is farm clusters. There's only 1 online. Meanwhile, for GUA, he's a lot better off, right? He's got the Pumbaa, he's got the Deer, he has a superior gathering rate. I believe he actually got level 2 bounty, or maybe just shy by the looks of it. But even with the level 1, you're talking about a 5% increase in gatherings. Now you've got survival techniques on the way, and he's already on his way towards a tech up. Wouldn't be surprised if we see a high trade house, say, like here. That's a jackpot location, I think. You'll probably get more trees there than you get at home, courtesy of the Stealth Forest. This is like a really wild roost spawn, actually. This might be one of the craziest ones I've seen. I just love the, this idea that NA is just evolving their own strategies. I don't know if that is entirely the case, but like I've got 2 NA representatives, right? And I gotta say, this is very different to the way I've been seeing both Rus and English played by a majority of European players. The question is whether this is the new meta, is this situational, or is this just what happens when you peak in another region? And most importantly, which one is more effective? Yeah, I'm thinking like this matchup, I'm pretty sure this is heavily Rus favored, if I'm not mistaken, like based on statistics. I'd have to double check. So if we check AoE4 World, highest ranked games, I love to actually, when it's classic Civs, to go back to the September patch because you have so many games in that one patch. English versus Rus, yeah, it's 55% favored towards Rus. So not really too surprised by that. I'm a little bit surprised by the high trade house location. I think this might be about just having safety next to the Kremlin because of the King. But realistically, you get a lot more gold over here than here. You have at least got Stealth Forest around you, and you've got the tiny tree line you're clipping over here, so it's not going to be terrible. Get your numbers in, by the way. Before you see it, predict it. See if you're absolutely the absolute wood mathematician that can guess any number of trees in any situation. Because there is quite a lot here. I think the interesting thing is how deceptive Stealth Forests make the count. Meanwhile, at home, with tech out complete, stables are on the way from GUA, and we're seeing Magic now go for his 3rd TC via the landmark. So, yeah, this is basically where you're going for different pivot points in your eco-escalation, right? Like for Magic, it's now going to be in the Raw Village account. For GUA, he should be targeting onto the Relics next, and he also has the gold trickle coming in now from the High Trade House. interesting game as well. Like, with the pace they both played at, neither one got their hands on Broadaxe in Age 1 at all. Even though one player is likely to spam a lot of farms, the other one is also now, going into the wood gathering with the Kremlin. Like, I'd say it's a little bit more surprising GUA doesn't have it by now. I'd forgive an English player for not having it, considering that they aren't playing immediately onto farms. Instead, funnily enough, actually, in this game, Magic decided to prioritize the berries with that TC drop. It looks like he's going to contest with the Monastery. Now, this is interesting, actually, because until the first knight comes out, this king has agency. Remember, the king upgrades per age. So right now, he actually packs quite the wallet. The Lance, the Greatsword, like, if he reads this correctly as a Warrior Monk comes in, the Warrior Monk will not leave. It's very important that, right? Like, this is a very chunky unit. It can kind of offset it. Another interesting thing, I'm pretty sure they fixed it so that you can't Wololo the king, right? We might find out in this game, but I remember there was an update where, obviously, there was a very early stage where I think Zhong could be Wololo. That was fixed. But I'm pretty sure the king can't be converted anymore. I'd have to double-check that one. But I'm wondering if that's part of the reason Magic went for this play as well, so that he can just guaranteed harass this out without having to move away. GUA? It's just going to walk it off. Yeah, so I do believe that, yeah, the king cannot be converted anymore, because GUA would Wololo otherwise to buy some more time. Instead, he's going to drop the relic off and walk away. Meanwhile, the raid on the other side does connect. Looks like GA did get one villager kill out of this. That's a really cool detail, man. What an interesting strategy for Magic. The only issue is, like, these Warrior Monks are really tanky. I think I like Magic's idea of relic blocking with the king better against other civs, because other civs don't have 190 health and extra movement speed on their monk. I do feel like GUA misplayed this a bit, though, like waiting the way he did, but this is now part of the plan, right? Yeah, he drags the king away and then sneaks in for another relic. And the cool thing is now, with 3 of these monks, he can heal off the damage done to that initial monk when he needs to contest this one, while still staging aggression into the enemy base. Magic starting to feel a little bit of pressure here. Spear mounts up in terms of count, but the archers are coming out on the other side for GUA. Magic so far hasn't made a transition. He hasn't got a new unit type yet. He's just sticking on spears, which can be pretty ugly here. I mean, you could go for minute-arm spears and turn it into a weird melee mosh pit. Theoretically, archers just makes more sense, right? Like, you do have longbows at the end of the day. They are better than standard archers, and you are playing a defensive format. But I imagine we're probably looking at crossbow pump now, just to guarantee that they don't have to worry about the knights. Smith in the meantime, getting reasonable trades. Looks like the relic is still being camped. Second relic is on the way home for GUA. The rest are up for contest here, and it looks like the type of game where actually Magic might be able to thread free. I mean, this one at the back should be pretty safe for him to grab. Looks like the knights are being kept at bay. In fact, they are hunting around now. I love how just discombobulated this game is. Like, the little splintered groups, left, right, center, everywhere. It's exactly the kind of chaos that I want to see. You know, this orderly fashion only works when you are looking for a committed objective that can force the response of your opponent. This is not what this game is. Right now, this game is like, I have wide eco, you have wide eco, we both want relics, let's not be friends. Well, it looks like there's going to be an attempt to pull this away. Oh my... Dude, this is so smart by Magic. GUA should have seen that, but he was distracted elsewhere, right? This wide arc should get the relic really far away from Give Young's Eye, if not all the way home. Pressure is coming in elsewhere, though, right? Like, GUA, at this point in the game, has more of an army threat because Magic was slow on the longbow pump. They're finally coming through now, but had these archery ranges been prepped before the age up was complete and you start pumping then, that's where GUA would have struggled. Now, with the massive archers, the knights coming, like, he has a little bit of agency to constrict the map. That's exactly what he's trying to do. Scout will draw attention. Spears able to push that away quick enough. Meanwhile, another stab in towards the TC. Yeah, GUA just probing everywhere. The unfortunate reality, though, is he's not killing enough yet. He needs to find a pretty devastating hit here, right? Like 3 or 4 knights on this wood line would be huge. But so far, Magic, I gotta say, his responses have been measured. He isn't sending everything to one area. Meanwhile, look at the relic count now. It is actually going to end up being free for Magic. Just such a well-played game here. He's still running on a wide arc, but now with the fact that GUA is starting to lose troops to the longbow mass, he has to pull back at the worst possible time. So this is the importance of understanding your power spikes in matchups. And I think Magic done that really well at this point in the game, right? If he came straight home with that relic, it's just kind of like, whoopsie, that's a freebie given over. Then also that allows GUA to free up more control from the right side to pursue the left. But by going for this wide arc, he guarantees that although he's missing out on 2-3 minutes of gold gathering, he's actually going to get it. All because he buys himself enough time to calmly go into longbow spears. Jiwei now has quite the predicament. His army doesn't really pack a punch, and he can't scale horsemen because food's running out. So now, I think Jiwei has to start contemplating the idea of ecoing up and going imp, which usually you say feels pretty good, but in this particular matchup, like longbow spear versus Streltsy horseman is no pushover, especially once you get volley tech. The other thing that kind of worries me as well is like, because it's English and it's going to be late game, like typically the thing that's a really big edge for Roost on this map is that Gorge, because it sticks the gold veins out on the left and right side, most civs are forced to play a very uncomfortable widespread, and that's something that like heavy cav commitment from the Roost with Boys Fortitude is good at exploiting. In games like this against the English, it's similar to Chinese as well, and Zhuji, you don't have that same concern, right? Because you have a centralized gold source. Right? The relics are nice now for Magic, but the big deal is going to be if this game goes imp for both of them, you're going to be talking about mass farms with enclosures, which means with a comp of longbows and men-at-arms / spears, you're never really using up more gold than you gain. So yeah, kind of worrying if this does have to go towards late game. I'd rather GUA finds a way to end now, but the issue still is the farming. He hasn't set up any farms whatsoever. Meanwhile, Magic is looking insane right now, up to 33. A little bit of Horseman Raid coming on the TC, but so far, I mean, credit to him for trying to like keep the eco situation condensed. I'm a little bit surprised by Magic actually, because he hasn't lost that many villagers. I feel like he's just actually not been, yeah, he's not producing. Oh, that's really bad. Balls is going to push this away. Magic, he should be, I want to say 7 or 8 more eco ahead at this point, even with the kills, especially considering that he's getting counter kills on the other side of this. Stabs keep coming in. This Spearman mass. I think this is a bit overzealous from Magic. Like, he's going to keep getting kited if he doesn't split the spears up a bit. Half the spears here achieves the same thing. GUA, my god, the damage done to this Cav mass. Sacred Sites are locked in, but I'm getting a bit worried we're approaching a point where we break out, right? Like, you know, food should be inflating up to 2k in the next 2 to 3 minutes for Magic, realistically. And then he can afford mass men-at-arms. In fact, he's already prepping for it. Love the mangonels. Right now, they're uncounted, but Magic is on his way towards Springles. Longbows, in the meantime, are just getting freebies here. Jiwei is just trying to find those pocket resources. It's understandable. It's very smart, because right now, remember, we're not in Imp. We don't have that infinite gold trickle for Magic. And he still needs to produce a lot of gold-heavy things. He needs to get his tech ups into Men-at-Arms. Men-at-Arms cost 20 gold as well. And then he also now needs anti-siege to deal with this siege push. Mango getting a bit ambitious underneath the TC. I mean, the funny thing is he's slowly using it up, but what I love from GUA is the fact that he brought villagers out here and yoinked the deer, so now they can hang around to crawl wooden fortresses and also repair the mangoes. Where is the king, by the way? Has he legit just still been raiding or something? Okay, he's back here now, because there were a few extra worker kills added in. Flash comes in, king finally arriving for the fight. We are only still on Networker Castles, right? No Networker Citadels, no Keep has been built. They're just too expensive these days for most English builds. Sacred Site timer still has 8 minutes to go. The question mark is whether GUA is going to be able to hold that long. He's got 2 mangonels on the forward side, and oh, that's a heavy hit. Magic. Caught sleeping. And the auto behavior drags him in. Still, Springles are now coming. Needs another shot, not able to get it there. Where is GUA's Knights? Oh my god, they're in the farms! Uh-oh. You guys need to work. All right, Spearmen are on the way. So, like, this was still really annoying for Magic, but it's far from devastating. The idle time hurts a bit, but the reality is because he's free TC, best case scenario, all I'm seeing from GUA is that he gets even on eco count. And this, wow, dude. Okay, so this is why I thought it would be more catastrophic. There is still no textiles for Magic. Fair to say at this point in the game, it would have been worthwhile to minimize the losses, and he probably would have been actually over 10 eco ahead if it was for that detail, but instead, starting to fall behind a little. 4 mangoes now. I just love the way GUA is playing this. There's a lot of matchups right now for the Roost where in this position, you just go straight for him. This isn't one of them, though. Not on this map, not against this Civ. You have to try and press it now. You have to try and end it now. Magic will reset, will look to back up. It's now 5 Mangonels. Now, the funny thing about Mangonels, folks, is when you get this type of count, Springald don't really counter, actually. They get counted. You dive in, you get shot by Springald once, and then the Mangos smash it. It's a very difficult fight now for Magic. Needs to choose the right time to hold here. Mangos moving in, and it looks like they hit the wrong thing. Uh-oh. That's problematic. They're clustered up as well. The Mango return! What? Dude, the damage being done here. Men-at-Arms are getting in. GUA! Because he stood still, he's losing all the siege. 2 Mangos left over, soon to be 1. Charge in from the second wave of Spearmen, and that is just 1 Mango left in the field. GUA not sniping out the Springald at the back. Oh my god. I can't believe this. GUA had the game in the palm of his hands, but the Mangonels stacked so much that it's a double shot from 1 Mango on the other side done enough damage to open the way. What a sick read. What a sick timing by Magic. And now, although he's down in military count, GUA has lost a lot in this fight. Those were some expensive units to lose. The Mangonels, not cheap, 600 resources each. Meanwhile, Magic, what? He threw a bunch of Men-at-Arms into this, into the meat grinder, in a game where he already has all the farms he needs, and now GUA at a desperate point has to rush his own permanent economy. As it stands, he only has 4. He's about to add in another 10, but that doesn't really shine a light to the 49 farms of the English. Night Raids are good at least, so that makes it a better exchange. Well played by GUA to actually find that much siege, but Night Count is now down to 8, and this is starting to become quite unaffordable without mass farms. He's going to keep trying to scale into these Knights, but berries are about to exhaust. You know, the deer on the front side is not really accessible anymore. Behind this, everything else is gone, and although the high trade house gives a little bit of food, it's not the type that allows you to just replace 20 Knights like it's nothing. Back continues, man. I think Magic's turning this. Like right now, sure, you can say GUA's got all this siege count, but it's all Springald. It's just irrelevant in this fight. The Men-at-Arms are really what matters here. And remember, this is also mass archers from GUA, so his army is actually quite weak in comparison. Smash around the backside. Looks like Knights are once going to go for the Springald. We'll be able to find it, but the hang around is expensive, dude. You just lost 3 Knights to kill 1 Springald. That's a bad trade. It's actually crazy when you think about it that way, right? Like, a Springald costs less gold than 3 Knights, and you need to make that type of commitment to clear it up right now. Meanwhile, the Men-at-Arms are just going to dive in. These guys only cost 20 gold apiece, so the kill at least 1 Springald would be worthwhile, but well played by GUA. Doesn't lose anything here. And Gyeongtae is admittedly now pretty far ahead. I think one thing that's been pretty consistent in this game is that Magic hasn't been constantly producing villagers. He's lost a lot. Now it's kind of excusable, but the crazy part is, like, if he had been non-stop pumping villagers at earlier points, even after all these losses, he'd still be within reach of GUA's count. That's wild when you think about it that way. Difference it can make. Little Night Raids coming in. I love how this wall's gone up, but it's just irrelevant because Magic can't control the center choke. GUA once again posturing, but you know, this dive looks a lot weaker, right? Like, think about how big the army was last time. And now we have to really significantly talk about defender's advantage for Magic. It's a huge deal here. Well, Magic also, I think bigger deal is the fact that he's not even allowing his people to stop farming. Still no textiles? I mean, there's got to be a point, right? Where you look at this game and wonder, how many extra eco could you have had, you know, the idle detail aside, if you just had 25 more health? Men-at-Arms are going to charge in, though, and here we go again. He's got no front line to defend this. Longbows bait him in. Mangoes hang around. It looks like the Men-at-Arms are going to keep on chasing. They will tickle down, but with Armorclad, they're just too tanky here. Another heavy loss for GUA. And this game is slipping from his grip. Magic, it's still a shaky situation, right? You're still not fully recovered, but when you just think about the raw loss of siege here, it's crazy. GUA, probably the one thing it can afford right now is gold, but if you're using up all this gold now, what happens in the late game? You know, usually one of the big edges for Roos is this argument that, oh, you know, we can afford to play Gorge with no gold because we just have all the tree line gold, we have the relics. You're up against the English here, who got more relics than you and also do have enclosures coming out in Imperial Age. So, you know, once again, just to re-emphasize, this game, it's very critical to keep trying to push the Castle Age mandate here. If this turns to a later phase of the game, you know, we'll be looking at a Berkshire being dropped. That gives access to a network of citadels. That also then gives you the enclosures for all the extra gold. And
that's where I think GUA's comps are going to become quite limited. He can still dictate Siege, but we've seen for the English, late game isn't about Siege anymore. It's just about death balls of men-at-arms and Lombos. Nice little night raid here, though. Looks like Magic was setting up even more farms. What is his count at this point? He's up to 55, so he's about to go up to like 60, 65. And the Lombos, of course, as you can see, become quite effective tools even up against the Knights when they're tipping from the side. Like the 25 extra health from Boy's Fortitude keeps you around a little bit longer, but means those raids do have to come to an abrupt end quite quickly. This game is crazy to me. Like, I'm just looking and wondering if Magic just built a few walls on the left side, closer to his base, how much more difficult this game would be for GUA to play. The crazy part is every time he comes and every time he dents this economy, by the time he's up to by an extra 10, Magic is tickling its heels, right? It's happening again. 110 to 117 eco. Nice little raid to the south side, but there is actually a castle up here. So no network of Citadels unlocked yet, but now a strong point defense that's going to start making these raids a lot harder for Give You Anxiety. Well, I say a lot harder. He's just going to die blindly. There should be a few spin reacting to this. It looks like there aren't, though. Huh. Okay. I mean, it's fine. He's got the big gold guard, right? But this could leak into his farms. Meanwhile, though, Magic is busy with a push. That's why he's not responding here. Mass men at arms, and they're going to go for it. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. GUA! He gets the Lombos, but he loses the siege. Wow. I don't think that was a good exchange again for GUA. I mean, the food wood lost there for Magic is irrelevant here, right? The amount of siege that GA's lost in this game, though, like, is it like 16 Mangonels now? Maybe that's a little bit high. No, I'm not sure that is too high. It's definitely double digits. It's insane how much siege has been thrown away. And reminder, this is Castle Age Roost. It's not like it's easily affordable because you have that 25% discount. This burns a hole in your pocket. Keep drop coming in now from GUA, though. What? Wait, what? How the hell did he sneak this? Okay, that is a sick play right there. Give You Anxiety. This game is starting to get a little bit shaky, a little bit dicey, but now he parks himself permanently on the edge of Magic's base. Surprised we haven't got a Siege Workshop behind this. A very valuable play here, right? Just get into some Trebs, get some Rams, whatever. But this is going to keep Magic contained. The question mark is for how long? Question mark is who's going to tick that Imperial Age first, right? Like, I'm just looking at the numbers right now. And realistically, Magic, even the meat grinder comp he's got going, the type of food he's bringing in per minute means he should actually be able to reach Imperial Age a little bit quicker than GUA. Especially with the way that GUA just keeps recommitting into Mass Knights. Magic, one issue I do see here, all these Knights, where are the spears? Oh, wow. He may have gone a bit too hard in the men-at-arms. Very tanky unit, right? But that means you haven't actually got anything realistically to do with the Knights. Treb's at least denting into the keep. And that's frustrating for GUA right now. He's got 11 idle villagers. So right now, Magic is most definitely ahead on eco efficiency. You can even see it in the raw income. Feels good to the lead. And here we go. This is the recovery play. Magic, Berkshire, next to the primary. And GUA, he sees it, but there's nothing he can do. Oh, Magic. Wait, what? Oh, wow. GUA, I think he was trying to attack the siege with the Knights, so he just threw them all away. They weren't even attacking. And Magic, yes, it costs him a lot to hold, but hold he will. Crossbow's now moving across. But just too many villagers here, man. Magic, the Berkshire will be going up. There's nothing GUA can do about this. And now that big question mark about the late game matchup, about how GUA can win, has arrived. Dude, what a crazy game. I can't believe the way that this has been played the last 30 minutes. I'm actually impressed. I love GUA's approach to this. We don't see English versus Roost much, but he had the correct read. He wanted to all-in in Castle. I think there was just a few missteps there, a little micro, occasionally with Knights, and then the Mangonel placements that cost him. Like that original push in where he had 4 mangoes stacked to this tree line, that was a pivotal moment. Had he split them up and kept them alive for, say, an extra 15, 20 seconds, I think Magic gets broke there. But Magic, quick to realize they're stacked up, counters it with just 1 mango play, and all of a sudden, you get this back and forth tug-of-war for the next 10 minutes that leads to this. A game where GUA now has to follow in the shadows of the English, and the English enter a truly strong point in their game. Enclosures coming in 40 seconds. Got the elite upgrades, but that Sacred Site timer is still ticking. GUA can still try to win this. He just needs to choose where to fight wisely.
And a sick read there. There was a wall attempt and a run through by Magic to try and get the decap, but no read there. And GUA now finds himself 4 minutes away. You know, we were kind of neglecting to look at it before because it got decap previously. It didn't look like a true win condition, but now Magic, he needs a little bit of time, and then he needs a permanent death push here. Center is actually his best bet, by the way. Like, GUA right now does not actually have any keep drops here, any choke points to work around. And right now, weirdly enough, he's completely out of position. Oh. Oh no. This could be a free decap. Knights, they need to stop this. He needs to time it right, though. Decap begins. Village is coming. He's going to have to sacrifice the arm to save the body here. Lombos are just too effective, though, and that's going to be a back away. GUA. He's on his way with the army, but no one's decapping this right now. No one's blocking it, rather. Magic, if he can get this, this game is basically his. And GUA knows it. He jumps on now. Villagers are going to soak up the damage so that the crossbows can cut this down. Mango Smash comes in. Is it going to be big enough, though? Villagers now being blocked out. Last of them going down. It looks like GUA is going to hold on to it. Magic could not get the decap. And now he runs north. The problem is up north, this is a full decap waiting to happen, right? And the Mangos are crawling. Oh my god, dude, I can't believe the way he finessed this. GUA. The patience of a monk. The Magic now in full Monk S mode. Spasskaya Tower being dropped in the center. I think he's done it. Dude, what a sick game. I've said that like 4 or 5 times now, but truly, this is like one of the best Roost English games I've seen in a while. Flash on that sacred site. GUA is not going to allow it. And Magic, I mean, he's not got enough time now. Elite Army Tactics on the way, but that's going to take another minute. By then, you're going to be talking about upgrades in for GUA. You're going to be talking about Spasskaya here. You're going to be talking about Keep that admittedly has been taken down, but you've still got a new one coming up on the east side site. And then the west, where the entire army is countering you. I'm not sure, man. Like, Magic should not be able to do this right now. He's going to try again, though. Trickle of troops coming out. GUA. No way. Dude, no way. Did he get overbaited? He might have. Crossbows moving in. Just trying to kite him right. He doesn't want to win the fight right now. He just wants to delay. Buy enough time for the army, but this is going to be tight. More crossbows coming in. I think the men-at-arms aren't doing it quick enough. Yep. GUA, he's in again. And there will be no decap. Magic, once again, denied. Decap attempt on the south side. Castle going up, though, and GUA, left, right, and center, has found what he needs. This decap attempt also going to be delayed long enough. The crossbow's going to arrive again, and I just think Magic is scrambling like an egg right now. This, I don't know how you do this. He's going to try with the wall. Are you kidding me with this game? Mango's being attacked. Could this be it? Sprills are moving in. They can block it. They can stop it from being a full decap. Mangoes need to smash this, but not able to do so. And the Mangoes go down! Magic, no way. Villagers now being pulled. GUA, he's all in. This is everything to him. He's still 3 minutes away. Oh my god. But I think this might be too much of a burden, folks. The crossbows are too far away. Magic strikes everywhere at once. And I think the Canuck will be our game 1 winner. What a crazy game to kick off this series. Magic looked like he was dead to rights. GUA just needed to split a bit too thin, and that wasn't going to work, so he has to run one side to the other. And Magic pulls a rabbit out of the hat here to get the win in game 1. Oh, dude, that is a sick game. But only the first. This is a best of 3. We've got potentially 2 more games, and boom. Remember, we just saw the English versus Roost. We've got the Ottomans, HRE, and the Japanese for GUA. Perfect time to actually run ads. And then on the other side, Magic has got the Mongols, the Delhi, and the Chinese to pick from. So let me have a look at what map number 2 is going to be. This is crazy. I might try to edit these down. I don't know if people like the lobby breakdown for like a minute or 2 in the recording. So I'm going to try to upload these all together. But we just had Gorge. We head into Dry Arabia next for an Ottoman Delhi showdown. Okay, this is interesting actually, because I think the Ottomans have been faring a bit better recently against the Delhi compared to the old version. Delhi used to be quite dominant here, but then it started to pivot, especially when the expansion came in, especially when Great Bombers got buffed a bit more. And now Ottomans have been buffed even further in a few different ways. So, like, I would say that if there was a way you could draft the second game on Dry Arabia that would give you an edge, this is probably the one. Like, I imagine if you went, Chinese versus Japanese, I think, like, that's a matchup that is weird, but the Chinese basically just have to survive. And then HRE versus Mongols seems the other likely one. Mongols can kind of constrict the map and stop you from picking up relics. It depends on the map, though. But you know what? Let's waste no more time. I think it is time for the second game. Let's get it underway. We have got a showdown on Dry Arabia. Green on green. Magic able to take the first. But will he make it a quick cleanup here with the Delhi? Let's find out. All right, so hitting the 2x speed on the early game, you know how I do. So looking at this map, Dry Arabia is spawned in a way that's actually pretty beneficial, I want to say, to the Ottomans. A nice little cheap wall here can get you safe food and gold. But that's not what it's going to be about. It's going to be about the sacred side locations. And in fairness, Magic got two that I think are quite easily holdable on the left side out in the open. GUA isn't going to want to fight into here unless he has like an overwhelming force to his favor. And that bracket link is not correct. I need to update that after this series. But this is, man, this is crazy. After game one as well, I wonder if GUA is feeling a little bit of exhaustion, a little bit of frustration on that one. Like, he must be feeling confident in this one, though. Ottomans right now, I'd say, is the most single-band pick in competitive. I think it's by far, if you had to poll 50 pro players and ask them what the most powerful civ is, the majority are going to mark Ottomans as #1 on that list. Like, the buffs around them, the powers of the Great Bombard, the changes to Siege as well that benefits them now in Castle Age with the Mangonels initially, and then they'll follow up into Great Bombards later. This civ is on fire. And also, on top of that, we might even be seeing a little bit of a lean towards a different build in the future for fast Imp Ottomans, because the Sultani trade network did get buffed. I don't think this is a game where you do that. I think this is a game where you actually have to play long feudal. And the interesting thing is, like, Gully Deckle just came in and said that the Delhi is favored in this matchup. Looking at recent statistics is a little bit different, if I remember correctly. Like, Delhi actually are like a 45% win rate in the last 3 patches, I believe it is. Now, I always say that's deceptive because you have to take it with a grain of salt because Delhi don't get picked much on ladder. But I also say on the flip side, the absolute top players aren't necessarily spamming the crap out of Ottomans right now because the Ottomans basically just feel like a free win, and it's something that you shouldn't really be getting in the draft anyway. So, usually I kind of lean Delhi because they just don't get the right rep on the ladder. But I think this is one where both civs are not getting the right rep on the ladder, at least from the tippity top players. So, Twin Mirror Dresser, Tower Victory on the other side. Sheeple looks like it was pretty good, actually, for Magic. Yeah, only 8 for GUA is pretty bad here. He does have the Madrasa to insulate him a little bit, but he's going to have to lean to this right side. I hope he looks to secure it. The deer can easily be locked in with just 2 short walls here. And it looks like he did get a favorable back spawn here. So really, actually, the thing is that even if you felt that Delhi was the favored civ here, I wouldn't say they are based on the spawn. This feels like a terrible spawn to go against if you're Delhi. You've got the woodline spawning in a way that small walls can just cut everything off, and then it secures all the gold that you need to play later into the game, not to mention food. Of course, the priority is going to be on sacred sites, but the awkward thing is Magic isn't doing what you're... Okay, dude, it happened. Alright, so Delhi are favored here if the Ottomans don't go for the military school Dark Age opening. But because they do, look what Magic had to do. Anyone who's been watching this channel for a while knows what my #1 call is on Delhi looking rough at the start of the game. What do they have to drop first? If they cannot drop a stable first, they have to go archery range instead. Their timings get screwed. They become a little bit skewed. And, it might not sound like a lot of an extra 30, 40 seconds, but that momentum loss actually does matter. It impacts your time to move out and secure the sacred sites. It also gives your opponent a 1 step ahead of you move in the counters, right? Because now Magic's had to go into Archer Ghazi. You can argue you want to go there anyway. You want to go Ghazi first so you can constrict the map immediately. Instead, this gets the breathing room for GUA. He can go out to gather some more stone. He can go for the second military school, and he can start just pumping extra free units earlier before amplifying his production. Another interesting thing this matchup, Sipahi are actually pretty decent against Ghazi Raiders. They're very expensive, but they definitely pay for themselves. And, the added benefit compared to Ghazi Raiders is I think when you're in, like, mid-numbers, so let's say 10 to 15, they're more effective than Ghazi because of Sipahi's ability to stab over their front line, right? Something that Ghazi can't do. Sipahi are, of course, slower, but you know, if you're playing Delhi, you're not really playing Delhi to run away, right? Delhi's all about pressure, momentum, and map control. And if you have to keep running away from fights, that's exactly what you won't have. Dude, this is crazy. GUA, he's going full Sipahi. Okay, Rax is... Okay, we're getting the 1-1-1 build. I was looking at this, I was like, this is kind of bonkers if he's only going full Cav. It's an interesting idea, but it might cost you dearly. Realistically, like the way that Magic's playing this, though, is kind of funky, right? Like, he's walling himself in. We don't see that often, but it just shows you the power that Sipahi wields in this type of matchup. Also, another issue that I'm seeing right now for Magic is, where are the spears? He doesn't have any. So this Sipahi, the initial wave is going to slap pretty hard here, right? I love this as well. Check this. GUA doesn't look for the main fight. He's scouted this out. He's looking to cut reinforcements. They will be freebies. These archers out in no man's land have no way of running away. Wait, okay, no, he's just going for the economy, isn't he? I don't like that. I think it would have been better to cut archers there. You just keep the Delhi army a little bit smaller and you still have time to react. But instead, by doing this, it just honestly felt like you were trying to have your cake and eat it. You forced the retreat, but now you don't get any kills. And it's at the stage of the game where, look, all the sheep are still here, right? Because Delhi play out onto pocket resources straight away in this matchup. Great read by Magic, and I think GUA just a little bit too gluttonous for my liking. Home, though, what are we looking at? GUA. I don't think you go for a fast castle build here, right? Second stable's getting added in. I actually like that he's looking to fight this. Like, right now, I see a very big weakness in Magic's army. I think this is a matchup where you have to go 1-1-1. But right now, he's gone 1-1, and the issue with that build is that you only have 50% of your army being buffed up by your attack speed. I'm liking these finally adding in the racks because your goal here is to get to a 2/3 of your army is buffed up situation, because what's going to happen on the other side is Magic is going to be facing off against a meta that is going to give that attack speed buff to everything GUA has. It's Sipahi right now. Ghazi, they just keep getting quiet on small numbers. Like, this is really well played, actually. I feel like GUA is using Magic's logical approach to the Delhi against him, because what Magic's trying to do is secure the sacred sites one by one with wolves and sweep the map. And he's getting a lot of gold for it, right? But he's getting tickled away at on the flanks. He's slowly losing troops, you know. And at this point, also, GUA, although he has a few Sipahi, what matters more is this spearman count. They're going to keep the Ghazi at bay. I do think that GUA needs another archer range. Like, right now, that's probably his biggest weakness, is that he's going double stables, not double archers. Because he's not actually pumping extra Sipahi, so it kind of feels like a waste. Yeah, this is getting a little bit weird, actually. I think GUA, the second stable really was just a jump of the gun. Maybe it's because he just has gaps in his food income, and that's why he halted production. But finally, we are getting the extra archers. I think, actually, to be honest, this comp should have been 1 less stables and 1 extra archer range at this stage. Would have made him a lot stronger. Obviously, we have God Vision. We can see what he's up against here, right? But it feels like what happened is GUA built Sipahi, he built the second stable, and then he scouted the racks. And then this became a dead weight building. All gets broke. Decap on the central sacred side. Timing is nice here. I love this. GUA just actually showing a lot of respect, right? He backs up a little bit. He doesn't want to show the whole army. He wants to make sure if this turns into an ambush, he's only going to lose 1. And wait, no. Select all army. Ghazi raid, meanwhile, hits into the base. GUA is going to lose an eco unit. Only 1, though, and that's interesting, actually. It looks like Magic. I love this. He went for textiles, understanding just how powerful the Sipahi are. A lot of players neglect to do this when they're playing Delhi. They just feel that they're untouchable. And I've seen so many Delhi players lose 4, 5, 6 villages unnecessarily because of it. So really smart little optimization there by the Canadian. Yeah, missed opportunity, though, from GUA. I'm surprised he didn't go for that decap. It felt like the perfect moment to do so. Meanwhile, Sipahi are going to raid into the eco. Magic. Wait, I thought this was weekend Magic. Does Weekend Magic drink right now? Because I don't understand what's distracting you here. Oh my god. Dude, that's 4 villages for free. And now the housing situation? No, Magic. Oh my goodness. Well, he'll at least get more houses up. He's going to lose more villages, so did you even need him? I can't believe this. GUA. What insane value to find there. Now finds himself 7 villages ahead, and that's despite the fact that Magic had textiles. But you see what I'm talking about the value of that tech, right? Sacrificed 1 villager to get textiles. Sure, he still lost a lot here, but with that neglect, that could have easily been 12 eco kills at this stage if he didn't have textiles. So, you know, it hurts, but funnily enough, because of his wise choice to get it, it hurts a lot less. I think a big issue a lot of players have is their mentality is like, if I need textiles, I'm kind of admitting I'm losing the game. But I think that's a negative way of looking at it. It's an insurance policy, right? Like, I get life insurance because let's say I work on like an oil rig. I get life insurance because my job is potentially dangerous, right? I don't get it because I think I'm going to die tomorrow. That's suicidal thoughts. I get it because it's just a logical play in the event that, you know, there is a risk associated with my job. When you play against an aggro Civ like the Ottomans in this format, it's a life insurance that makes so much sense. Magic raiding in again, but he's not going to find anything. I love this right now. GUA doesn't care about gold. He has everything he needs, right? Like, he only wants the ranged upgrades. Funnily enough, doesn't want the melee upgrades. I think that's the neglect. You really should be going for melee tech level 1. And also defense. Because, like, you're massing spearmen and your opponent has a lot of spears and Ghazi. It's a pretty powerful tool to have. I think it's a big mistake not to. The only reason he probably doesn't feel rushed is because Magic only went for a single Blacksmiths, and he's playing Tower of Victory. And you can see, like, despite the fact he has 7 Scholars, he's only now getting his 2nd Blacksmith deck. Decap is going to be blocked again. Yeah, this is really annoying because of the gate that you can just keep running back and forth through. Looks like houses are being burnt down on the other side, but GUA is looking to punish in the base. Catches the trickle of troops here. And funnily enough, the big army of Magic doesn't look that big when you consider how split he is across the map right now. Sipahi, I'm going to look to raid. Meanwhile, a burn in on the racks. Dude, this timing from GUA is kind of nutty. I don't think Magic expected this at all, right? Like, this goes against all logic, which is why I love GUA, because he gives me the full NA brain in a beautiful way. By going for the base instead of going for the Sacred Site, Magic's disarmed. He has Ghazi out in the mid-map. He had Archers guarding the central Sacred Site. His army wasn't big enough to contest this. And now we've got idle time in the base. We've got Skulls being lost. We've got production buildings being lost. And GUA is feeling very confident because what he's doing is forcing a longer feudal from an economical advantage and now a production advantage. Why is that important? Obvious one is numbers, right? Bigger deal, though, is we get deeper into feudal, Vizier points come online. The thing about Delhi is they're only favored in this matchup if they can close by about 20 minutes in a prolonged feudal. Because if you can't get that timer to tick down to a point that you're just going to win off of it, what happens is the Ottomans just get what I call feudal age plus. They get all these Vizier points. They get a 3rd military school. They get their hands on the increased production. They get a Janissary pull. GUA knows he's in the big position here, right? Like, this is perfect. There's so many Ghazi Raiders right now. It's a bit risky against Archers, but if you hold them back at the right range, it just means the Ghazi will get punished for trying to backstab the army. Oh, man. And yes, Ottomans will have more food with Madrasa, but keep in mind that I don't usually include that detail because that's compliant upon the idea that you control the map. And not every long feudal game is one where Ottomans control the map fully, right? If it's half map control, the Delhi will still have a lot of food out on the map, whereas Ottomans tend to play a bit more congested. But yes, Madrasa is an infinite food source. I like to think of Madrasa, when you optimize it, it's like having farms. Flash coming in. Meta very heavily injured. Looks like he's going to try to retreat away, but the Janissaries immediately turn around. Janissaries aren't even being targeted down right now by Magic. Oh my god, he only has 6 spears here as well. Not much of a melee line. It means he has to commit the Ghazi, and the Janissaries are doing a damn good job here. The A-click moves by Magic. I mean, he's got full A-click brain right now. Oh no. I think this might be over. Janny's just getting the value. What a sick read here. GUA in a game that he knows will not go beyond feudal. It's the type of game where the Janissary point is worthwhile. Finally, Magic targets them down, but he's got nothing left. Wow. Dude, this might be one of my favorite Janissary pulls recently. I think we saw one the other day in a pub game that looks sick as well. I don't know what it is. I think just players have gotten really good at optimizing these timings on using Janissaries in Feudal Age to turn a game. We used to see Janissary point investment on the Vizier to save your game. Now we see it at pivotal points to turn a game or win a game. It's such a sick read by GUA. I mean, this game is practically over for Magic. I don't see any recovery route from him anymore. He's about to be starved off the map. He's got not really any access to food, right? He's got about 3-4 sheep left underneath the TC. And now, with this type of lead, GUA can just block out all food sources, decap the sacred sites, and then turn it into a GG. I mean, Magic, by some miracle, seems to believe that he can still come back. I'm sorry, buddy, I don't see it. I mean, GUA, like, realistically, if he wants to force an easy GG, you could just, like, tech up here. But, I mean, I think, actually, funnily enough, at this point, it's even easier just to dive the base. We're going to hit the 2 times here because I think Magic, he doesn't quite realize just how over it is, which is surprising to me. I mean, Magic, obviously, I don't think he plays as many games as the other players at the moment, but he should know the Ottomans fairly well, considering he basically copied and pasted Puppy Paw's best proven builds back in World War. But more production builds going down. I love the fact that GUA just keeps committing onto these production buildings. I think it's been a really smart read, because one of the big power spikes of the Delhi is the fact that they condense 2 production buildings into 1. I like to think of this the same way that you would look at a Yorishiro drop from the Japanese, right? Like, whenever we see a Yorishiro drop by the Japanese in a production building, that's a high-value torch target. It's the same with the Delhi, really. You can argue that they can shift the skull to a new building, but realistically, they build so few production buildings in the early mid-game that taking out just one of them is a huge dent to their production rates. Magic, dude, I don't know what makes him think this is going to work. He's literally just spamming archers. At this point, GUA could just pull his entire eco to wood and a little bit of food, and he could outmass this. And remember, because he's got double meta, he's always got the attack speed to match you here. Yeah, we'll speed this up again. That means we get a game 3, though, dude. I'm excited for this. Like, what do we have left? We had Chinese and Mongols for Magic, I believe. And I believe it was the Japanese and HRE for GUA. I think we're going to be looking at an HRE Mongol game. Maybe you do like HRE Japanese, because I actually think in the hyper late game, the Japanese are better at trading against the HRE because they have range units and the Odachi beats out with all the upgrades. But the food eco of HRE is a little bit better, right? But if it turns into a meat grinder, I think like the Shogunate can scale to a point that they outmatch you. Dude, what a cool game. Love to see these two closely competing as well. I feel like GUA gets slept on a lot, right? I think in some ways he's seen as a bit of a predictable player. He's tried to change that recently. But, you know, this is really in his predictable fashion, right? He's full in on this feudal age aggression. He loves it. In some ways, it feels like picking Delhi against this guy isn't the smartest choice because you kind of give him what he wants, which is a fight. A never-ending fight, but it's about to end. Mehmed Imperial Army is on the way. There's going to be a bite back here attempt by Magic, but right now, the Archer Mass is actually only just in favor of him. When you add in the Spearman and the Janissaries mixed in, though, GUA could easily take a fight. Unfortunately, he did lose the meta, so he will back away. Where's the Delhi food? In a different game. The Delhi food is dead. Like, this is GG. Literally the moment the tech up completes. Magic is going to keep on chasing. You know, I respect a guy who doesn't want to give up, but I also feel like when you're KO'd out on the floor, it's probably time to wave the white flag. And this outpost going down, more villagers dying should be exactly that. Just a great game. Great series so far, man. Like, game 1, I said it delivered one of the best English Roost games I've seen in a while. I think game 2, this was actually a very surgical Ottoman execution. The way he split the map early on, the way that he went for the Sipahi raid that put Magic on the defensive, his approach was fantastic. I think the cool thing as well is that he saw that Magic was going for this slow sweep strategy where you wall off each sacred site. I feel like we don't see that as much anymore from the Delhi, especially against Ottomans, and I think this game may have been an example of why. You know, maybe he thought this was going to be mass archers out of GUA, but I never see a reason why you wouldn't want to go Sipahi. It's such an effective tool, and we saw why in this game. Sure, it wasn't for burning down the walls, but it was for burning down the economy. Magic. I mean, that Mangonel must be close. Gonna be a dive on the eco, but I just call it, buddy. Archer upgrade is literally coming through in 5 seconds. If he wasn't going to call GG on the age up, he will call GG now. Like, there's legit no way. There we go. Game number 3 is where we will be heading. Who will win?
Oh my
Honestly,
God, there's a
I'm
third
sure.
one.
Oh,
We better speed this up.
Way. All right, here we
Actually,
go.
in fairness, the third game is really quick.
You don't have a way of dealing with that outpost. You now don't have
Basically,
gold. You're stuck at
guys,
feudal age.
like the TLD on this
Magic
one
has the option to trade. This is another reason why Mongols are really good on this.
is that he decided to pick Mongols into HRE, and somehow, by some way,
Next 20 seconds, I'm
HRE
actually gonna
lost.
call it.
GG. So we're just gonna speed this up. because we want to get back to live, and this one is from a while ago.
This is getting worrisome.
Basically, what happened is GUA skilled archers, but this was like old archers, so no like marching drills. He decided to advance towards the Mongol economy,
Into horsemen,
but that's like very difficult without
but
post
it
in
is
place.
skilled arrow, which means
And the archers backstabbing. So literally, this game was won
these archers
as you're going to
are
see,
actually quite effective
by
at taking
archer
down
upgrades.
small
It
counts
was
of forces.
really that simple. Sorry if people really
Magic
want to watch 10
sees
minutes,
the
but
enemy
I
army
figured
first.
we
And
want
look at this. I
more
love
live
it.
games.
He creeps back. He's like, let him come closer.
Now
Let
you're
him
mage.
see nothing and let him know I have everything. Moves in. Archers immediately sniping down those horsemen. Barely anything left of them. And this is it, guys. Like, he's going to lose the army to this. 18 archers versus 21. This isn't even going to be close to the Steeled Arrow. Undermesh won't be there in time. It's probably the best time GUA could look for a fight, but after he loses all these troops, I just don't see how you bite back. Oh, dude, what a harsh end to this. Game 1 and Game 2 was sick, right? Game 1, just so wacky out there, and you know, difference of millimeters, it felt like. Game 2,
There we go. What's up? Thank you very much for the raid. Excessive Profanity, everyone. If you haven't checked out Excessive Profanity, wonderful dude from Down Under, has been playing a bunch of AoE4. It comes and goes. I love that as well. Like, you know, I don't think it's his main content usually, but shows how much love he's got for the game. Definitely give him a follow if you haven't already. I hope you had a good stream. I think you're playing some team games, right? With a bunch of familiars. I think some of them are still streaming at the moment. So I glanced in and saw you were an hour and 45 minutes in. I was like, well, good luck with that one. Oh man, we got to get you in on some of my my free-for-all lobbies at some point. Our games are over in like 30 minutes. Playing Total War Warhammer 3, but it screwed up. Oh, okay, rip. A crazy game, dude. I can imagine. Like I glanced, I was like, all right, 5-person free-for-all. That's gonna be a very thick map. A lot of room to play on. But yes, we're back. Perfect timing, actually. We were just rounding out that series. That first game, though, was insane. What are you watching here? You're watching basically the person that casts more Age of Empires 4 than I think anyone at this stage. I don't think that's a bold statement to make anymore. We're on average, I think we're casting like 35 hours of AoE for a week. It's kind of nuts. Yes, hello. Hopefully you all had some fun. So we're going to be tuning into some 1v1s live from the ladder of pro level players. So I'm just starting the game back up again, and then we'll be hopping into some of that. I think there's a few people online right now. I think Killjoy's still looming around. I think Louis just went off. Beastie should be on. I don't know if Vortex is still going. He might have clocked out as well. Is that first game on YouTube? You want a friend to see it? No, but you can show him the VOD, Leaf. You just literally watched it. Wink, wink. No, that game probably won't get released publicly on YouTube because it was back in the Elite Classic. The Stalker Caster. What's a Stalker Caster, Dad? What? Nani? Stalker Caster? What, because I catch all their games? They can't hide from me. I see everything. Like, Wham, what are you doing right now? Marine Law's online. I wonder if some people might be doing some scrims. Maybe. Let's check the Observe tab. Stalker Caster. Can't say I am a Stalker Caster. I would love for Stalker to have a competitive scene, but I just feel like that game hasn't really taken off in the multiplayer sphere. They actually did make a multiplayer Stalker game, right? I just don't think it sold very well. I briefly remember one, but it clearly didn't last. So Doodoo, who's Doodoo up against? Is that Beastie? No, it's not Beastie. Different signs. Doodoo's fallen a little bit on the ranking. Doodoo is me and Micah, for those who don't know, from StarCraft. Let me just have a look and see if we've got any other familiar faces on the ladder live right now. If not, I've got a bunch of already played out games lined up that we can check in on. So I think there was a Wham Louis one that we wanted to do. That could be quite interesting. Giving Eyes against someone called Ganton. I've never heard of them before. So I think what we do... Give me a set. Let me pull up the games we have. Oh, no problem, Monday, man. Appreciate you. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I definitely recommend, like, if you were at the primes or whatever, definitely worth subbing. More than anything, it's to help you guys out, because if we're doing 30 hours a week, roughly, let's just say you'll dodge a lot of ads that way. So I definitely always recommend it to people to save themselves from getting warning adverts from Gillette about cutting off their own genitalia. There's very much a focus on that particular ad, I've noticed. Where's the Voldemort counter? It disappeared because he won a game yesterday. He done well. Ooh, Marine Lord is searching, chat. Do we wait to sneak in on M Lord live? That's tempting. So we can try to see who. Oh, Dragavan, actually, like your game. Yeah, careful, lad, because I'm pretty sure you said the one to cast was when your first one was, wasn't it? With Xerti. I think you're close to making it disappear if you haven't already. I'm checking now. Because I think you've either made it disappear or it's close to gone. Chrysal. Arc. Mate, you're not going to like what I'm going to say. Your strat has disappeared. It doesn't exist anymore. Uh-oh. Oh, Mr. Dragavan. Because you said it was against Xerti, didn't you? Uh-oh. Time to lose another 150 elo. Yeah, I was looking at, cause as I came back, I was like, hold on a sec, maybe we catch that one now, because I said we were doing it a little bit later. And you've played too many games. Nothing is second best. Which one is that? Which map? You had 2 against nothing. Oh, wait. No, sorry. Yeah. This said 3 against nothing. Have I got that? Dry Arabia, I guess? Most recent. Okay. You're lucky, sir. You almost lost another 120 elo. Ooh. Wait, so that one, do we have a little bit of wiggle room on that one? Because if M-Lord's about to have one live, I think maybe people want to see that. Depending on who it is. That's fine. We can catch up with M-Lord later. So let me find it. So you had... Where is it? Was it Lipany? No, it's Dry Arabia, right? So English versus Ayabids. Oh, Marino's playing 2v2s? Oh, no one cares then. What's that crap? Right, so let me write down the strategy here. So it was H2 melee / culture into age 3 Gamba into age 4 Vil. God, that sounds atrocious. And then, ideally, you have to mass camel and get attack speed. That's so dumb. Alright. So, let me... Wait, are we lagging a bit? Are we smooth? I think we're smooth. Dude, something about alt-tabbing out when you load into a game. It's horrible. Do you see AoE Dreams, KP? No. Thank God. Dude, I already see enough Age of Empires when I'm awake. I don't need to see more when I'm asleep. Especially with the way some of these players play. Barbarians like Faye. She knows what I'm talking about. Sounds like a copy of Rybids. I mean, maybe. This was because T. Johnson donated $105 to charity. So, one... Okay. Charity brings out the dumbest things. And boy, oh boy, do we have something dumb here. We just done a charity stream where we raised over $1,000 in just one stream for a wonderful cause. And to help us on our way, this guy right here committed his elo. He sacrificed elo for this strategy. In fact, he lost, I think, 130 elo chasing this infamous stream. One of the people, TG Johnson, donated over $100 and requested a build from Dragavan. On the Ayabids, he needs to go military or culture wing in age 2, Gamba wing in age 3, and then top it off with age 4 villagers. And it has to be a rush from my understanding. Not only that, he is then expected to get mass camels and get age 5 for the attack speed unlock. This is going to be a clown fiesta. And his opponent isn't necessarily going to be a pushover, because over here, nothing isn't exactly nothing. This person is about 1,800 elo. In fact, they were higher rank than Dragavan at the time. Best season for them so far as well. Rank 56th in the world. And I'm sure Dragavan, with the donation of elo, is helping that on its merry way.
So English versus Ibids is a very interesting one for this particular build as well. Because if you have to go military wing, you might as well not bother. Because you don't have great options. Master Smiths might be his best bet, but you do not want to be going Desert Raider if this is a longbow build from the English. So you really need to scout out that he's going for the King build. If it's a King build, it's actually pretty good to go Desert Raider, because the Desert Raider can actually keep the King at bay. In fact, if you don't pay attention to your King, you will get the crap kicked out of him by one Desert Raider. We're going to hit the 2 times to the early game. We're going to check on the scout rotations to see how things are going. So, interesting choice by Dragavan. Looks like he scouted where nothing was and then beeline to the left side of the map. Meanwhile, it looks like nothing's going to come around the back, so he might actually skirt some in the corner. Looks like going to be 1 sheep out there. Sheep haul so far is going to be 9 to 8. But Dragavan should end up with about 60 to 70% of the sheep overall, considering the remainder is a rotation. We have got a council hall build. Okay, so hold your horses. This is really important. If he went for military ring reinforcement, this is going to be cringe. Oh, no. Dragavan, no. Not like this. No. So this is really, really bad. It's already bad to have to go for the melee wing, in my opinion, against the English, because let's say they've got like a bunch of villagers you catch out. Just short bow. You'll kill the Desert Raider quite quickly. He has to gap close because melee is the only way. But now with Lombos, Lombos are one of the best counters to these early Desert Raider players because you have no ranged armor and very low health on Desert Raiders. Tough choice. In hindsight, Dragavan, maybe Master Smith would have been better. Then again, if he's not allowed to hang around too long, if his goal is to rush Imperial Age, probably wouldn't have got much value out of Master Smith anyway. The alternative available to him actually was Culture Wing in Age 1, and I think logistics could have been kind of cool for that. Because then you could have had like this Imam level of effect from the Ottomans. You know where they get the Vizier point and then they walk out to relics early? You could have done that by going for Dervishes in Feudal Age. So missed opportunity there by Dragavan. Remember, he has to follow this up with Gamba Wing as well. That's a recovery arc, by the way. Because when you go Gamba Wing, if this turns into the skirmishes, you should be able to trade very well up against Lombo play. So tech up complete. Nothing, already adding in quite a few farms super early here. Don't think this is really that necessary, and I feel like whenever you're going for a Lombo timing, I hate this build. Sorry to just be very unfair on my feelings on it, but anytime your goal is to be optimal with Lombo push, you should not be building farms. And I feel like Nothing's goal was to be optimal with Lombo push, because otherwise, there is wholly and solely no reason to go for Council Hall over Abbey of Kings. Like right now, chat, a little bit takeaway for you if you want to improve your gameplay. If you're in a game where you want to just greed, want to go second TC, or want to go fast castle, Abbey of Kings is superior in every way, even if you're up against Desert Raiders. Nothing. 2 longbows now on the way. Let's say farewell. Dragavan heads straight for the gold. Okay, this is a freebie if he goes melee. Just don't reveal yourself until you're right on top of him. Nothing. Short bow's out. Look, no, this is what I mean. If you have to trade in range form, you die. He's losing against villagers. It's comical because this Desert Raider against any other Civ, you can't attack with villagers because it has 5 melee armor. Kind of makes English seem a little bit imber for that opening, right? Because, you know, for example, villagers on this side, 6 damage means you're hitting for 1 per strike. These guys, short bows out, 5 damage, it's pure. So every round of attacks there, with like 5 villagers out here, it's going to be a notable chunk off the HP, right? Nothing, even hunkers down with the longbow nearby. So all of a sudden, the Desert Raider is looking a bit depressed. His relevance, I don't know what it is. Like right now, he's like, am I a joke to you? Yes. Yes, and you're not a good joke. You know, you're kind of like my jokes. Maybe if I do 20 of them, 1 will hit. You'd need 20 Desert Raiders for 1 of them to hit in this comp. However, the bigger joke is yet to come. Because we are going to be heading towards Castle Age. And you can already see that, look at this. Nothing's like, huh, so it's going to be an advancement wing build, right? Nope. Oh, okay. Well, if it's not going to be an advancement build, then it must be a growth wing build. That's what Nothing's thinking right now. Those are the 2 options on his mind. Good trade for the Desert Raider, though. I think that was a mistake by Nothing. Splitting the Lombos like this is a really big mistake. Remember, 2 Lombos will never beat the Desert Raiders because of melee form. The attack speed is just too good. So Dragavan gets the pressure off of his gold. Really important considering this outpost basically does nothing for you. You've got 7 tower range on this outpost, and the longbows have the 7 tower range. So whenever you're playing against English, little tip to people, if you want to be able to play Turtley with Ibeards or any 7 your gold, you actually need to set up an outpost on each side of the gold. Otherwise, the longbows can snipe you. Like, right, if he didn't bring those Desert Raiders, nothing could have sat here and just farmed villages. Okay, guys, here it comes. The unexpected levels of stupidity are about to reach new heights. Shout out again to TD Johnson for forcing Dragavan to do this. Just a reminder, like, Dragavan is a very talented player. Before this weird experience, Dragavan, I think, was you were top 100, right? Or close to top 100. He's sunk down to rank 199 after this experience. He lost over 100 elo. I think, to be specific, it was 140 elo doing this build. Top 60. Dragavan's quick to correct. Like, I was top 60. And here it comes. This is the Tradewing Bazaar. Well, I've got the good news for Dragavan fans. No one's going to see this coming unless they are watching from the past. Whoa, crackety, crackety. These things are cyclical. They're like seasonal. 5 months late, more like 4 months early, right? Because there's no way the other wings aren't going to get nerfed soon. Nothing, meanwhile, is going to be attacking up with a much better landmark choice. It's going to be a King's Pass. Pretty safe location as well. I'd love to see green actually just wall in the deer and play deer instead of just massing farms, just so you have a more aggressive timing here. You know, because I'd hate to see Tradewing win. We had enough of that when the expansion came out. We don't need to see more of it. You've been doing your part to get Gambling buffed. I know, right? I still remember you losing to Raw Desert Raiders. Okay, let's speed this up a little bit. It's just... Wait, Dragavan, what the... Please gather some food. It's really important to me that you can produce villages. The Tradewing doesn't give you them anymore. All right, guys, count the seconds. How long has that been? He's missed like half a villager already, right? Uh-oh. Dragavan. Dragavan, the efficiency police. They're going to be here soon. Dragavan's like, I don't need villagers anymore. I've unshackled myself from regular economy. Behold, Baduin swordsmen and traders. Please build traders. The best part about this is that he's now griefing you on the relics. I don't remember the last time I watched an English player wall relics. This is a unique experience coming out of green. Dragavan has got the swordy boys though. They're on the way. So, teensy tiny problem with the Baduin swordsman contract. You do get countered by longbows, of which nothing is already built. Honestly, Dragavan was praying for Baduin skirmishes here. But, to be honest, beggars can't be choosers. And at this point, he'd take 1 elo on the dollar. Like, he would if he could get out of this game with a win and only lose 10% of the elo he normally would, he'd take that deal. So, good news, we've got a reasonably sized army. 10 Baduin swordsmen is pretty spooky. Bad news, nothing has seen them already and has decided to build more longbows. Remember, skirmishes get the bonus damage against range, so it's kind of like having a javelin with not as much ranged armor, right? That's why they would have been good here, because you're basically playing a poor man's Malincum up against the longbows. Camelot is coming out. Men-at-Arms being built as well. Spearmen not being spammed is kind of interesting. Nothing got kind of baited here, right? Like, I don't feel like there's a reason to build Men-at-Arms. Actually, like, you didn't even get baited. You saw the swordsman, and you're now building a unit that gets countered by the swordsman. This is possibly the worst unit that nothing could have built in this game. Actually, that's not true. No, wait. No, spears would have been better because of the camel lancers. There is legitimately no worse military unit that nothing could have built against this. He could have built nothing and it would have been better. It's even in the name. So this is going to be a rough fight, which means Dragavan might be gaining some elo in this one. Sick play by nothing, though. He hides in the berry bushes, hoping that as Ibeards walk past, they'll be so distracted and mesmerized by the food they love that they'll eat it instead of eat him. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem to be working that way. Badun Swordsman will be able to chase this down. Also unfortunate the crossbows are getting caught in the mid-fire of this. And behind this, relics are starting to be yoinked. Shinobi should be able to disguise as berry bushes. That just reminds me of Prop Hunt at this point. Actually, no, what was that other game on Gary's mod? There was one where one team hides as shrubberies. And then when you get discovered by the gardeners, they go, a shrubbery! Okay, Dragavan is starting to realize why people don't do Trade Wing at this point. It's deeply rooted in his brain. But then he remembered, there's a reason they call it Trade Wing. You've just got to trade. This is his way out. Now, I'm not going to say it's a good way. It feels like an even worse way when the game does this to you. He's got 2 tickets of food and 1 of stone. Camel Lancers are coming, though. And in fairness, Nothing's army is looking a little bit too focused on countering a unit that Dragavan can, on average, get 10 of maximum every 5 minutes. So things should work quite well for Drag if he can find the fight. What's not going so well is the relics, actually. It's a 2-1 split right now. This should turn into a 3-2 in favor of green. What? I'm impressed, man. The fact he managed to do that. Oh, no. Donkey a bit too late. Lancer Clash. So that's going to be a throwaway troops for Nothing. However, it wasn't for Nothing. I'm going to stop making that joke soon. He killed a few villagers. However, this is going to be a bit of a massacre now for the 4 men-at-arms. Am I the only one who like, looks at Badun Swordsman and feels like they're very underwhelming? Statistically, they're not, right? Like, their attack speed is really low, and the damage is decent, as is their health. But watching them, they look really pathetic. It's like a guy who says that he can juggle, and he just juggles 2 balls. Actually, no, that's an insult to 2 jugglers. It looks like a guy juggling 1 ball. I think it's time to go balls to the walls for Dragavan. Have the traders started coming out? They have not. Is he legitimately waiting to see if he gets them? Oh, no. Are you really going to sit here and wait for the game to give you trader tickets? I mean, it's... So here's the thing about the trade tickets. They're not that great, right? Because you can build a trader for 80 resources, or you can get 4 for 350 resources. So you save 10 resources. Admittedly, it's not wood and gold split, but like, the amount of gold you're going to spend here, I feel like it's easy to just go on the wood in that situation. Right now, Dragavan's going to go on the offensive. Camel Lancers. Now, this could be one way to get some more relics. He's even upgraded the Desert Raiders. I am not memeing when I say you very rarely see this. I feel like I can count on my hands the amount of times I've seen people bother to upgrade this. Flash coming in, Nothing. Gonna get idled up inside the King's Pass. There's still more villagers here than he's actually got room for, so great raid coming in. Nothing taking quite a lofty amount of damage. Unfortunately, usually you do this while being 2 relics ahead of your opponent, and you feel good. Dragavan is now behind by an extra relic, and he's still trailing by almost 10 villagers. So he's going to have to do something more. And you know, guys, like there is one way that Dragavan could do more. There is one way out. The trade is a great start. I can't believe he's freaking trading with everyone. Oh, no. And somehow it worked. Are you actually kidding? No, cancel that. Okay, yeah. No, we had way too high of an expectation for this strategy. Right now, Dragavan's like, and I would have gotten away with it too if it wasn't for the RNG. Where was this ticket last time? It doesn't matter though, guys. He's done it. It's complete. The challenge. 3,600 resources to get him 10 villages. Okay, it sounds underwhelming there, but this is kind of cool because by going for the Ecotech in Imperial Age, you actually have a better Golden Age than the Abbasids. Because remember, Abbasids get 15%, you get 10%. So by doing this, you're now at 20% Abbasid Golden Age. That's the way to think about it. doesn't mean you have to wait this long. And I gotta admit, like 10 villages for an Imperial Cross landmark, that doesn't feel crazy, but the eco inflation definitely does. And Dragoman, by the way, has got a second TC, which means now he's gonna have the lead. And Nothing is gonna have no clue what just hit him here, because he thought that this was a castle on castle. By some miracle, it's turned into Imperial Age. And I don't know how. Well, I do. Wait, guy. Trade Wing's not weak. Trade Wing's OP, guys. That's what it was. Boom, we figured it out. I mean, in fairness, I think he did get the food contracts, right? So he gathers all the gold, gets food with it. Because I was shocked. When I noticed he was teching up, I was like, where did he get the food on the map for this? Because he hasn't been that expansive, right? Here you go. Tech up complete now. I love how he's still actually going for the bold trade back to where he came. Dragavan now building more desert. Really? Against Lombos? You could have built Camel Lancers. But you chose this. In the fairness, I can't believe I'm defending it. It is cheaper than Camel Lancers. And also in fairness, because it's cheaper, you've got more of them to build Manjaniques. Ah, there we go, guys. We figured it out. I feel bad for Nothing that I'm looking at this game, because actually Dragavan's looking like he could win this. He shouldn't be. But he legit might win this. Oh my god. He's actually going all the way. We're getting elite upgrades. We also are getting infantry to give the armor. Oh my god. I actually can't believe I want this to work, but I want it so badly right now. I can taste it. You know when you get like a weird coppery taste in your mouth, like, that's weird. That shouldn't be there. That's what I'm getting right now at the fort of this build. Manjaniques are hitting Nothing. And are now dying. Dragavan, I think these might be higher value. Oh, crap. They're not, actually. He needs to kill the Spearman. Because if he doesn't kill the Spearman, they all kill the camels. Oh, no. Villages with repairs not going to work out here. Both the Manjaniques simultaneously explode. And with it, quite possibly Dragavan's hopes of a win. Was he not allowed to build Ghoulems at all? Well, he's mopped up the backside. Spearman count is actually going down, so credit to him. The elite upgrade is paying off, and I can't believe I'm saying that on the Desert Raiders. They hit for 21 damage right now. So army's going to get cleared up. Nothing is nowhere near Imperial either. Oh my god, what? Okay, so that's step one. Step two is now try to do that when your opponent has an attack speed aura, because he didn't quite get it there. So this is a good start from Dragavan. He does, however, need to get a lot of farms online now. I don't think you can get away with pocket resources much longer, and that's why he's now switching. Makes a lot of sense here, right? Because if you play pocket eco, like, there's not much left to play. There's a deer on the front, and that's it. And Desert Raiders are quite expensive, right? 80 food per for a unit that even now kind of feels like a glass cannon. 175 HP on 180 cost unit. I mean, that's a pretty terrible exchange when you think about it, right? Especially when you don't have much ranged armor. And yeah, we don't talk about that trade route. But the whole 6 gold is bringing in. Whoa! Dragavan at that pacing might be able to afford one of his trade contracts every 10 minutes. You'd think after Nothing takes a fight like this, he'd be like, okay, I am at risk of losing to this really dumb strategy. I'm going to just back up and go Imperial. Nope. He used up spin. No, here's the thing, guys. These guys hit reasonably hard. 11 damage per strike, and you're trickling Spearman in. It's possibly the worst way you could try to approach this. Nothing needs to calm down and wait for some Lombos. I need to know how close is Dragavan getting. What? Age 2. Guys, we've got a long way to go. He needs to build another 55 structures to get his camel attack speed. Alright, 1s if you think Dragavan is going to get Golden Age 5. 2s if this is going to be one of the games that lost him Elo. What are those only sword-carrying men? Oh, you dodged a good time in Age of Empires 4. So, myths tell of a long, long time ago when the Ayamid trade empire ruled the world. And it was off the back of these very sword jugglers. These are the Bedouin swordsmen. Which clearly is an OP unit, by the way, guys. You tech up and they automatically upgrade. That's broken. Oh, wait. What? How does he have an attack? What? How the hell does he have an attack speed down here? All right, that's wild. Nothing's been doing some snaking. It's like the army's getting mobbed up. I can't believe I'm watching Desert Raiders win. The problem is, like, my brain is objecting to the idea that they're winning when you're losing, like, what? 1 for every 2 spears you kill, which means you're actually losing resources. And now, considering that your opponent was Castle Age, and he's about to go Imperial... Oh no. It's so unnecessary. But yes, you are seeing that correctly. The Berkshire is on the way against glass cannons that have no ranged armor. Oh, guys. My heart weeps for Dragavan. Shout out to him for willing to commit his mind, body, and soul to a charity goal. But I've got a feeling that the only way this strategy is going to work is if someone is feeling charitable with their elo. And nothing doesn't seem to be doing that. Tech now on the way. Berkshire, if this gets scouted though, like this is the crazy thing. Dragavan, if he goes right now, I actually think it's kind of GG. The problem is, he doesn't realize. He's like, okay, wave number whatever on is coming in 10 seconds. I better check my flank. Oh no, there's some spears. Let me overreact with 15 of these camels. I wish I had a camera on Dragavan because in 2 seconds, he's going to facepalm. 1 and facepalm. Oh, no. That is the worst thing that could have happened to him right now. He doesn't have enough Desert Raiders. The best thing that could have happened is that if nothing had attacked like that twice more, then Dragavan would be up to like 40 of these Camel Archers. Now he's up against the Berkshire. Oh, boy. This greedy mother ducker, nothing's first action now that he's in Imperial Age. Queue up Tithe Barns. Gotta get rich or die trying, right? How's the trade wing doing for us? Gonna get poor up or die trying. Eco count is also problematic here. I don't know where these villages keep getting popped. Is he forgetting to produce? This lead feels like it's bigger than it should be, right? Because I keep checking green side for 30C, but it is only 2. Yeah, I feel like they should be closer than this. Especially when you consider the recovery arc of the TC. And he was only 10 villages behind that point. Then he got the growth wing to equal them. Something's gone wrong here. Oh, I think it's the traders. Yeah, he keeps getting raided on the traders. That makes more sense. So that was kind of deceptive. His eco count was inflated. Oh, guys, it's not over yet. There's still one more hope for Dragavan. It starts with actually realizing population is important, and it ends with the logistics, which will give you a 30% improved healing. And it's permanently on. Trust me, Dragavan, this is your recovery arc. AoE healing that's always on. Dragavan, please, make it OP. Okay, it sounds like I'm memeing, but if you think about it, it does sound quite busted, doesn't it? How many people realize the dervishes do that in Imperial? You get perma healing turned on. Now remember, combat healing's lower, right? And the AoE healing's lower. So it's not like insanely broken, but it's kind of like having the medical centers on the go, is a cool way of thinking of it. I feel like not a lot of people glance that one because you always use Advancement Wing in some of like you always use Advancement Wing or use Logistics and Castle. You don't use it now. And yes, it's like Ottoman Imam heal, but I think it's a bit higher as well. And also, unlike the Imams, you're using... Oh my god, what the fuck? Oh no! No! He got caught! This is like when you're looking at some things you know you shouldn't be on the internet and someone walks in on you doing it. This is like Dragavan just Googling Mongol outpost rushes with his trousers down, and someone walks in, and his head jolts. He's like, oh no. And oh my god, he just lost it to one Springald. Get me out! Oh. Well, he's at least going to win this fight. But I feel like getting caught doing that and also losing it feels like a loss. You have to equate an extra 1,000 resources and losses to this fight. But you know what they say, guys. If at first you don't succeed, you're a failure. Give up and go get a job at your local store. Wait, no. You got to be more inspirational. If at first you don't succeed, you simply needed more Tower of the Sultans. So 2k resources going into this. Nothing now knows about it. Nothing is also now discovered. Huh, Springalds are pretty good against this. And I'm playing English that have an attack speed aura. So what if, and let's not get too crazy here, I just built Springalds and camped behind the Berkshire? And yes, there was an update where the Tower of the Sultans are theoretically usable. So the change they made is that these do not have the ram vulnerability anymore. They don't take 20% more damage. Which is a pretty big deal, actually, considering this is an 800 HP unit. And I don't know why I said that in the most British way possible. It might be because I'm British. Lombo spin moving in. Flash coming through. Network of Citadels is on the way. Oh my god. I don't think this works. He's about to lose this fight really quickly. He's got the camel support at least coming in, so the +3 armor. But now, with the attack speed aura up, and just a volley or two, surely this doesn't work. Keep the faith. It's working. Desert Raider count is getting lower. Camelot's account as well. But the Berkshire, the door's being knocked on. And Dragavan may have done it. Nothing. He needs to get a lot more troops out here. He's trying to spam the Spearman, but once the Berkshire goes down, the floodgates open for, and I can't believe I'm going to say this, mass Desert Raiders. Keep down to half HP. Remember, these guys hit hard. 600 damage per strike. That's 3 rams in one. He's Jean-Claude Van ramming his way to the finish line. Village is being pulled. Nothing is in a panic. He knows if this goes down, he's not going to have map control anymore. And my god, it's gone down. Oh my god. Where are we at? Golden Age 4. We are 24 structures away from camel attack speed. By the way, that siege wasn't that expensive, or at least will not be now. In the future, only 900 resources. In fact, I think he waited for that to build those 2 extra Tower of the Sultans. So not as expensive as they were meant to be, right? You got the 20% discount. Which makes them, there you go, 520, 280. So 800 resources, not too bad. Instead of the 1,000. Another Zerg commence. No, don't wait around for the outpost. Go. Go like a bat out of hell, sir. You have lost too many games with this strategy. This is your time to shine. Oh my god. No. 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 Nothing? How did he... Are you freaking kidding me right now? How did the villager even get here? Oh my god, dude, there's no one at home. Dragavan just needs to go. He needs to send it. Like, don't worry about your villagers. They'll be fine, okay? We'll meet again in another life. Oh no. Guys, it's crumbling. It's crumbling. Nothing. He suddenly got 60 military again. No. So you're going the wrong way. The battlefield's the other way. I don't think he's coming back. Not the traders. I said that in the most unemotional way, Paul. I don't care about the traders. The keep dropping. Oh no. Dragavan, you were so close. You had me with the copper taste on my tongue. Everything was right. And now it couldn't feel more wrong. Alright, GG guys. This is done. You're going Desert Raiders and your opponent got hand cannoneers. There's no way anymore. This is over. Call him a paramedic. He's going to need some assistance. He's going to need resuscitation. You know, this is very important though, because everyone's saying nerf Irobids, Irobids OP, but What about Camel? What about Little Tower? They need help. This has been a great awareness campaign, sponsored by TD Johnson and ran by Dragavan to make sure the Ibis get the correct buffs they deserve next patch. We'll nerf the Desert Raider wing, we'll nerf the Eco wing, and we'll buff some... No, please don't buff the Tower of the Sultan. I don't need that in my life. The fact this even looked this close is baffling. Looks like Desert Raider's going to try to open the way again, but you can see by the pings on the map, this is pretty much over. Dragavan is losing way too much economy at this point. Trade is also being sniped out, and I just don't see a way anymore. Oh my god. So I think somewhere in there, Dragavan won. That was one of the requirements. He had to keep going until he won. So he did get a few wins. And by a few, I really, really, really mean a few. I think maybe he had one where he went Imperial Age. Possibly. I'm just scrolling through his data right now, and I'm trying not to cry. He wasn't kidding when he lost 130 elo. All I'm going to say is I'm surprised it was only 130. Oh, no. This is going to be a GG call in a sec. Incendiary arrows plus the hand cannoneers. This is just too much damage. The Desert Raider count is not keeping up anymore. Unfortunately, Golden Age 5 was just out of his reach. 57 to 75 structures required. The fact he's coming back for another key. Oh, he may be dead, but he's alive in our heart. Big shout out to Dragavan for doing his part to raise money for Alex's Lemonade Stand Foundation, helping kids with cancer get the treatment they need. Right now, I need someone to perform a different type of treatment on my brain, one that possibly erases this from my memory. Oh dear. Well played, Dragavan. Well played. Hear me out. Instead of growth winging him, take industry to get all that wood. Dude, why would I ever, ever, ever take industry when I can get it in Castle Age? Come on. Don't be silly. You know better, Faye. You're better than this. Get it in Castle Age. Build that Tower of the Sultan. Send it to them. Full divide. All right. Hey, Succuladian. Thank you very much for the Prime, man. Welcome back to Swarm. 17 months. You absolute legend. Remember, guys, if you got Primes, do drop them here. I appreciate it. It supports the channel, gives me a little bit of money in my pocket, and make sure that you guys do not have to worry about ads, so you miss super entertaining moments in incredible games like that. And you could have missed so much at any single moment in that game. So, gotta be careful. So, we're now approaching 8 hours live. I'm wondering, do we call it soon? Maybe. Ever since I told you my games are short, all my games are long. Wait. No, whoa. Chat. Agree on this? We didn't curse Certain. He said his games were short, and now they're all long. So, what I'm hearing is the universe said no to your statement. You know what the universe doesn't like, Certain? Liars. It called you out on it. Checkmate. Yeah, you jinxed it, mate. They're all 20-minute average? That's a lie. Not when I've looked. We caught your Killjadi one earlier. I can't believe it. Chat actually voted for that. Wait, who the... Wait, is that Marine Lord? Please tell me that's Marine Lord. That has to be Marine Lord. Who is this? It's Marine Lord. Ah, the perfect name. He's playing TV2s right now, though. So, who have we got? Has Trash Panda got an interesting person? Wait, is that Beastie? I think that's Beastie. French versus Delhi. Should we watch some French versus Delhi to round out? Sure. That's some delicious melon flavored energy drink. I've done something risky today, guys. I've clicked on a Beastie versus Recon game. We might be here a while.
Hopefully not, actually, because we've got some aggressive civs. Recon's going to be taking the field with the Deli in the purple. And then to his north is going to be something I rarely get to say in the last 2 to 3 months of gameplay. Actually, longer than that. It's a French pick. And it's in the hands of Beastie playing the teal. French versus Deli is an interesting matchup, actually. I think it's one that, Deli typically is seen to be favored in, but there is an opportunity for French to outplay. I think a lot of it comes down to the multi-TC approach. The interesting thing is the Zhone Dark Deli matchup is oppressive. Like, Zhone destroys that matchup. The difference there is that Deli have expensive units that feed Zhone too much. Zhone doesn't exist here. But the eco-inflation does. And I'm wondering if that's going to be good enough for the French. Looking at the spawn, this could easily be a 2TC type game where you just smuggle your TC in the corner and then wall it off and then just roam with knights. Now, one thing that makes me quite like French actually up against Deli is the fact that they force an undesirable beginning for Deli, actually. Deli players typically will not open with stables, which is a really big deal. If you want to look for matchups where the Deli struggle, look for any matchup where they have to drop something other than stables first. It feels bad to have to do because Ghazi are so powerful. This is a matchup where 9 times out of 10, a Deli player will go Spearman first, and the final 1 out of 10, they'll die to the initial knights. It's that harsh. There is still an issue as the game goes on, though, and that's, of course, going to be these sacred sites. I'm hoping this is a game where Beastie considers the second TC, because I think the timing can be good enough that you can kind of block out this threat on a delay, right? You can come and address these sacred sites later. Especially considering that a lot of Deli players right now don't like to wooden wall all the sacred sites, as it takes way too long and way too much resource out of the early game. And will Beastie Shemba it up? I think if he does a Shemba, it is a sham. And he agrees. Let's just say Beastie's tried Chamber of Commerce a few times recently, and I'm pretty sure his win rate with it in the last few months is 0%. That's not the harshest thing to say, considering I feel like most players are struggling to use French well, even with Sock. But said it before, say it again, Chamber of Commerce is crap. Chamber of Commerce may be... Its top 3 landmarks in the game most need a rework, I would say. It's that bad. Like, any time I see it, even on maps where it looks like it makes sense, like Frizzy Marshes, I still shake my head and think, man, School of Cavalry would have been better here. So yeah, it's a very tough to justify landmark. Trying to think what landmarks are worse right now in my head. I've been over this before with a few of them. It possibly is the single worst feudal age landmark. Is there one I'm forgetting, chat? Ottomans is fine. Delis is fine. No, I'm a stand with that. I think, unless I've forgotten about something, Cock is the worst one. Tower of Victory, on the other hand, quite easily a top 3 feudal age landmark. This thing is insanely good. There isn't many landmarks in the game that feel better than this. The permanent attack speed gives you so much scalability in the late game as well. Let's check out on the sheep hauls, though. How do things go? So it looks like 12 sheep versus 11. So BC actually got a pretty good haul here. We're not seeing an immediate move out of stone. If it does come, it's going to be on a delay. The reason is he needs to get knights first, because he knows that Recon has the ability to surge with Deli, and you need to keep your opponent kind of boxed in to begin with. And that's what this should do. Like, so far, Recon hasn't dropped the racks, but if he's scouting out now the gold gathering, he should understand the requirement for it. No dome, 2 scouts, pro scouts? Oh, no. What a shame that we aren't seeing that particular... Pay, please. Get back to doing Byzantine pro scouts. We've been over this. Get the win. Send me the recording. I'm telling you guys, Byzantine pro scouts with Hippodrome's the way. Because if you have Hippodrome, you have Triumph. And if you have Triumph, you have 5 times more damage on your scouts. Boom. Wait, did he cancel or was that torched? I think he cancelled. Okay. So it looks like Recon was trying to get cheeky. He's going to have to get racks now. That's unfortunate. Yeah, so if Recon had got that wall up, I actually think he would have committed stables because there's less attack routes. Now it has to be racks. And unfortunately, you waited. So the first knight is going to be here before you have any spearmen to defend you. And he's going to die straight away. Yeah, I don't blame him for this either. Recon has to queue up Textiles. Textiles is broken on Deli, by the way. I actually think this needs to be nerfed. Look at that. 20 seconds. So you sacrifice the villager, but unlike every other civ, you don't pay 150 resources.
considering the balance point of Delhi's meant to be they get their techs for free, but on average it takes longer unless you commit scholars into it. I find it really dumb that with just 2 scholars, you get textiles at the same speed as every other civ. Only you save 150 resources doing so. Makes it quite the no-brainer in practically every game. Good micro so far by Recon. Beastie not even able to hang around for a single strike. Behind this, I would maybe expect some stone gathering at this point because you're forcing quite a few spears from your opponent, but looks like Beastie's got a different idea. I think he's planning an all-in, which means we'll be looking at double archery range soon. Blacksmiths to begin with. Not a bad choice here. If you outnumber the spearmen, then the knight's going to attack them, and that +1 damage might not sound like a lot, but actually does make a difference. Looks like berry gathering has been put on a pause. So with 11 sheep, Recon should be able to survive underneath his TC for a few minutes. The question mark is now whether BC wants to stick everything into attack, or if he wants some scalability. Because right now, he has 0 scalability. This is all about an all-in timing. Which is interesting if you think about it, because that basically means that you're forcing the Delhi to just be a normie civ, right? At that point, the only advantage Delhi have is the free techs and the fact that they have an increased attack speed on infantry, right? They don't have anything else going for them, i.e. they do not have 125 gold a minute per sacred site, which is a pretty big hit at this stage in the game, actually. And meanwhile, on the other side, the French may not get free techs, but they get a 30% discount, and they gradually get more villages. So this is a very smart approach by Beastie. I thought maybe try to sneak a second TC, because I feel like I've seen a few players trying that recently with Delhi, because it's very hard to match this timing. But I think a few small errors has cost Recon dearly here. The wall being very delayed on its timing going up, the racks being slower than I would have expected, actually, considering you want to go Spearman. And then the fact that he's gone back Ghazi, it's not the worst of choices, but you're not playing into the S tier unit in Feudal because of that, right? Like, archers are considered to be the best thing to get in Feudal if you can get away with it. Because when you mass them, in these fights, choke points don't matter to them. And considering you're a defensive player right now, I would have recommended archers over Ghazi. Ghazi only makes sense if you're attacking. So what I'm hoping we'll see from Recon is in the next minute, these Ghazi are going to come out. 5 or 6 of them are going to roam. They're going to look to snipe Eco, which is a really good timing because around 10 minutes, the French players should be out on extensions, right? Like over here on the deer. Oh, but Recon won't know about it. Yeah, please queue up a scout straight away. You can't play this matchup blind because if you do, your Ghazi are going to run into knights unexpectedly. And if those knights will get their charges off and a follow-up strike, all of a sudden, you're going to lose a quarter of your HP, if not more. And they will get a follow-up strike most situations, because remember, the way that knights work is the lance charge has a very low attack speed, so the follow-up attack only takes half a second to occur. Which is nuts when you think about it, because that with the increased damage from the charge, you get lance charge, your damage with sword will go up to 24, I believe it is. So you're doing 54 damage in half a second. I shouldn't say it like that, because I can already see the comments, oh my god, knights are OP. I feel like knights are in a reasonable position now. The early days, they were kind of absurd, but good balance changes. Like, in a lot of cases, most players feel like spearmen are too quick now. It's very easy to get caught all the time. I think that's also how most knight pickers are feeling right now with how good HRE are on the ladder. Recon finally getting out on the map like we want with the Ghazi. However, we are now 9.5 minutes into the game, and I don't see how he captures Sacred Sites. Not with the Knight count as it is. He needs to force a fight first before he goes for his economy. Don't let Crackety hear you say Feudal Knights are okay. Dude, he plays China. All he knows is building Spearmen until Imperial Age. Also, he plays a Civ that can just win with infantry right now in Feudal. Looking at you, Byzantine pickers. Oh, interesting. Recon's reacting to this attack with the Knights. Quite dangerous. I'd rather see him just go into the base because he's going to run out of time at this rate. Beastie's now going with the walls. So he went for that wall in we talked about to keep the deer safe. Didn't go for a second TC, and you know what? I actually think it was the right choice. I was thinking in a greedy fashion. Would have been a mistake.
by going for the Knights and then just playing pocket ecos, what he's essentially done is force Recon to remain defensive for 10.5 minutes. You do not see Delhi playing defensive this much for this long. It's pretty much unheard of unless they're going Castle Age. But we can see this is not a castle build, right? This is just Recon struggling to find a way out. Come on, BC looking for the easy way in. Unfortunately, the outposts are already in position, so Recon was responsible with his extension. And walls are coming up. In fact, the timing might be perfect here to trap Beastie. It's important that he sees this and immediately turns around. If Recon goes for a line formation, a lot of damage can be done here. And the wall's going to be up just in the nick of time. Cancels the end. And it means the Beastie now has to run around. And the question mark is, has he got more spears coming? He should be converging right now. This is a big pinch. Beastie trying to navigate his way out. Ghazi are mirroring the move. They get the body blocks in. They can actually trap targets here. Corralling him like a sheepdog. And it's time to send the lambs to the slaughter. Oh, he's getting crafty with this. But there's no denying it now. There's no getting these Knights out. As long as Recon doesn't miss micro, the Ghazi are just going to body block. Tries to wrap around again. One Knight goes down. This is a really good micro from Recon. I think that might have been the one slip-up, giving away in. And I love that. You see that charge? BC just tried to use that to get away. Does strike one or two villagers on the way out. But a lot of damage now being done. And the Ghazi should be able to chase this down and kill off the remaining Knights. Remember, Ghazi moved quicker, so there's no getting out. Okay, that was sick. And that was very important because at this stage in the game, things were getting a bit worrisome. All of a sudden, losing half your Knights, the Ghazi count this big, Recon should be able to start moving out for Sacred Sites. Well, if you want to catch the French games, guys, you got to make sure you tune in at all times. You never know when they're going to appear, all right? It's like, you know when you're watching one of those movies, it's like, when you see the very rare thing, make sure you scan it so you get a free reward. It's like that. You never know when France is going to come out. I think France is going to struggle to come out in this game now. Knights are still trying to roam, but there's not many of them left. Scholars are now being pulled. So Recon, I wouldn't be surprised if he gets greedy and goes double Sacred Site here. Looks like he's going to be quite controlled about his approach here. Just one Sacred Site at a time. He does need to start finding some raids in soon, though. His Ghazi count is insanely high. But now, because you just took that win against the Knights, Beastie's going to have to build spears. This can be a good or a bad thing. You've got a lot of Ghazi right now. That's what makes it a bad thing. The good thing is long-term. If this turns into an infantry war, French will never win that. You need to be 10 to 15 eco ahead. Because the attack speed on the Spearmen and Archers is way too good for the Delhi. And, oh, Recon, he gets him! Pinches him in. Just about misses grabbing 3 Knights. We'll settle for 1 and a second one done at the end. This game's getting shaky now. Beastie is going to have to take a fight that I don't think he wants to. Spearman count isn't even double digits yet. He's up against 22 Ghazis. Recon. Gotta be careful. Spearmen reveal themselves to the Archers. Ghazi can commit in. Knights going to try to stand their ground, but this is way too many Ghazi. A few of them are going to link around the back. Spear count isn't exactly high here. Ghazi count has been diminished, though. Only 8 of them left over. And Recon, where the hell are the rest? Oh my god, learn to rally! No! Recon's army should have been bigger there, but he was holding them back. You've got to be kidding me. The rally point was way too defensive from Recon at this stage. Like, he has control of the map now, and he's still just rallying troops in his base for safety. Second wave Ghazi is going to come out. They are going to leak over. Now, this is a lot of Archers against Ghazi. This is a really good fight for Recon. In fact, it's crazy to think if he'd had the troops here earlier, how much more one-sided this would have been. Spearman just chasing forward. Knights aren't lasting long, and despite that mishap, Recon is looking like he's ready to take control of the game. Even the Spearmen are adding a lot of damage in here with the attack speed buffer. Another Knight gets pinched. Archer count is getting low. Ghazi, just enough of them left over here. And I'm starting to feel like this game is getting out of hand for Beastie. The crazy thing is Recon is doing this without having any Sacred Sites. I think that proves the point about how good Ghazi are. However, Recon does need to up the ante on his Archer count, because that is way too low right now. Skulls also were not capturing Sacred Sites this entire time.
And Beastie does almost have a 10 eco lead. There were gaps in the economy as he's moving over to the new Deer. I think Recon, that miss micro, not bringing out the extra troops, despite what he just done there, the window may be closing on him, right? Like, your Spearman count is not that high. Your Ghazi count is nothing now. At a point in the game where you could punish your opponent more easily. And although Beastie lost a lot of archers, he still kept a nice backline, and he's got more knights coming. And these knights have proven to be a pain in the ass. Just a little bit eco damage here and there adding up. I'm afraid Recon may need to consider Castle Age here. The problem with playing this Feudal Age too long is attack speed aside, it just kind of doesn't matter against knight scaling with better economy, right? And this is better economy. Like, this is French in a nutshell. Gradually get more villagers after playing long feudal. Oi, and get more villagers by killing the enemy ones. Recon. What? On a Civ that can build walls with their military units, he sent the villagers to do it. 2 more chopped down. And somehow, someway, this game is starting to slip away from Recon. Beastie is doing something pretty incredible here. This game was pushing towards a point where he was just going to lose. After he lost that first group of knights, it looked fairly straightforward for Recon to just send it down the center. But Beastie's chipped away at him, slowed him down. Now at this stage, I think he's going to force Recon to just go castle. I think Recon understands quite well that, like, this matchup is going against him over time. So he is going to look for that tech up, but that proposes an opportunity to Beastie. The army that Recon has isn't going to upgrade quickly. He's got 4 scholars to his name, so if he does rush Castle Age, don't expect any of these guys to reach veterancy. Which means you're going to go for an age up, and your army's going to get no upgrade value out of it. And that's also scary, because even if they did, right, the archer count is so big that if that veterancy somehow got through, you'd probably be overkilling, and you're being overkilled anyway by these archers already. Recon actually highlighted this himself when he was in the chat the other day, that he feels like when you rush Castle Age and you've got, like, archer races going on, that's the one situation where upgrading archers doesn't feel as valuable as just building more archers, is when you're versus other archers. Because you kill everything too fast. So, like, you're probably not getting any value out of the bonus damage, because you've got 5 extra units shooting the same target anyway. Alright, what do you think, guys? 2s if you believe in Recon, 1s if you believe in Beastie here. Because this lead is getting quite sizey for Beastie. Usually we talk about the quality of the Delhi, but between the number difference here and the fact that French have one of the best feudal qualities, which is Knights, and the count is kind of similar to the Ghazi, it's a pretty good position for Beastie. Wood walling effective against raiding? Yeah, but here's an interesting thing. The longer this feudal age goes on, the worse it gets for Recon, because you either have to take a decisive fight, or you're eventually both going to reach pop and then tech up. Here's the big difference. If the French reach pop and tech up, Beastie is going to have about probably close to 20 knights. If he techs up, it's going to be with the Royal Institute. And that is how you get the win. You're talking about a matchup where one side has insane tempo control via the upgrades. The other can't upgrade quick enough. That was a sick little pinch there. And that's exactly what we were talking about, like, with Ghazi in the past. The idea in this matchup is that you just zerg and catch the raiders. I think Beastie needs to stop looking for chip damage and look for a main fight. Because every time he looks for chip damage, it's costing him. Beastie looking to go in. Ambitious choice here. A 14 villager lead, but he wants more. Interesting. Beastie's suspicious that Recon's decking up, and oh, big mistake made there. More villagers getting sniped. All of a sudden, it's a 16 eco lead. Recon trying to get this around. Spearman on the front, though. All they need to do is brace and hold here of the Ghazi. Archers are following this up, though, and Knights are going to have to commit. Spearman count is not high for Recon, though. These Knights are a problem. They did not get their charge out, but they are tanky. They are absorbing, and they're absorbing all the blows required here. I think there's no doubt about it, guys. Beastie just won the game. Recon, the eco lead, has just gotten 2 against him here. A few chips here or there, and the eco inflation of the French It's going to win out. Yeah, it's just Archers versus Archers. This is a double up. At this stage, I don't see any way back in for Recon. It's a shame as well, actually. It's a heartbreaker. I think if Recon had rallied his troops to the front line instead of keeping them at home, we probably would have looked at a GG the other way. Beastie was very much up against the ropes when that attack came towards his base. Had Recon had the full power of his military force diving in, there's no doubt in my mind he would have broken through. And he would have also blocked out the deer and the boar that kept Beastie in this game. But now, well, the past is the past. Since that moment, Beastie, he saw that his opponent dropped the ball. He didn't hesitate to pick it up and take over. And I can't believe this. This is a 21-minute game in which, correct me if I'm wrong, folks, I don't think we've seen a Sacred Site captured once. This is the closest he's come. Beastie. At this point, I don't think you even go castle. I mean, you could. You don't necessarily need to. It's probably the safest way, right? Just get these archers upgraded. At that stage, you don't even need knights anymore. And then you just build rams. You won't get there, though. GG gets called. Beastie. Showing us that French do have some tricks up their sleeve still. Wow, really cool game. GG to Mr. Beastie. That one, so what would I call that one? Never got a Sacred Site. French, actually. I mean, like, 21 minutes of French blocking him, maybe. I don't know. I think it's 21 minutes. Or was it 22 minutes? 22 minutes of French blocking him. There we go. Sorry, just had to type that out. What rank level were those pros? Subtype G, they were tippity top. So Beastie is top 10, Recon was top 50. But from a tournament perspective, when Recon is actually warmed up, he's easily a top 20 player, top 16 player. Both of those guys were at the last major LAN in Age of Empires 4. Shame he didn't go Chamber of Commerce, for God's sake. Then it could have been called French cop blocking deli sites for 22. I hate you so much. I tell you what, that would be a good way of BMing if you literally just pull a trader to block a Sacred Site capture. There is a whole new level of Keck W to that. I'll give you that much. So I'm wondering if we maybe call it there. Just trying not to exhaust every game that's going to be castable because we will be back tomorrow. So, you know, it's nice to have some other things to cast instead of just, you know, doing a 12-hour stream, getting on tomorrow and going, guys, a lot of the games that were going to happen have already been cast. GG. But if you guys are new here, definitely make sure you follow me so that you know when I go live. Also, join my Discord, !Discord, so you can see when we are going live, either on this channel or other people's channel, because I am a caster in multiple different scenes. Although this view's been a bit slow, I usually can be seen casting in multiple different games. I don't think we're doing community games now, though. No, not today. But maybe later in the week. I think like usually Friday's a good time to target that anyway. Are you allowed to cast games from Rising Empires, Low Elo Legends? I don't think there's nothing to stop me. Like there is literally like no way I could be stopped. So yes, don't see a problem with that. We might look to check in on Papa Samba actually. I discovered that Papa Samba's been playing again, so maybe we'll do some Low Elo Legends games in the coming days. I'm just looking for someone to raid now. Let's have a look at who's online. So, I think we might send a raid through to good old Give You Anxiety. Or do we do VNS? I don't think I've done VNS before. They're doing free-for-alls, though. So maybe we send it to GUA. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Like, Kavayu, the reality is, like, so... Usually if someone asks for, like, exclusivity, I respect it. I mean, but, like, they're not going to cast all games, so there's no point in that exclusivity. what I'll say is, like, technically, this is a scene where there's actually no protection for you as a caster or tournament organizer to protect your games. You legit can't. It's impossible. Because if the game's viewable, people can view it, right? And there's nothing... The way that these systems are set up, when they're open casting format on a game like this, you can't claim ownership the same way you would on, say, Call of Duty, right? So if you can see it, you can cast it, basically. And that's the case for everything. And then, you know, I don't think Microsoft's ever said anything contrary, and I don't think they actually will, to be honest with you, considering that Age of Empires 2 functions that way, and they've never stepped in to allow for it. The only reason you see some cases where people do, like, respect the rules is just because they want to have a smooth environment where everyone's, like, you know, rights or experience and how they want to run things is respected. But technically, there's nothing to stop anyone. But guys, what I'm going to do now, we'll raid through to Give You Anxiety. I'm streaming tomorrow, Thursday, and Friday. So if you haven't already, like I said, follow the channel. Make sure you're following on the YouTube side as well. There's going to be a video which I think got uploaded a few hours ago. Check that one out. I'm trying to remember what today's upload was. I mean, they're all absolute bangers, but I think today's, if I remember correctly, was quite an entertaining one, if I'm not mistaken. Ah, yes. It's... it's one of our Order of the Dragon's best unit. So be sure to check that one out. I don't know. Wait, did I really call it Landsec Make Dragons? I guess I did. Does that title make... I don't know. Let me know what you guys think on my Discord, whether that title makes sense. But it's a really good one. It's possibly one of the best games I've seen Order of the Dragon's Landsec used in. But that's it for me. Hopefully I'll see a bunch of you tomorrow, or see you all very soon. But go have some fun now with Give You Anxiety. Till next time, folks. Toodaloo.